You can see it. Can you
Yes.
measure it? If you can see
Image.
it, can you measure it?
From a photograph, it is kind of difficult to measure things. You can estimate, but it is difficult to measure things just from a photograph. You have to actually be there to take the measurements.
Okay.
Can I just add something
But
to
I
that really
posted this
quickly,
picture
Nanian,
because
if you
it
don't
showed
mind?
visual curvature.
Fucking Futs. Just have a look at the images that I placed after your image, right? So the next one down after your image, it shows a straight bridge, and it's showing the exact same optical effect as Pontchartrain's showing, right? I can show you the GIF of that. It goes from a completely flat, straight rail into showing the exact same thing.
Guys.
I'm at the one below that was the pillar. Side view. Democ's always going on about.
Any other bridge or only that bridge? It's curving.
You can see in this next image that you can see it from a side view. There's zero curvature. I drew 2 red lines across. Zero curvature. Any earthers.
Any other? But but only this bridge we have, because I saw this bridge like for years. But only curving on under this bridge, because under other bridges we cannot get this example. What if we go to South Bolivian flat lake? There is no bridge. What then? Where is curvature there? There is 40 miles squared. Doesn't change elevation. It's flat. It's called flat lake.
Sorry, guys, I had to talk to the mechanic for a bit.
It's not 3 miles. It's 60 miles by 60 miles.
You back, Knockin?
Yeah, sorry, I had to go talk to the mechanic.
Can you see the
image?
Image of Pontchartrain at 9 minutes past the hour, and it shows a side view of that same objects, right? Whatever they are, I forget what they're called. You can see there's zero curvature in the side view. You can also see the image directly under that, right? Where it can't just go straight, and then make a drastic curve all of a sudden. That's not how curvature works. And obviously the image directly under your one shows the exact optical effect that's happening, right? The bridge right next to it, showing the exact same thing happening with the mirroring.
So in the picture with the emoji guy, right, with the 2 hands, isn't that showing the road going up and leaving the surface?
I'll just show you the GIF that screenshot's taken from.
I'll comment on the side view part, because that's fairly easy to respond to. So left to right curvature, you need 60 degrees of visual field, and you also have to be really, really high. So this picture is obviously not going to see that.
Okay, so it is very high. It is really high, and you can see how tiny the boats are. So you can see the vast distance left to right. Okay, so you can also see in the picture directly. You can also see in the picture directly underneath it. Right, it's another picture of the same objects directly underneath the apparent curve, and it's just straight. Right. Okay, so have a look at have a look. Just have a look at this GIF that I posted. Right? This is the same. That the one with the emojis taken from, and you can see. Hold on a second. Just let me finish. I'm almost done, and then you can respond. Have a look at the railing of the bridge on the left, and then go back up and have a look at the comparison to the Pontchartrain image. You'll see it's the exact same effect taking place.
Yeah. So okay, I'm looking at your GIF, and it appears that the railing leaves the surface. It leaves the road, and it actually goes up. Do you agree?
No,
is that what we're seeing?
No, absolutely not. You can see a mirroring effect on the road. If you've been on a road, you should have seen this countless times, right? Where the road appears to start to disappear and it looks like a puddle or something like that, but it's like a weird mirroring effect. And you can see the railing on the left go from going straight along to appearing to curve, right? And then the screenshot's been taken and added next to the Pontchartrain effect, and you'll see that's the identical effect. Because if you have a look at the Pontchartrain effect on the right-hand side, you can see the reflection, right? The same reflection that you see of the bridge, but in the water. If it had a dark background, it would look identical. Because it's a blue background, a blue sky that it's reflecting off, it's a bit harder to see, but you can see the same effect taking place there. Also, if you look at this, hold on, this next GIF is the real killer, because you'll see where that actual image that you posted is taken from. So you'll see it's like a super long zoom. Second, I'm uploading it now. Also, flat earthers have been to that lake countless times and taken observations across it. They said it's measures flat. I mean, I've seen so many GIFs. You know, you can see the shoreline on the other side, buildings on the other side in this. You'll see it's just flat, 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 or straight, 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 straight. And then all of a sudden, it's that apparent dip. That's not how the curvature of the Earth works, man. You need to try to maybe drop that as sort of your globe.
This last video you posted, I mean, that looks really bizarre. Those towers look like CGI. Is that?
Yeah, there's heaps of different zooms, man. There's heaps of different zooms that you can find of people that have gone there and done this. It definitely doesn't look CGI. It's just a low resolution, so it fits on Discord, you know?
Well, so when it's completely zoomed out, look at the base of those towers on the left side. They look like something out of The Sims.
CGI,
Are you sure that this video is legitimate?
Anyone else has other like Pontchartrain zooms, and feel free to post them.
Okay. Yeah,
I've seen plenty of them. Look, you can even see the
out of Minecraft. Right?
It doesn't look. Look, the moon landing footage. It looks like it's out of freaking Minecraft.
So, back up earlier, the side view, that one of the first pictures you posted, you said that this photo was taken from a very high altitude, but I would guess that that's maybe, I don't know, 100 feet up? Maybe 150 feet?
It's way higher. Yeah, it's way higher altitude than what you posted.
It's not higher than the towers themselves.
Do you ever wonder why you can see the curve at Pontchartrain, but you can't see a curve from a freaking airplane?
Oh, you can
look at how close you think you're at.
This guy thinks you can see the curve from an airplane.
It's not, yeah, the curve is not. You're not seeing the curve that close, dude. If it was, you'd be on 5,000 mile wide Earth. If it was the curve you're looking at, dude. You do realize that, right?
If you wanted to see the curve, the left to right curvature from an airplane, you would actually have to be in the cockpit because you need 60 degrees of angular visibility. You can't see it out like the window of a passenger seat. But pilots in the cockpit can see the curvature. You should go ask to sit up there with them next time you go flying.
There's tons of pilots that say that you cannot see the curvature of the Earth from a plane.
So as I said,
better go talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson, dude.
Look, there was a trained, I just told you before, and I posted the article of the Blue Origin trained astronaut said that she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth from the Blue Origin, which was 350,000 feet. And look, here's 3 hours, 28 pilots. Moni. Pilots are trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary.
Do you have an article that I could read? Just because I can't watch videos and talk to you guys at the same time, so articles are easier.
Don't have an article on hand, but maybe save that video for later. And we're not saying that not being able to see the curve from a plane proves the Earth is flat, because even if it was a globe, you wouldn't be able to see the curvature from a plane. But you do need to remember that, okay, so you're saying now that you can't see it from a plane if you're a passenger, right? You're saying you need to be a pilot now. You didn't say that before.
Well, pay attention to what I said. I said you need 60 degrees of angular visibility, which you do not get looking out a window from a passenger seat. Right? You might get that from the cockpit, right, where you have a much wider visual field. That make sense?
Does anyone have? Oh, you said you can't watch. Can you watch clips right now? Like, can you watch like a 30-second clip?
Yeah, sure. I just can't be interacting with you guys while it's playing. That's all.
That's okay. Like, I'd like you. I'm sure everyone would like you just to watch the little bit of Neil deGrasse Tyson came out on stage with the globe, and he explains why you can't see the curvature from the Red Bull jump, right?
Oh yeah, I've seen that video plenty of times. I explained this before, and I believe Tyson has confirmed this. What he was saying there is you cannot see the edges of the Earth, like the two sides.
He literally word for word says you cannot see the curvature of the Earth from that height. Literally says that word for word. And also in regards to the Blue Origin height, which is 350,000 foot, posted the clip already. And he says that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from that height, word for word. And the curvature on the globe is the edge. It is the leading edge of a sphere, right? That's what the geometric horizon actually is. It doesn't say, no, you can't see the whole entire Earth, right? Obviously not. You can't even see that from the alleged ISS height.
Right, I believe that's the point that he was making.
No, that's not the point that he was making.
Just a lie at this point.
And don't forget the part where he says, that stuff is flat.
He says, from that height, that stuff is flat. And you do not. He was like real dramatic about it too. He was like furious that Red Bull had tricked people with that footage.
You do not see the curvature of the Earth.
He's not saying what Nuck and Fucks is saying that he's saying at all. It's not what he's saying at all. He's saying you're not high enough. 2 millimeters above the beach ball is not high enough. That stuff is flat. It's a straight line horizon. The only reason it looks curved is because of the wide angle lens that was used outside of the gondola.
Well, I mean, I can post a picture here. I already posted it earlier, but this is one of my favorite photos. Or not a photo, but just a picture to kind of explain to flat earthers how
that doesn't explain shit.
A globe can still appear flat if it's big enough. And you've even got some references there.
Nuck and Futz, you are missing it totally. If you live on a ball with a alleged radius of 3,959 miles at 1 foot of elevation, your drop over distance should be... Shit, what happened? Your horizon should be where? 1.22 miles. Do you agree with this, yes or no?
Oh, I haven't done the math myself, but I do find it interesting that you are sourcing physicists and mathematicians to make your point here. Is that right?
We're having to teach you your own.
Isn't that
model,
amazing
right?
how he just sidesteps from the story? I don't like the answer that I'm given, so I'm going to sidestep. I don't want to be rude, but weren't you accusing us earlier of sidestepping and not answering and just going, nah-uh? You're just using a polite nah-uh. That's it. You're an idiot. Step off.
Well, I don't appreciate being called an idiot, but I just said that I haven't done the math myself. Now, I do believe that there are drop over distance calculators out there. I can certainly reference one of those if you'd like.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can post you the calculations from Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator showing that you wouldn't even be able to see the curvature of the Earth from the freaking ISS. Height. Alleged height.
Well, the ISS is broadcasting live, and we can see the curvature from it. So,
is it?
Well,
yeah, it's broadcasting live right now.
Okay.
Right,
so how would you validate that?
All right. Did you ask how would I validate that?
Yeah.
Me personally, that's kind of tough. I guess I'd probably get the location of the ISS according to where they say that it is, and then point a telescope in that location and be able to visually see it as it flies overhead. That's how I would validate it.
Okay. So how would you see it? How big is the ISS at the height it's supposed to be angularly? What's the angular size of it?
Well, without a telescope, it just looks like a little dot of light. But through a telescope, you can actually make.
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that. I asked you what the angular size of the ISS is.
Ace, who? I think you're cutting out. You're roboting, my friend.
So my response was, with the naked eye, the angular size is really, it's just like a speck of light, like super tiny.
Right, that's not an angular size. What is the angular size?
Yeah, like half of a degree, something really small.
It wouldn't even be half, but yeah, tiny, basically imperceptibly small.
Yeah.
It is. You can see it. I mean, it just looks like a lot of light. That's all.
Maybe try disconnect and reconnect. Says who? It's roboting even worse now.
Yeah, imperceptibly wasn't.
I'm in a bad coverage area.
Yeah, so like what he was saying was the ISS is just a little bit bigger than like a really, really big jumbo jet. It's about the size of smaller than a football field, right? When that jumbo jet is just 7 miles up in the air, it's the tiniest little speck, and it's generally only on a clear day that you can even see it. So the ISS, so this is only, 7 miles high, and you can barely see it. Imagine if it was 14 miles high. There's not a chance in hell that you'd be able to see it. But the ISS is just slightly bigger than it, but it's 250 miles up. We're not denying there's something up there, but perhaps it's not the size and the height and going the speed that they're telling us. We're not sure exactly what's going on with that. But there's some things that make it valid to be able to question, right? It's not
allegedly they are saying that it's 250 miles above the surface, and the surface it's in diameter 8,000 miles. Now imagine 250 miles above the 8,000 miles of surface. How much you can see? Down it's 8,000 miles of surface, if Earth is that what it is, what they are claiming. Because radius it's almost 4,000 plus 4,000, it's 8,000. And ISS is 250 miles above the surface of 8,000 miles. And you are expecting to see the curvature.
Old horse, your cam's on, my friend.
From the left to the right, you have 3,000 and 3,000 miles. Even if you are high 250 miles, you cannot see that surface. It's too far away.
I think it's great that you guys are so, mathematically inclined. I wonder, like, why didn't you, carry that forward in your schooling?
What is a sphere? Is a sphere some kind of irregular object, or is something what you need math to get the sphere?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Do you have anything but snide remarks, Nuck and Futz?
Well, like I said before,
No, it was this question. Do you have anything but snide little remarks?
I'm not intending to be snide.
So you don't even realize you're coping then. That's interesting.
I'm just trying to be magnanimous.
Trying? I don't know what you're trying to do. You're being a clown. I don't. Why didn't you join the circus?
Okay, so you're accusing me of being rude while saying these things.
No. Oh, I'm sorry if you feel that's rude. I'm just saying you're clownish. I'm curious, why didn't you follow that up?
All right. Well, not a very pleasant conversation.
Is this your opportunity to run away?
I mean, I'm happy to have a conversation with you if we can be polite to each other.
Oh my God, you're being very impolite right now, in my opinion. So would you like to begin being polite? Because I have a different metric than you. Blowing smoke up people's asses and lying to yourself isn't being polite.
You're gaslighting yourself now, dude. What the hell?
Oh, now we have the peanut gallery.
Yeah, let me speak to that one guy. Alas. So Nucking, I've spoken to you before. You're the guy that jumped out of the airplane, right? We're listening to you.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. Have you done anything to confirm that the measurement of drop over distance has been solidified?
No, I personally have not investigated any Earth curvature measurements or things like that.
All right. So how do you know there's Earth curvature?
I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah, seeing something and measuring it are two very different things. So we need the proof that what you saw is exactly what it is, representation on the ground. So you need to confirm. You haven't confirmed that or validated the drop over distance measurement to confirm that you saw curvature. I don't care if you saw Godzilla. If you don't have any confirmation or validation that what you saw was true, then you just have a just so story.
Well, right. So you asked me, how do I know that the Earth curves, right? And I gave you a response. I've seen it myself.
Yeah,
but then
I know. But
then you changed it to
no, it's not changing. This is the standard. The standard is whatever you see, because that's your claim. I saw something. That's great. Yeah, I'm happy for you. I'm glad that you saw something. Now, what is the validation of that observation?
I was too busy skydiving.
Too busy not looking for the curve, right? So if you don't have any validation of the thing you think you saw, then what you saw was a figment of your imagination until you confirm that it's not. Then it becomes real. Until then, sir, you have just an imagination. You haven't confirmed that the drop over distance has been measured. Therefore, it negates any other proposition you bring forward. I saw Earth curve from an airplane. We can do mathematical tests or whatever you can say about any type of mathematical construct. It does not matter. It negates the fact that you have not confirmed the drop over distance. Now, that's the thing, the standard, and everything banks on the fact that you have to do this. And if you haven't done that, or anybody else in history, because I'm appealing for you to look to history and find anybody who's ever verified it. Doesn't have to be you, but we need a method. Most assuredly, we need a method. Now, if you don't have that, I don't care what story you have. I jumped out of an airplane. I went with my friend on a trip on a boat. I don't care. It does not matter. You don't have the verification of the thing you saw. And that is the standard. Anything less than that is you appealing to, well, I saw this and I saw that. I don't care. Nobody in here cares. We only care that you verified that information to be true in some way. Figure out a method, come back and let us know.
As far as curvature goes, no, I have validated that, but I have personally validated.
No, you have not validated. So that's a contradiction. What you just said. I haven't validated, but I have validated. It's a paradox, sir. You can't in one breath, Nucking. You can't in one breath say you validated something, and in the next breath say that you didn't validate it. That's a paradox. You can't have something that contradicts something else. Now, did you, because you've already admitted you have not validated that you saw curvature, you did not measure any curvature, there's no drop over distance method that you can test, that we can test, that you said you saw something. So there's nothing else more that you need to bring to this table other than you going to do some research and find out how you can measure and test the curvature that you think you saw. And then come back and then fill us with that information. So we can, pour ourselves over it and see if you actually done due diligence. You cannot contradict yourself and one say, I didn't validate the curvature, but I did validate the curvature. You can't do that. You need to stop doing that. Okay, everybody that's listening to you knows that you're just going to start lying about what your validation method. You can't then start mixing up what validation means or going back to let's look at the root meaning of validation.
The firmament.
All right, shut up. We're
not
talking to you.
Hey, guys. Can I get one thought out real quick?
Welcome. This isn't about Nucking. This isn't about a thought. This is about you being able to verify the curvature of the Earth. No. I don't want you. This isn't about you.
Sound like a charlatan, bro.
Yeah, this isn't. You're not gonna sell me. You're not gonna sell me like some kind of peddler knocking on my door trying to sell me curvature. I don't give a shit about you selling it to me. I want you to test or provide a method by which we can test that you validated the curvature. Some way. Don't peddle it to me. I don't care what you saw. I don't care about how you perceive what validation means or a root word meaning or whatever. I need you to test the method by which you can verify that you saw curvature on the ground. You can test it, can measure it. The geometric shape that you're standing on can be measured. Now, if you can't do it, then there's nothing else we need to talk about. You're not going to peddle your globe stories to me and act like I'm going to accept it. Don't care. You need to do better, Nucking Futz. When it comes to this, you need to go research on how you can test the curvature. That's it. And that's all. Stop in here acting like you're peddling curvature to me. It's not going to work.
Yeah, Nucking Futz. Do you not realize the transparency of your bullshit artistry?
Holy fuck, is he going to get a chance to speak?
Is he going to give me curvature measurements?
Holy fuck. He's been speaking like a... He's been selling his snake oil for the last hour.
Yeah, let me ask less than 3. Is he going to be able to provide drop over distance measurements?
I'd just like to hear a full sentence from him.
You want to lawyer up. You want to lawyer up and act like he's his attorney. Are you his attorney?
I just want to hear a sentence.
I don't give a shit about what he's got to say. Are you his attorney? Can you speak for him? All right, Nucking Futz, go ahead. If you're not going to sell me on curvature, then what do you have to say?
I'm not trying to sell you on curvature. What I was saying earlier was that no, I had not validated drop over distance of curvature personally. But what I have validated is that mass attracts mass through my own experiment that I've done myself.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, mass attract mass. What is that? What is that, Nucking Futz?
That's called gravity.
Yeah, it's called gravity. So what is gravity? We're going to have to regress all the way back. We're going to peel back the layer of knowledge to what you think this is. So what's gravity? Go on.
Wait, hold on. The mechanic is here to talk to me. 1 sec.
Yeah, that's best that you talk to him because you're not getting anywhere here.
All right, my car's ready. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know that story.
Yeah.
Go on.
What a goofball.
Don't worry, we're here.
You know,
We're not
Alpha.
gonna go anywhere.
Alpha, I've seen Bigfoot.
Yeah, I know, right? Me too.
Yeah, if you were to ask me, how I knew it was Bigfoot, I would say, well, I saw brown fur in the forest, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't pay a whole lot of attention because I was really busy hunting. So, but I guarantee you it was Bigfoot.
What's important too is that a lot of the states make it illegal or legal to shoot Bigfoot, and too many people would have to be in on it if Bigfoot wasn't actually out there somewhere. Like in Texas, you can shoot Bigfoot, but in Colorado, you can't.
Yeah, you know what's funny is they go, my validation is that I saw it. That's how I validate it. I saw it. Really? That's validation? You seeing something? That's interesting. I thought validation had a standard. You have to check to see if what you're saying or seeing is actually what you think you're seeing. Oh, I see brown fur. How do you know it's not a grizzly? What if it's some other animal? You just mistaken and said you saw Bigfoot. You don't know that until you validate the information to be true. What is wrong with these people? I saw curvature for an airplane. Yeah, that's great. Lovely story. Now you get back down to the ground and measure the ground. And you'll find out whether there's drop over distance or not. Why do you want to go up there? Well, we got to go take a rocket. We got to rockets go up and we're looking at the earth. There it is, curvature.
No, he's appealing to people like I less than three's Jesus, who are just hoping someone just bullshits them to death.
Yeah. Yep. And then of course ILS is going to be his attorney. Well, I don't think he had a chance to speak.
This is silly.
Yeah, no, what's silly is that you advocate for a clown. That clown, he didn't have any information to verify the curvature of the earth. And you're like, I need to hear more of that. I need to hear more of him not saying how he validated. That's what I need. Really?
See,
we don't care about that.
Eyeless, you come around here a lot, okay? And you get to talk a lot. When there's a new people here, you should be quiet and just let the conversation go. Instead of trying to throw shade and dump a big pile of shit. It's like this guy, like this goofball who would just walk into the store, just walk into Walmart, drop a huge pile of steaming shit in the middle of the entryway, and then laugh when the store gets shut down for a half hour. You're not clever, you're not cute, you're not running anything.
Yo, Nuckin's like, few more minutes, just paying for my car service. Dude, we don't care. Honestly, you could take 5 days, a week, a year, doesn't matter. Whenever you
just
come
tell
back,
just tell the guy you already paid him.
You saw it. You saw him on TV. You saw already get paid.
Yeah, it's real
When
simple.
they say that they see the curvature from a plane, they are just killing the globe. They don't think that they are just turning the globe smaller than it will be smaller than a continent.
So the horizon should be closer than 1.2.
I kind of think that is Nuckenfud's a guy who talked about he did very high altitude parachuting.
Yeah, that was him.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He wore he wore like a suit when he jumped out. It was experimental.
Yeah,
The most interesting part about that, guys, is if he's done high altitude jumping, that's not someone that's new to skydiving. That's someone that does it on a regular basis, who's not supposed to be an idiot. So if they do this on a regular basis, surely they would have taken a camera up at one stage and snapped a shit ton of photos. Hey, by the way, guys, this is what it looks like at 30,000 feet.
I don't think that they would jump higher from higher altitude than Felix Baumgart.
In airborne, we do 30,000 and higher, 30,000 feet and higher, at least 30,000 feet. So airborne, Army, jump by higher than that, no curve still.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ranger.
Yeah, the same thing too. When I was first heard about flat Earth, I said, "Hey, you guys go skydiving. It's a blast, and you can see the curve." And they're like, "We'll describe it." And I'm like, "I don't know, like 3 degrees or some shit." Like, what the fuck? Do you live on planet your county? And I'm like, what? 3 degrees over your viewing distance? How big of an Earth would that be? And I'm like, fuck. I didn't think of that.
They claim to be math geniuses, but the math escapes them when they start talking about the altitude that they were at.
Yeah, but that was like still the knucklehead. And I'm like, okay, well, sure, maybe it's less curved than 3. Like, well, how about this? Is your adrenaline pumping? I'm like, fuck yeah. Were you wearing goggles? Yeah. Do you think that can curve lines?
So here's the thing: when it comes to this, there seems to be kind of an energy to talk about why don't they just take cameras up there? It's not about that. The observation it's really not about what you see when you're up there. Because somebody can say the Earth is flat when I'm up there, and some other guys over here like, well, the Earth's concave. Nah, it's the Earth's convex. I see it looking like a globe. That is fine. You can say whatever you like, but you need to get your ass back down to the ground and measure it. That's the part where we're talking about. This is what it's all about. It's not about taking cameras up. It's about coming back down and measuring it. That's the argument. It's not the argument of taking cameras up. That's like, okay, if you want it to be a debate, it'll turn into one. What kind of camera did you use? Well, you use this camera, the Nikon P9. You know, like you're gonna go into that. It's too much. You're doing too much. You don't need to take
100%.
cameras up. You need to come back down to the ground and measure that drop over distance. If that's the standard that we need to talk about, not taking cameras up, that's not going to help the argument. For those who are brand new to this argument, that's what we're focused on. Laser focused. We can't be talking about taking cameras up and doing observations up there. It's not going to help the argument.
Because, like you said, Alpha, it's a bunch of speculation when it comes to seeing things up there. Down on the ground, it's a simple measurement. Can't be
That's it.
repeated.
And that's where the buck stops. Whenever you get them to realize we're not talking about what you can see from an airplane window. You got Joe Blow and looking outside the window. He's like, dude, the Earth's really curved. And then you're over here like, well, I don't see any curve. So then we're just going to debate on whether Joe Blow is actually saying the truth or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's such a 2-hour conversation about like whether or not that guy's actually seeing curve with curved perspex glass. And you know what I'm saying? Like, fine if that was the case. But maybe he's like, well, he didn't even use anything. It's just my eyeballs.
Dude, I think Quetz is a big idiot for thinking that the Earth is flat, dude. Like, what?
You don't like
Well,
Quetz.
your feigned vocal burn is worse
Yeah, we'll
than anything.
We'll let Quetz come in here. Quetz, if you're here.
Yeah, Quetz got called out.
Yeah, Quetz got called out.
By the Valley Girl. By the dumb Valley Girl.
I'll mute up. I'll let Quetz stand for his own self.
Okay, the only other person that called me a Valley Girl is Darth Dawkins. That's the only dude.
Well, Darth Dawkins
I think that's really interesting.
He hates flat earthers more than you do. You should be like,
And you're
love-
using the same term as him.
But it's the way you're talking.
It's because you turn off and on your vocal burn.
Gentlemen, let's let Quetz come in. He's just
Oh, yeah,
got
yeah.
here. Quetz, you've been called out by Luna.
Yeah, well, I didn't catch the beginning. What's going on?
Basically, you're an idiot for thinking that the Earth is flat.
All right, thank you for interrupting my meal. Very lovely.
You're welcome. I'm eating too, by the way. Like I can eat and talk.
Yeah,
It's
close your
not
mouth.
hard.
It's very rude.
Calzone.
Difficult behavior from these people. That's all it is.
Yeah, that was it.
Very
Nothing
typical.
else.
Nothing else.
Thing. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I had to say to him.
You lost your vocal burn.
The argument, the subject at hand, none of that. Yeah, just insults. That's all.
I was curious for those asking for a measurement, what your thoughts are on the Bedford level experiment.
We don't
Which I
care.
think is pretty famous.
It's
We
not an
don't care.
experiment. That's our take. It's not an experiment, and it's irrelevant.
Did the car mechanic give you that idea?
So, is it an experiment or a measurement? Because I think he was pretty clear about what he asked for.
I mean, the whole Bedford level experiment demonstration thing. What are you guys' thoughts? You think
We
it's
don't care
irrelevant?
about. Listen,
to
Nuck and Futz, I need you to check this out, man. When it comes to what I'm asking for and what you're not presenting, are you focused on that? What did I ask for specifically?
Well, it sounds like you're asking for me personally to go out and measure drop over distance.
No,
it's not what you're asking?
No.
Oh, okay. What are you asking then?
I'm looking for the method by which curvature was measured, either by you or by someone else.
Right, yeah. So the Bedford level experiment, the measurement taken there is described in detail.
No, it's a
You don't have
Bedford
that.
level experiment. I'm looking for a measurement. You know, measurement and experiment are two different words, right? Do you have the comprehension like problems? You not understand the words that I'm talking about right now? When I say measurement, it means something very different than experiment. You understand that, right? Or do you have problems with the words? Like English language, maybe.
No, Nuckin Futz thinks he's having success when he acts like a cube of jello being nailed to the wall.
Well,
All right,
I mean, obviously, in order
what
to
did I ask
perform an
for?
experiment, you're going to have to take measurements as part of the experiment, right?
No, you don't have
You don't
to
take
use
measurements during an experiment?
No, you don't have to use measurements in an experiment. An experiment can be void of measurements. Absolutely. So what I'm asking for, sir, is the word measurement. Has anybody measured? Shut up, Luna. Has anybody measured the surface of the Earth to be curving? Measured. Nothing?
Well, I'm trying to choose my words carefully here.
You don't have to choose them. You just have to listen to what I ask for and answer. Has anybody ever measured the surface to be curving? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, who?
Alfred Russel Wallace.
All right.
This guy is a bullshit artist.
Let's go. What did he do? What did he do?
Frantic Google search.
What did he do? Hello?
Yeah, I know. I don't have this memorized.
You're what?
I'm pulling up.
You're pulling up? No. You're not pulling up. You're not going to pull up on me. Bullshit. You're not going to read. You're not an Insta expert. You didn't just look something up. No.
I have to have all this memorized for you too.
No, you should have already understood the answer to the question. If you had it, you would have said, yes, I have it. No, I don't. Let me look for it. You didn't say that. You said, yes, I have it. Which is, it's right now, it seems like you don't. You're frantically looking for the answer online. Which is means that you didn't have it. What? I'm not very what? I'm pointing out what you're doing.
You're not a very genuine interlocutor here.
No, I am genuine.
Wow.
Listen, I'm genuine. You know how I'm genuine? I'm pointing out.
What's wrong with saying you don't know?
I'm pointing out what you're doing. Hold on. I'm pointing out what you're doing right now. Yeah, I'm pointing out what you're doing. What you're doing is disingenuous. You said you had the answer. Now you're looking for it, which means you didn't have the answer, and you should have told me, I don't have the answer. Let me look for it. You're the one being disingenuous, not me. I'm just pointing out that you're disingenuous. You should have already told me you didn't have the answer and then said, let me look for it. At least then I would have understood you didn't have it.
His rebuttal to that fact
you asked me
that you are being disingenuous.
You asked
That's crazy. That's crazy right now.
You asked me, has it been measured? I said yes. You said, who did it? I gave you a name. And then you said, okay, how did they do it? Well, I don't have all of that memorized, so I went to go look for the
how did
response
you say
to that.
Then why did you respond like you knew?
He didn't.
Why did you respond?
He answered your questions, dude.
Okay,
He said yes, and he lied.
Yeah, he said yes, and then he was proceeded to tell me how he didn't know.
Context
You
is what's
moron.
wrong with these guys.
Sit down. You're not his lawyer. Sit down.
It's just
So
wild,
as I'm
guys.
talking,
You
I don't give a
win,
shit how what you're.
and it's
Thank you
just
for
a
the color
wacky
commentary.
point.
We don't need to
Change
hear
the-
your
I don't
voice.
know why he can't shut up right now.
Shut up.
Yeah, Cope Harder, I less than threeses.
So going back to Nucking, so you see what happened? Now, by this little, this guy threw his body into the gears, you should have had enough time to pour yourself over with frantically to see what that guy did. You still have the answer now? Since you had enough time, meanwhile, I was dealing with your friend who threw his body into gears so that you can look for it?
Well, I'm currently driving home, so I only have one phone. It's kinda hard to-
you were incorrect. So then you were incorrect. You
Here
didn't
we
have the
go
answer.
again.
You didn't have the answer, just like I stated.
You asked me if it has been measured. I said yes. You asked who measured it. I gave you a name. Then you asked how was it done. Well, I'm going to have to go and research that more to give you an answer that you will consider satisfying.
Then why didn't you
and I
tell
can't
me
do
you
that while I'm
didn't?
driving.
Then why didn't you tell me you
hold
didn't
on.
have it? You should have said, I don't have it. I'll look for it later. And then I would have said, okay, we'll look for it later. We're here 24/7. That would have been better, right? Now you
ignoring
have
that
like this
very
egg on your face that you said a name and now you don't know what he did. Well, this
Hey,
guy, what did he do?
Nuckin
I
Fuck.
don't know.
Nuckin Futz.
Well,
You
can I
said you
just-
don't. Nuckin Futz. Nuckin Futz. You said you don't have all of the information. Do you have any?
Well, if you're
Do
willing
you have
to
anything?
go to if you're willing to go to a website yourself, you can just
No, you're a
look up the
goofball,
Bedford
dude.
He doesn't
level.
have anything.
You're a true goofball. Do you need help applying to clown college? Would you like me to help you
You can look
walk
up
you
the
through the
Bedford.
process?
He didn't have
You
anything.
can get the information you're seeking by looking up the Bedford
just mute up.
level
Listen
experiment.
to him appeal to the
Just mute up.
people that are equally as bullshit
It's simple.
filled as
Just
he is.
listen. Just mute up. Just mute up. Get to where you're going. Look up the information. Come back in here and let's see if you can test the claim that the Earth has been measured to have curvature. Because we ain't going anywhere. We're still gonna be here when you arrive at your location, and then you're gonna frantically look for the information. You're not gonna find what you're looking for. I guarantee it. But I want you to do that due diligence. At least pour yourself over the information that you think is there. But I guarantee you that name you just brought up is not going to give you the drop over distance. It just isn't.
So I can tell you what I will be reading when I get to my home.
I don't care.
Is the
I don't
is
care.
the Wikipedia
I don't care.
article?
I don't care. I don't care. Go home.
Well,
do
then
your
why
research.
are you asking?
Because when you go home, you'll do the research and then come back and tell me. Not now when you don't have anything. So silence yourself and get home, do the research, open the mic, and then say, this is what I have to present. Not now. You don't have shit right now, which I don't want to talk to you until you do. You need to have the information to substantiate the claim that the drop over distance measurement has been done. That's it. And then come back and be like all giddy about it, like you found something. Not now. You're on your way home. Go home, look it up, and then come back and say something.
And the information, it has to come from my voice. You can't read it yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Because you
Good to
have to
know.
articulate the point to substantiate the claim that there is drop over distance measured by whatever information you're going to present. It has to come from you because I'm going to hold you accountable for knowing this information, not the source. I want you to tell me how you know the Earth has been measured because we're going to hold you accountable for that.
Yes, there's the difference between spewing out a name or in understanding what you're talking about. You can just spew out nonsense all you like, but understanding what you're saying or understanding the question so you can put it back to them with a coherent answer or response, yeah, that's detrimental.
That's right. Any Joe Blow can tell us what's on the internet. Well, here's Wikipedia. We don't care. We need the information coming from you as if you understand what you're talking about. That's essential. Otherwise, you can think whatever you want.
Yeah, Nuck and Futz, you had I less than threesis cheerleading for you, and it turned out that you're just Googling as you go.
Just put down the smartphone and engage the brain. Not the Google, the noodle. Use the brain. Think this stuff through. The only thing I basically use Bedford for is that this came from Robotham. Samuel Robotham, a doctor.
Robotham, yeah. And we can't tell to Wikipedia, we can't correct Wikipedia because it's not a person. We can't tell Wikipedia, you're wrong. It's not even a measurement, it's just an observation or a test. And it's not a measurement for drop over distance. So we can't tell that to Wikipedia. So we are waiting for a human to just put forward the argument for a measurement for drop over distance, because we know that people just think there is a measurement for drop over distance. They don't know that there is none. But we want them to just find that by themselves. Like when
that's very well put,
what
Necros.
you will do.
Yeah, that's very well put. Thank you for that. That's exactly the point. And I think Flat Earth Ranger said the same. So everybody here understands what needs to be done. Now it's up to Nucking Futz if he's going to go through and actually do due diligence. Like I said, we await his return.
So yeah, I'm almost home. I had a question. So does this mean that all of you guys have also done this due diligence?
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Eat a sandwich. Get some food in you, and then come back when you're ready. Do a little bit of research. Take your time. Pour yourself over the information, because we got some questions for you, and you have to answer them. So take
Because
your
obviously,
time.
because obviously your question is 100% irrelevant. Whether we understand it, obviously we understand it. Obviously, we're
Yeah.
pointing out that you don't understand it, that you need to frantically Google search. Yeah.
So
100%.
I was just curious. Does this mean that you guys have done your own due?
We're not gonna talk to you until
Listen
you
to him
finish
repeat
your
God.
himself.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
These people can't listen. It's hard for them to listen. It's a shame.
Just go do what you gotta do and come back. Literally have to silence him in order for him just to go do what he needs to do. I don't know why. He's
They
an
don't.
adult.
They don't understand what is the point, which is in contention now. It's just belief. This is knowledge. So now you just proved that you are just holding belief. So you believe that there is someone who measured the earth. You never verified that thing. You never read how it was done, and if it is a measurement for drop of distance or not a measurement at all.
Mhm.
So that's the point. That's the thing. That's why why we are arguing with the globalists. So they are just holding. We are just trying to show them that they are holding beliefs, not knowledge. You could just stop instead of putting forward that information of there is someone who measured the drop of distance. Till the moment that you check the information that you will just throw to people.
I don't mind unmuting him. I'm just waiting for him to actually get home and do all that stuff. I want somebody's best effort. I hate this half-hearted attempt that people come in here and attempt to do something and useless.
No, they're
Computer
going to talk
says
about their feelings and how their feelings are hurt. Why we're so abrasive. No, you don't understand anything. We're pointing it out, but no. You guys are mean. Like, what's happening?
Yeah. Because they can't tell us
I
how
guess we're
real.
expected to do our.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
guess we're expected to do their due diligence and do their research for them. Is that the question that he was asking?
As we
I heard it.
simultaneously point out that we understand it, but they ignore it. It's funny.
Yeah, but they're quick to try to see if they can switch the burden of proof. This is the classic burden of proof reversal fallacy. They are quick for that. They understand they're not going to be able to say anything to solidify the point. So they're gonna see if they can change it to where they're grilling us. Well, what do you guys know? Tell me how you came up with it. And without giving any information that they've substantiated the claim, they're gonna ask us how we've done it. Nice work. That burden of proof reversal not gonna work in here.
the main thing is once we get there, once they're able to confess that they don't know the Earth is a globe, it's a belief system, then it's easy to talk about flat Earth. But the problem is if you try to go down any road with them, they'll just keep resetting back to factory default. They'll just jiggle it. As soon as you get anywhere near at something that they can say, hey, did you do your due diligence? Yes, here's X, Y, and Z. Anytime you get close, they'll just jiggle the power cord and reset.
And I also agree with what says who said just yet. They have that habit of being spoon fed every information. So now they have that habit. So for them, if they got a new information, you will just have to do all the research and just give them the last thing, the last information that you came with. Yeah, like in that movie, the Truman Show, where they said we discovered everything, so there is nothing to discover anymore.
Yeah, so what Crit said was essential for any kind of conversation in here. If you don't get them to realize that they don't have the information to substantiate the claim, they're gonna reset. They're gonna keep resetting, and they're gonna act like nothing happened. They're gonna demand evidence from you showing them that the Earth is flat, and they will never comprehend the reason why they believe that the Earth is a globe. So we need to break down those walls, right? In order to do that, we can't leave the point. We can't say, all right, let me just tell you how the Earth's flat. Now, you don't have to tell me how you know if the Earth is a globe. So that's why it's important. And he calls it abrasive. But it's really just him realizing he doesn't have an answer, and he doesn't want to confess that. That concession is ultimately important when you have a conversation with these guys. They need to realize they don't have an answer, but you got to get them there, and it's a struggle. I think that's the hardest part in this, this forum, is getting them to that single moment where they realize they do not have the answer to substantiate the claim. And when they go ahead and give you the concession, then you may proceed. Go ahead and tell them how the Earth's flat and stationary. But until then, they're not going to be. You can't just go right into it, because they're just going to hold you accountable when actually they're the ones that need to be held. It's fucking psychology, man.
100%.
Yeah, Nuckin Futz is dealing with a lot of pride.
Yeah, we had a guy in here last night that was saying that the reason why he can't let go of space because he identifies with all of that. Part of his identity. He actually said that.
I mean, at least he admitted it. I
that's
admire him.
honest.
He admitted it.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I was a lot of jingoism attached to just how prideful I was that, God bless America. America the powerful, America the beautiful. No nation's anywhere near capable of what America's capable of. And that's because of God. God has uniquely blessed America. And getting over that hurdle was hard because I had a whole system from top to bottom. You got your police cars driving around town, talking about, Bible passages, in God we trust, Matthew 3:4. Every time you go into a courtroom, there's the 10 Commandments there. Everywhere you look, just compounded by this idea that the American government is uniquely exceptional. Out of nowhere, in 1776, a new world order was formed through democracy, the separation from the king, from your human rights. And this granted, this development in human, societal evolution gave America superposition that cannot be questioned. And talking about the Earth being flat, that's a big question on American exceptionalism, because you have 50 years ago, they went to the moon, for fuck's sake.
Hey, you better watch how you're gonna get an amen from my less than 3.
Yeah,
he's all about it, bro.
Yeah,
I mean,
he loves the space program. I mean, he's really.
No, I don't. No, I don't. What the fuck? Not at
he's
all.
through and through. He's through and through a globalist, dude. So him, it's like essential that he hears one of his
This
champions
is
come in
bollocks.
here.
This is just not true.
Really?
Okay.
So you don't. So you don't think that the Earth is floating around in a solar system?
That's never really my position. My position
Well,
is just
I mean,
sort of
what?
correcting
You don't think that's true? So you deny
I
the fact
don't
that you're in a
care.
solar system? You deny it?
I don't care, but I think we
No,
are. But that's
I
not
mean,
my argument point.
You think we are?
Yes.
Okay, then what indication is there that we can go off of
I don't
that
care.
that information
I've
is
got
true?
enough evidence for me. That's
Because
all I care
no,
about.
no,
I don't
evidence
care.
for me. It's enough evidence for me. I have enough evidence for me, but you guys,
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys. That's called subjective. Your
Yeah, but you
interpretation about what
still
you
get
think
concepts
your
wrong.
worldview is, it's not objective.
I
It's
don't
not something we
care
all can
what
observe.
you
It's something
think
only you
about
can
my
interpret.
worldview.
He said
Really?
it. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's going to hold on to his belief with all of his feelings and imagination. He just said it. He doesn't care.
Yeah, you know what's strange is that then if you're trying to
There's
appeal
no
that you
context to that
you
at
put it in
all.
your name, you have a little cross on there, all of that is just aesthetics, dude. You don't really know who Jesus is if you believe he's the one that is a part of an ever expanding cosmos. That's a false
Oh yeah, how can you make that
Jesus.
claim? That's quite a claim. Go on, prove your claim.
Because the word doesn't describe that.
What
God
do
who
you
created
mean?
all
What
things, the God who created all things did not create a heliocentric,
it
ever
doesn't? It's
expanding
not a
universe.
scientific manual, dude. It's not a scientific manual.
What it is a truth manual. It shows us
Yes.
truth. Yes.
Yes.
So in the order of creation,
Did he create? Did he create? Okay, well, listen. Let's just put it in perspective here. You believe the sun is in the center of our solar system, and
Yes.
planets are revolving around. Yes, but then when you look at the order of creation, God created the Earth before He made the sun,
It's
moon,
analogy.
and stars.
It's
No,
analogy.
How
Well,
do you
he's
know
just
that?
talking through you and not even.
Yeah, yeah, he's not. He's because see, you know what he's not realizing is that this is damning evidence against his belief
not
that he
at all.
thinks that
It's
he lives in a
analogy.
solar
Right
system.
in the Bible that he believes.
He's
It
scared.
changes
That's why he's
nothing
talking
about
through.
my it changes nothing about my belief. Like you're just
Of
gaslighting
course
me.
it
scared,
does.
man.
Of course it
Straw
does.
manning
Because
me
listen,
and
if you
just
live
making shit
like
up.
as you're trying to see what I'm saying. Wait, just a second. What I'm saying is, I listen 3 Jesus. He's trying to put that he loves Jesus, right? And he has an avatar of a cross, but that's all.
Fuck you, Alpha. Fuck you.
That's all fakeness. You know why? Because he doesn't adhere to the scriptures as he should. Because the
You have
Bible
no
is a
idea what
flat
you're
Earth
talking
book.
about.
The Bible is a flat Earth book,
No,
and
it's
you
not.
deny that.
No, it's not.
I
The
love when
Bible,
the devil
Absolutely
the
is.
Bible
It's
is
100% a
navigation
flat Earth
towards
book.
God.
people
The
start
Bible is
downward
about God.
spiraling.
That's what the Bible is.
So
It's
you're
about God.
denying you're
It's nothing
denying
to do with
God's
the
word.
earth.
Yeah, look, I'm
That
just
is
gonna point out. I'm
nothing
gonna
to
point
do
it
with
out.
the earth. It
Yeah.
tells you in the book. It literally says
Oh
in the
yeah.
book not to concern yourself
Yeah,
with
listen.
You point out that
Job,
one verse, I
listen,
less than
Job.
3, and I'll point out 200. How about that?
Yeah, Job 38 and 14 exclaims it.
Job is
38 and
in
14.
peril. Job is
So
having a
we're
conversation with
Are
some
you
people about
listening? Do you
the
know what he's
plight
trying to
that
say
he's in.
already?
He's making analogies that have already been made. All he's doing is referencing.
One sec,
things that have been said. He's
That's
not
what I want to.
making
That's
any
what I want to
claims
point
about
out.
the earth.
That's what I want to focus on. What you're saying there, right? Particularly about the creation story. What is it analogous to?
It's analogous to God being all powerful.
That was it.
That simple. It's that. Yes, it's that simple. Yes.
Oh my God, this is beautiful. What
Yeah.
just happened? That was his
So
real
listen,
answer.
listen to his epistemology. Listen to his
What's wrong
epistemology
with
on
that?
what he thinks.
Where is that wrong? Where is that wrong?
Because you're denying
You
the
think
fact
God's
that
not
when
all
God's
powerful?
you're denying the fact that when God's word is speaking, you're not silent. You're adding extra things involved into
What
what
did
the
I just
narrative
add?
of the
I
Bible.
said God's all powerful. That's
Yeah.
it.
So did you understand that he created the solar system, or do you understand that he didn't
Of
create
course
the
he
solar
did.
system?
Of course, God created everything.
The solar system. I didn't
He
say
asked a
everything.
specific
No, 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 no,
Everything.
no, 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 no. I didn't say
Everything.
no.
Yes. The
No,
solar
I'm
system
talking.
is inside the set of everything. Yes.
Okay, so you think
Everything.
the solar system exists? That's a mythos
Yes.
that doesn't
Okay, fine.
exist.
Fine.
Have you demonstrated a solar system in any way?
I can see that the sun is really fucking powerful, and
He didn't answer
because
your
the sun
question
is
at
so
Yeah, he
all.
didn't.
He didn't
God
answer.
is
He's
even more
evading.
powerful than
He's
the sun.
evading.
He's not listening. He didn't answer your question at all. It was a
How do-
direct,
What's the question?
very
What's the
specific.
question? What's the question?
Yeah,
He's
slow
scared.
down a
That's why.
bit and listen. Not talk while he's talking. Then you
Oh,
can hear it.
just say the question.
Yeah, just stop talking and you can hear it.
All right. So, is there any way to demonstrate a solar system?
I don't care.
What?
The sun
That's the
is there.
that's the evidence.
There's
No,
the
no,
sun
no,
and the
no.
luminary
You're
is
gonna have
there,
to
and
stop.
it
You're
just
gonna have to
describes
stop.
it.
No, the sun and the luminaries aren't there, and it describes it. No. What is the evidence that you're in a solar system? What's the evidence? Yeah, yeah, that's noted. You don't have the answer to how you know you're in a solar system, which means you're following a false Jesus. Everything you're following is false. You're not in a solar system unless you can provide instead of until how you know that the Earth is in a solar system. Go ahead and let's hear your evidence one more time.
The tracking of the luminaries and the sun can make sense in a circle, frankly.
The what? The fracking? Is that what he said? Say that word again.
The track. If you stop fucking muting me.
Well, not really. So the tracking of the what? The planets?
The luminaries and the sun, yes. We can
Okay,
make
what do you-
circles.
They can
in the
make
center of the
circles.
sun.
When have you ever seen anything? Let's talk about that. When have you ever seen something make
goodness.
a circle? No, say my goodness,
what
this
do
is
you
you providing
mean?
evidence. What
What do
circle
you
are you
mean?
seeing? What circle are you seeing? Tell me about this circle.
If you track these things and
Yeah?
you sort of plot their paths, many people have done it, and it looks believable enough. All right.
Yeah, what looks believable, sir? I'm asking specifically, what are you seeing that's going in a circle? Talk to me.
The luminaries around the
Which
sun.
one? Which one specifically?
Mars.
Mars. So
can you make an observation of Mars going in a circle?
Well, apparently they're going.
No, not apparently. Have you ever witnessed Mars going in a circle?
I've witnessed it going across the sky.
Yeah, it's great. Now, you didn't answer my question. Have you witnessed Mars going in a circle?
I envisage that the circle.
No, I envisage. Have you witnessed Mars going in a circle?
No.
Thank you. So how can you now say that you're in a solar system where things go around in a circle if you just said you don't see it?
3 strikes. 3 strikes. It took you 3 times to answer truthfully that time. Let's see if it takes 3 strikes this time.
Interesting. So you don't know you're in a solar
Science,
system.
dude.
You just believe it.
Yeah, believes.
Sure.
Science did.
Sure.
Like in a religion.
Sure.
I
Like
literally
in
said
a
I don't
religion.
care. Good enough.
Yeah, science did. Like in a religion. Like I'm talking to a Muslim, so he's telling me
care
the
about
sheikh.
bloviating. It's
The
boring.
sheikh in the mosque told us that, so it must be true.
I'm triggering all these Globers that are coming in here. They're
That's
upset.
not how. That's not more.
Yeah, science isn't sentient. It can't do anything.
So he has a false system that he believes
Yeah.
in, and a
No,
false
I don't.
Jesus. Oh yeah.
No,
You
I
didn't
don't.
witness anything go in a circle as you so said because I asked him
Okay,
for a
okay,
solar system and you said
okay,
the evidence is Mars is going in a circle. I said, did you witness that? No. So how do you know then?
Okay, dude.
You're just
Oh my
making things up, aren't you? Just like your Jesus that you think that exist in an
No,
ever expanding cosmos.
I'm appealing to other things that seem
what?
believable enough.
Like what? Seem
Like-
believable? Well, that's suggestive. What seems believable to you? Seems believable. Seems like it's the truth.
Physics seems believable.
What
So
physics
someone
do
made
you,
an
okay,
analogy.
hold on.
Here we go. Here we go. Let me describe
What
this. And
physics
someone
do
made an
you
analogy
use?
to the Truman Show earlier. Someone made an
No,
analogy.
no analogies, just the physics.
What
I don't
physics
have
do
that.
you
I
do?
don't
Because we want the
have
physics.
it. I don't have it, and I don't care to
Yo,
recite it.
homeboy,
he doesn't
listen.
have it.
What
Oh my
physics do
lovely
you
goodness,
do
guys.
that you use curve and rotation?
Oh, I don't.
Why would
why
you
would you
jump
say
in the ring and not be prepared to fight?
Because what I've read about
Ouch.
physics,
What I've
what I've
read,
seen
they asked
described
you
about what
specifically.
I've watched
What did
about
you read about
physics.
physics? What did you read? Tell us
Oh
what you
my
read.
goodness. I don't know. Something as simple as like if you fire a tennis ball really fast, it rips itself apart. All right. And
Where's
the physics
curve?
that cause that
What's
affect
that got
many
to do
other
with the
things
price of?
exactly
What's
the
that got to
same
do with
way.
the
It's the
price of rice,
nature of
bro?
reality. It's
Oh,
the
this guy's a
nature of
joke.
reality. Well, the
What
price
is
of
that?
rice is
This
like
guy's a
human
joke.
construct.
Are you for real?
Thank you,
Where's
Quackle.
Where's
a
Thank
curve
tennis
and
you.
ball?
rotation in that?
Listen, a tennis ball that shoots out of something and then rips apart. Like
Yeah.
I'm saying, like old Haas says it. What's that got to do with the price of rice? What
No,
what
I
is
said
that?
the price of rice is a human construct. It's a completely different thing. It doesn't matter according to physics. The price of
Yeah.
rice has got nothing to do with
Like
physics.
space time?
Great.
Yeah, physics. So the tennis ball will rips apart, but the
Oh
Earth,
my.
which is moving in more than different movement, adding to more than 1.5 million
Yeah.
kilometers per hour. It
Yes.
doesn't.
It's
It
all
didn't
true.
shed
It's
that.
all true. And
So
there's
now you
different
don't.
physics apply
So
at
now you
different
don't believe
scales.
physics.
So the Earth is causing the effects that rip the tennis ball apart, but the Earth itself is
No
not
shit.
experiencing
Oh
those effects.
shit!
No, the medium. The
You
medium is
said
causing that.
you said you throw the tennis ball hard enough, so if it goes so fast, it will just
No human is
shred
throwing.
apart. And you said
No
the
human is
cause.
throwing.
You told us about the cause in your first sentence when you told us about when you throw. So it was the throw of that ball and the speed of the throw that shed apart that ball because of the friction against the air, not the earth. That was a lie.
What are you on about? I didn't say any of that.
No, you said that the earth is causing that the tennis ball to shred up.
The Earth is causing the effects that cause the tennis ball to rip itself apart.
No,
Oh my
the
God.
tennis
Or
ball would
a
sit
number of
still.
the
It wouldn't
effects. A
move.
number of the effects. It's
The Earth
causing
isn't causing.
the
The Earth
environment.
isn't causing anything, dude. What are you on about? How do you know the Earth is causing anything?
Okay, fine. I believe the Earth is causing
Thank
the
you.
effects. And
Now you're
there is a
being
model
honest.
that describes this very well.
So if I put a
All right.
ball, it won't. It will shred it up because of the earth.
Yeah, you know,
This
I'm
is
actually
getting
happy
way too
with what he
literal
said.
right now.
I don't know about you guys, because belief is acceptance without evidence. So, I mean, we're all Gucci over here. Yeah, continue. Believe on.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got bad news for you, Eyeless. I think you're a pagan, brother. I think that's what's going on here.
Don't care
I
what
think you worship the words of men, and you worship the creation, but not the creator.
I think you don't know what you're talking
That's
about right now.
interesting. That's freaking interesting.
But unfortunately, it's
I'll
a
tell you what, I
pagan
was atheist
belief
till I
that
was
they have.
28. All right. So if you want to push me away from Jesus, you go
It
fuck
ain't
yourself.
us. Sorry, you're not gonna put the blame
try
game.
again.
We ain't doing that. You ain't gonna blame us for your non-belief. You, sir, are believing in the wrong thing, which is another belief
No.
system.
Okay. Are you
Just like
claiming
atheism.
to you
Just like
claiming to know
atheism.
what exactly what God thinks right now? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I'm not talking about what he thinks. I'm talking about
Your
what he says.
interpretation is perfect. Yes.
No,
Is that what you're saying right now?
When you read, listen, when you read the word, nobody has to interpret what he's thinking because he clearly states what he's saying. What he's saying is what
There's
he's
zero
saying.
context. Is there zero context?
Yeah. So when he said he made the earth in all things in 6 days and
Are you
rested
a
on the seventh,
creationist then?
yeah, that's what his word
Don't
says.
believe the Bible.
All right,
then.
fine. This doesn't matter then.
So you don't believe the Bible then.
I believe.
Yeah, he doesn't
No,
believe
it's
the
not the
Bible.
Bible that I have to believe. It's God
Wait,
that I believe.
Do you
The
believe in the
Bible
Big Bang?
Yeah, I know
The
that.
Bible is a number of revelations towards God.
That's
All right?
great.
It's not the Bible I believe in. It's
So,
God.
do you believe in the Big Bang?
Yes.
Why? Doesn't mention in the Bible at all about that.
I don't care. It's
You don't care?
The Bible.
What kind of Christian are you, man? You're some kind of false Christian guy, man. Fuck off.
I don't care.
No,
That's what I said, Quetz. That's what I was saying. But I mean, I think says who even said something about
Yeah, you can even
paganism.
smell it from him, man. It's a fake Christian, following the wrong path, even.
Yeah.
Wow, this is evil.
So,
No. What you're doing is
John
evil, man.
Clemente was a
You can't put
yeah.
the blame game. You can't play the blame game and then start naming all the people that made you fall away. You are the only one in control of what you know. So you are the only one responsible for falling away or adhering to the words. So you are in control of that. You can't blame somebody else for that. Oh, I fell away because that guy acted differently. You fell away because you wanted
So that's
to.
not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. As usual, you've completely misinterpreted.
Well, we're not. Nobody's responsible for your belief in God. It's you.
Okay, I didn't really say that, but that's fine.
This guy is so funny.
Yeah, you're not going to blame somebody else for your following after God. That's a calling that happens upon every individual. It's not contingent upon what someone else does. Oh, that guy down the street, he messed up with his wife, so therefore I can't trust in God anymore.
That's not
You
what I
can't
said
blame
at all.
someone else. It's not about someone else. It's about
No,
you.
that's not what I said at all. What I was describing is that you're telling me that my faith is formed on something that's wrong.
That's
But
false.
what
Of
your
course.
opinion
We're
is about
pointing
it.
it out.
It is.
Your
No,
opinion,
no,
but
no,
your
no.
opinion about my
No,
faith
it's not my opinion.
changes nothing.
It's not my opinion.
It
It's a
clearly
fact.
is your opinion
It's a
because
fact.
I know what my
Let me
faith
point out the
is,
fact.
and I
No,
don't
it
care
doesn't
what
matter.
you think about it.
Your faith in something that's not true because I asked for the
Do not
evidence that
judge, or you
supports.
too will be judged. For
Yeah,
the same
good.
way you judge others,
Good.
you
That's
will
out
be
of
judged.
context.
Good.
Me, brother. I know.
So let's
Measure you
hold on.
use, you will be measured to you.
Yeah, good.
Why
So
do
let's
you
put that
look
in
at a speck
perspective.
of what sawdust in your?
Good.
Why do you look at a speck of sawdust in your brother's eye?
Good. Let's talk about that.
Are
because
using the
that's
Bible? You
important.
believe the Bible?
Yeah, let's talk about that because that's important. You're using a piece of scripture right now to solidify
Yes.
your point. You're solidifying the point that I can't judge anybody, and that's not what that scripture means. That scripture means that
And
if
that's
I'm
not what I'm
willing to
saying.
if I'm willing to engage in judging somebody, that person can go back and see what I said about the context and be able to judge me. Now, how can you judge me about anything that I told you of the
I
context
haven't
about
done that.
whether or
I
not
haven't done that.
I'm asking you though,
I haven't
because
done that, and I'm not doing that.
if you're gonna press me for saying something about cosmology in the context of what we've been talking about, what you said, you agree that the solar system exists. When I asked you for the existence of the solar system, you weren't able to
I told you I
provide
don't
evidence
care.
except
I
for.
said I don't care
No, let me
about
just
what
put.
your
Hold on,
opinion
just be
is.
quiet,
Solar
dude. Just
system
for a
is.
second. Just hold on.
But it's all irrelevant.
No,
This is
it's not.
bloviating.
This is
Nobody
relevant.
cares. This is
This is
irrelevant to
relevant
everything.
because you're
It
using a
changes
piece
nothing.
you're using a piece of scripture to charge me with not being able to judge you. That's not what the context of that scripture means. That means that if I'm willing to engage you in a conversation that has to do with something about cosmology that I'm talking to you about, and you believe it to be true, and then you can come back and say, well, then what do you think about the cosmology? And if I said I follow exactly what God's word says, nothing more, nothing less. I don't take apart what it says. I just take it for what it is. Then I'm not you can judge me for that. And whatever that I said can be weighed against whatever I understand the word to be. So whatever you said can be weighed against whatever the word is to be. So I'm judging you against that. So yeah, that scripture means that you can do that. Did he leave?
Yeah, he ran away.
Yeah, why do you run when you're being corrected? And that's important. So that scripture that you read meant he's running. He's not going to listen.
He just wants to blurt when other people are talking, and when he's on the hot seat, he wants to play victim.
Yeah, because he's using the scripture to actually tell me that he's going to be you're not going to be unmuted, that you're popping in and out. You're going to stay here. Okay. He's not going to stay here.
Hey, Miggy, the easy way to say that scripture is teaching that judgment is a double-edged sword and it cuts both ways. Be wary how you wield it. Yeah, be wary how you wield it. You judge me, I'm going to judge you.
He ignored it.
I know, bro, but I was talking. I'm going to judge you in the like manner that you judge me. And I know he ignored it and he took it out of context, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, so if we're talking about cosmology, and then he says, what about you, Alpha Veritas? What do you think about cosmology? And then I will tell him, it's exactly what God's word said. So I'm not going to interpret it in any way that man says, well, it's actually a heliocentric model because we're advanced in science, so we got to know that the Earth and everything in it is in a solar system. That's nowhere read in the Bible. So he can judge me by the word that I say for cosmology. Absolutely. I want him to. But he's not doing that. He's running away. So now that's a double-edged sword that both people can be judged, right? Why isn't he doing that to me? Why isn't he saying, like, okay, now that I know that I wasn't able to prove the solar system, now I'm going to ask you, what do you think the Earth is and all things in it? Then I would just defer to the Bible, right? In the context of what he can say. Now, if he judges me, he's going to look through the lens of what I said through the lens of the Bible.
What
That's
word
easy,
did he
right?
use, Alpha? What word did he use? Did he say it was a metaphor? What was the word he used? I forget.
What as to what he thinks about cosmology, the solar system, or
Yeah, he said it was his rebuttal was like it was
allegory.
Allegory. Yeah, I remember that.
Some biblical texts are allegorical.
Analogy.
Yeah.
So that,
right.
but Mickey's right on that.
He used the word analogy.
I mean, if he had a problem with it, he should have turned around and pointed that judgment right at Mickey. It's a two-way sword, man. When first I deceive you, I say it's okay for you to deceive me, and it's the same way with everything. Treat people the way you want to be treated. You're going to judge me? Okay, let me judge you with the same standard.
Exactly. And if you're found to be blameless about cosmology, then you have nothing to say about it because you're not inputting anything into it. You're not using man's words. You're using what it's said in the word. So the word is the standard by which you're going to be judged by. And that's the word he was judged by because he's talking about cosmology being a solar system. And nowhere in the word does it describe a solar system. So he was being used.
Yeah, that's where he messed up, bro.
Yeah.
If you draw both the cosmologies that you can find in Bible and also the Quran, you will end up with the same drawing. A flat plane with the firmament above, a solid barrier above us, and God is above that thing.
Spread out like a carpet, right? Or a tent for you to live under.
He said it was. He said it was irrelevant at that point.
I've studied both those Qurani.
It is irrelevant for them because they are like says or I don't know who said it. They are pagan. They are following pagan beliefs. So it's just about
sun
beliefs.
God. Yeah, solar system,
the sun
God. So it's all heliocentrism. This is like a deep esoteric belief. This isn't actually. It's a rebranding of something that was an old mystery school religion. So it's more akin to like Kabbalah. Yeah, it's pretty old. It's not something new.
Also, the names of the missions are the majority of the missions that they sent to the moon that are related to the moon. They named them with that the other name of that same god of the sun, which is Apollo. From the Roman belief or the Roman mythology. Yeah.
And I've got no problem with that. Just acknowledge it and don't impose it onto something else that is not saying that.
Well, it's the same problem with most Bible-believing Christians where they have been indoctrinated with the heliocentric model. And so instead of scrutinizing the words of men, they scrutinize the words of Scripture and adopt the words of men. And they just kind of compromise the whole time and are never able to really find the truth. It's kind of sad. It's fairly common.
Yeah, they bend God's word to fit their paradigm. Like God spoke the entire universe in a universe, spoke it into existence. Well, that must have been a Big Bang. Yeah. Well, I don't see where the Big Bang is implied, but he did say, "Let there be light."
They do the worst thing you can actually do, which is pervert creation and make it a new creation. Instead of accepting what is already written, they make up a fairy tale, just like they made up idols out of stone that don't breathe, don't move, don't do anything, and worship them, bow down to them.
When you deny the works of God.
And battle mode, if it's he say let there be light. I think if you think about the creation being manifestation of the word of God, it will be like that. He say the thing and the thing just start to exist.
To bring it
Yeah,
back
I think. I think the light is life. All living things have a light. They're electric in nature.
Yeah, to bring it back to context. To bring it back to context, the reason why I engaged him on that was because he was advocating for another person that was going to bring us that curvature measurement. Now he was putting his foot in every time we would talk to the other guy. So now I started to inquire about why he's so vocal today. So namely, also he's got his name that he loves Jesus, and he's got an avatar. And I'm like, so what Jesus do you think created the world around you? You think it's a solar system? So that's why I engaged him on that. It wasn't so much so to get into like scriptorial like references, but moreover to like reason why with him why he thinks God would have created the universe the way he did if there's no scriptorial reference for that. And so if even his observations don't line up with what he thinks man has told him. Now, he was saying that he sees Mars go in a circle, like the solar system depicts, like the model of the solar system. So, and I asked him, have you made an observation of Mars going in a circle? He said, and it took him a while, like 2 or 3 tries. And then afterwards, he's like, well, no. And I was like, well, there you have it. You haven't witnessed the thing that they're telling you is going on. So how do you know this idea of a solar system exists if you've never witnessed it?
What kind of sushi rolls should I get?
I have a question. In Bible, is there anything that says that humans are made from dirt?
Yeah, the dust of the earth.
Okay. And is there anything else that symbolizes that the demons or Satan or the deceiver is made from fire?
Yeah, we're just gonna like get into the more Bible stuff. So I'd say for now
let's
defer back to the
ash and fire. But yeah,
let's defer back to the the flat earth.
The flat earth.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's another thing. Because also in the Quran says the same thing. So in the heliocentric
jinn.
So in the heliocentric belief, what I understand that they just flipped the symbols of the humanity, which is the creation that were made to live in this plane, and the plane is bigger than the sun. So it is the base of the creation of this reality creation. And the demons are the symbol of the demons is fire, so it is the sun, and it's meant to be serving the earth and serving the humanity, but they changed it. They made it bigger, and they made the earth just revolving around it, like in that pilgrimage in the Muslim belief and those beliefs that they have to go around the centered point, which is, for example, Kaaba and those things. So they made the sun like that. So it's the symbol of Satan, which is in reality just small and illuminating and serving the earth and humanity. And they turned it to a bigger thing, and the earth made it small and insignificant compared to that thing. And because the earth is the symbol of the earth.
Let's not keep going down this path. I think we're going to start talking more religious information. Let's bring it back to flat earth. I mean, so far as we can tell right now, there isn't any Glober in here except for maybe ADHD Express. I don't know if you're believing that the Earth is a globe. I'll call a few people out. We have Narnia Rhetoric. Oh no, that's Sasha. Never mind. Sorry, Sasha. How about T? Got a little wolf avatar. Welcome to the chat. We got a big time Glober in here. His name is Jedi. I'm sure he'll chime in a moment.
Yeah. Spinning bows. Yep. Love that stuff.
He said, well, if we're inverting things and flipping them upside down, that was what he was on, right? It was twisted and made wicked. And I just want to say I agree with that, but I also agree with getting back on flat Earth.
Yeah, and the reason, and he's going off the chain on the text channel because he can't come in here.
Yeah,
he can't come in here and actually stand up for what he's talking about, and he takes things out of context. And he said this, but though one of the things I don't want to pull it away from what we're talking about with flat Earth, but he said, I used to be an atheist, but you guys are just making me turn back. You guys said something about you guys are going to make me turn back into an atheist, and I'm like, nah.
No, we can't do that.
Yeah, I told him, I was like, you can't
There's a
put
choice
that on
involved.
us. Not put that on us. You
And
can't
the choice
make us.
belongs to you.
Yep. And I told him that too. Like, you're the only one that can decide that. We're not gonna be. You can't blame somebody. Well, that guy did something, so I don't believe in God no more. No,
Yeah.
you don't- No.
It's like blaming the shotgun for your murder.
Yeah, so I guess we were talking to. He'll be back. Knucking Futz. If you guys ever talked to him, he was the guy who jumped out of an
So
airplane.
looking forward to him breaking down for us what Wallace did. I wanted to hear all that. Like
Robert.
'cause
Was it Robert Wallace?
Yeah.
Is that the name he?
Alfred Wallace.
Alfred Wallace.
Yeah, that's who. Because he challenged, right? That was his refutation to Robotham. Robotham did his 8 inches above the surface of the level, his telescope, watching a boat sail 6 miles away and it not disappearing from view. Right? And then Wallace came along and went, "Oh well, I'll do one too then, and shoot you down in flames." Like show it's a globe. And it was flawed. His test was flawed, right? So, because, and that's why I was hoping he'd get into it because I could point out the flaws in it. But anyway, it's all good.
I think he'll be back. I told him, man,
They always are.
Get something to eat, feel good, come in here, do your research, and then come back. We're not going
Miggy
anywhere.
said, "Get a full stomach because you're gonna need it."
Exactly, man. The other guy that was in here, who was on for hours, bro, like it was maybe the second day here, and he just didn't leave the chat. I'm like, man, go get it, because he started getting his feelings later in the day.
Twong?
Oh no, it was the other guy that was in here with him. Remember, it was yesterday actually. The other young guy. Oh, what was his name?
I know who you're talking about. I can't remember his name.
Gringer. Thank you.
Yeah, Gringer. He's the one that came back with your gravity stuff, and it was Cavendish, bro. And I just laughed. I was like, I didn't even want to touch it. I was like, well, Miggy will be back sooner or later. I'm sure he'll cover that with you.
Yeah, he was all in his feet. He was spiraling hard last night.
Dude with the Aristosthenes that wasn't Aristosthenes.
Yeah.
That was humorous.
He sounded like a young guy. He had his folks behind him when he was talking. You could hear them every now and again. They would say something like, "Are you still talking to those guys?" that was kind of funny.
His parents. Still talking to flat earthers? I'm trimming. I just needed something to listen to while I'm trimming. So somebody needs to get in the flat earth debate so I can listen.
Well, we're waiting for that guy to come back, Knucking Futz.
Like trimming hedges.
No, do you hear my edger? No.
Well, I don't know. You could be like doing it like, Karate
Trying to
Kid
groom
style
his-
or something.
I'm harvesting. I'm harvesting, bro. But they like to keep it, family friendly in here, and I don't have a problem with that. I too let my children listen sometimes. I mean, they're older, but
He's ready to talk now.
Oh, fantastic, Ray.
I know how you don't like truth. You keep dipping out of the conversation. I get
I
that.
love truth. I just don't like being spoken at and about
When
in
you're
the wrong
wrong.
way.
When you're
No,
wrong,
I
right?
wasn't. But I wasn't wrong. So
Don't tell me when I'm wrong. I just want to speak the things that I want to speak when I want to speak. Right? God forbid you're corrected on anything you think you believe.
That's not what was happening, though.
Yeah, it was.
where's your friend? Is this the guy that had a friend that was gonna prove something?
Yeah, he was the lawyer for
Where's your
nothing.
co-pilot, bro?
I don't see why you guys aren't letting him speak. I mean, he's barely said 2 sentences. Guy's been yammering for fucking 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Man says absolutely nothing, and this guy's advocating for him. Well, I just think if you allowed him to speak a little longer, maybe he'll make up some better
You
information.
just
Who knows?
talk for 5 minutes, like bigging yourself up, and it's just nonsense. And you've got them muted at the same time, and it's just boring. And I
Aw.
wanted to hear what they have to say.
Poor little Globers. Man, we're just
Oh my goodness.
Oh, do they have
assholes.
anything different to say than Google would tell us? Oh my God, we're missing out on so much fucking info from first grade till Google.
It's telling that you've got nothing better to do than to stay here and listen to it if that's the way you feel.
I mean, it is truly
Yeah.
fascinating the way you guys think. Sometimes it's hilarious.
Well, you haven't left either, though, bro. I should point that out. You're still here too.
I just described why.
Nothing better to do?
Yeah, at the minute
We're
I'm
in.
just playing a game while I chill and listen to you.
So what about flat Earth is too complex for you? A flat
It's
plane.
not complex at all. It's just you.
He thinks that he believes in a solar system that he can't describe as a solar system, right?
Because I don't
Less than
care
3?
to. Yeah, I don't care to.
I don't care to, man. That's why.
Oh,
Stop
not
talking to me.
cannot, but
I
will
don't
not.
care.
That's why it's got to be true, huh?
No, I don't care.
Yeah, tell everybody how you think that you live in a solar system, and then also tell them how you don't have any evidence for it. That's cool. I like that.
Thanks.
Well, at least he is truthful about one thing. He is truthfully stating that he doesn't care. Therefore, why entertaining furthermore?
That just means he's a flat earther.
I reckon he does care. That's why he's here.
What I care about is what's true.
What's true? What's
Yes.
true? Like, can you
Lots of things
demonstrate
are
your
true.
claim? Can you demonstrate your claim of the solar system?
No, because I don't care to.
Well, there you go.
And
Wow.
he already.
So you care about what's true, and you haven't bothered to validate whether or not what you believe is true or not.
It's more about when you just blatantly get something wrong and form a hypothesis.
Right, like the solar system.
Well, I'm not making any claim about it necessarily.
Oh,
just what I
really?
believe about it. I don't care whether you believe it as well. But when it's relevant, we might allude to it. But right now, it's not. I don't care.
Man, they never want
So
to
you
suffer
care
for
about
their
what's true.
beliefs.
I think you're just being
The
dishonest.
evidence of you caring about what was true. Go ahead, Nicholas.
I think that publicly it's good to always to announce and say how you don't care for something, and then you need to go to social media and to tell other people how you don't care for doesn't matter what do you don't care, but it's good to say other people.
So
Yeah,
you're
tell them
missing a
it's a
little bit
flat
about
earth
it.
and you don't care. You don't
Well,
care
it's
about the earth and it's flat. So tell them it's flat and they shouldn't care either because it's flat. If you don't care, don't say the other part. Say only flat because it doesn't matter, right? So just
You
use
know,
mine.
he's taking his mantra from Jimmy Crack Corn. I mean, that's really where he's getting it from,
Who?
right?
Who?
Jimmy Crack Corn.
Who's
Jimmy
that?
crack corn, and I don't care.
I don't care for Western movies.
Sincerely,
I don't care
sincerely,
for
I
Western
don't.
Can I say on one thing? I don't care for Western movies. Even I hate them. But every day I go to watch them.
Well, the only reason why he says that he doesn't care is he doesn't want to defend his, belief system because he's afraid of the punishment and the pain and sorrow that would be the consequence of you defending it, because then you would realize how foolish and stupid it actually is to put your faith and trust into man-made concepts.
Hey, if you don't care about football, why are you going every day to watch football?
I don't.
That's a good question. I wouldn't do that. I actually really do not care about football, in reality. But anyways, I think he's afraid of suffering.
Maybe because you want to go to say other people who watch the football to tell them that how you don't like to watch the football.
That is true. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
I would also join like communities of football.
Yeah, we get it, guys. So like the I Less Than 3 Jesus was actually trying to perform all the things he does not care about, which are the subject matter, everything concerning this forum, whether or not he thinks the Earth is a globe, whether or not he thinks that the Earth has any curvature on its surface or spinning or the vacuum of space. Well, any of those things he doesn't care about. But bring him some of the space mythos of how he can land on Mars and create a colony. Let's talk about that. Right? Anything other than the most important subject that we need to talk about. Right?
Admittedly, he said that the Earth for him is just a belief. The globe Earth is just a belief. So I don't know what he is trying to argue about. If it's just a belief, are you trying to push your belief?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
No,
Really?
but somebody was trying to rope me into making a claim. All I was trying to do, I think, at the time was just sort of correct some misinformation or a
What?
misunderstanding. I can't remember now because you guys just tried to change the topic over so many things.
I know
and
you were
rope
wrong
me
about
into
something.
proving
I just
something.
don't know what you were wrong about.
I just can't
Okay?
remember. It wasn't that
I know you're
important, I
wrong
guess.
though. I just don't know what you're wrong about.
It just wasn't
But I
that
know you're wrong.
important.
Golly.
You don't hear yourself when you say these things? I Less Than 3. I mean, at some point you should feel like, maybe I am incorrect. Because I'm saying things,
I
but I
am
don't have any
sometimes.
validation of what I say.
And I
Just
correct
saying.
myself when I'm wrong.
Bro, but I mean, you've been taking L's because you have this belief system. You
You
shouldn't.
think
You should.
that, but you don't
Well,
really know what
it's.
you're talking about, so your
I
opinion is
do.
wrong.
I do because I'm asking you for evidence, and you're coming up
I'm not
tits.
here for dubs or L's, man. I don't care about dubs or L's. I care what's true.
Well,
And if you think you've
if you
won,
think
then
that you're
you've just
speaking
deluded
truth,
yourself, and it
if you're
changes
thinking
nothing
that
for
you're
me.
speaking truth, I think then you should be concerned whether or not you're able to validate the information that you're
So
saying is
that's not
true.
exactly what truth is. That's not
Oh,
really
what's
what truth
truth? What
is.
is truth? What's truth then?
Truth,
Go ahead and tell
that's
me.
a good question, actually. That's how do we define truth?
I don't know. You think you have a beat on it?
He cares about the thing he can't define?
Yeah. What is truth?
Wow.
Go ahead, tell me.
I'm just
What?
looking up some thoughts that I've written down.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Take your time to look up the information you already thought you knew, and then come back and tell us that
It's
information because you thought
it's
you knew
just
what truth was.
no. I want to be precise about how I describe it is all because it is an all-encompassing term. Like so, we've got to be careful about these things. Otherwise, you get idiots that jump on and say, "Ah, you said this, and now I'm going to hold you to it, even though I know you don't actually believe this thing. You
Well,
just
wouldn't it be
misspoke, but
simple?
now I get to make fun of it."
Well, don't tell us what you don't believe. Why the fuck would you tell us something you don't believe and then tell us that's
So
fact?
It's
you don't
one word.
understand anything I just said.
It's
Then
one word. It's called truth.
yes, it's
And you
just
said
what
that
is
you care about. So
consistently. I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to try. I can't right now. It's not.
You
so
can't.
you
We all
care
know.
You
about
just
the
can't.
definition that you don't have in the top of
Oh
your
man!
from the
All
top of
right.
your
That's what
head.
it sounds. That's what it sounds
What
like.
is it?
What is it?
Yeah.
What are you asking us, dude? We're gonna be able to help you on that. It's your understanding.
I mean,
I want to Google
It's the
truth
thing
of
that
a
you hear
globe.
most about.
Globe truth. Where do you Google
Like
it at?
this,
it's not globe truth.
this is
What?
It's not got nothing
What
to
is it?
do with a particular thing. It's like it's all things.
Nothing to
What
do
is
with a
true and
particular
how
thing. It's
things.
all things. Does that even
Yes,
sentence make any?
exactly.
Really,
Well,
exactly. It's nothing to
exactly.
deal with anything, but it's to deal with everything.
Yes. Anything in
Well,
particular. Anything in particular. Is that a
isn't
difficult
all things
word
anything
to
in
put in
particular?
there?
That's more than
No,
philosophy.
well,
That's
it's
weird.
all things. In
Yeah.
particular, it's all things, but the things that are all things are nothing in particular. If you were describing all the things, so
Okay, so
yeah.
truth.
So you know everything, all the things.
No.
Hold on. Let's see if we can't derail. Truth. What is it?
Apparently, it's the quality or state of being true.
Now, that's circular, but how is something? What's the quality of it being true?
True in accordance with reality, I guess, or
Okay.
fact and reality.
Yeah. Keep going, because it sounds like you're really getting into it now. Do you agree
Oh,
with
but
all
I
that, by
mean,
the
that's
way?
enough.
Do you agree
That
with all of
sounds,
that?
it's all reasonably fair, yeah.
Okay. So what is truth to you? Because it sounds like a quality of reality. We can just
Mhm.
piece together with what you just said, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So is what you said a quality of reality that Mars, I think you said Mars, going around the sun?
From things I've seen, yes, it appears
Yeah,
entirely
things you've
possible.
seen. Things that you've seen. No. From looking at Mars. Is that a quality of reality that Mars is going around the sun? Not things you've seen from looking at Mars.
So
Go on.
because of my
What?
belief
Inability
confidence
to articulate?
I mean, my ability to articulate is not
Belief.
excellent. I'll give you that. Like, fine, you win on that. I'm not very articulate.
All right. So even
Yes,
taking your time, dude, you're still not going to come up with the fact that you witnessed Mars
So
going
it's
around the
about
sun.
yeah. So all I was about to do,
It's not a
as
quality of
far as I
reality.
believe,
It's not
as
true.
far as I believe, being on a globe,
No, we're
and
not
what I
talking
understand.
about belief.
I
We're talking
know,
to
dude. I know, but
lesson
this is
3.
all I have. I'm not
Focus.
trying to
I know
prove
we're
anything.
talking.
I'm
Then we're
telling
talking
you
about
what
truth.
I believe.
Truth.
All right, I don't.
Truth.
Yes,
Truth. Okay.
truth.
Is it true that Mars is going around the sun in the solar system? Is it
I
true?
believe so. Yes.
No. According to the quality of reality, do you witness Mars going around the sun? It's an
I believe so.
observation.
I
No, you
believe I
believe.
witnessed the consequence. I believe I witnessed the
No,
consequence of
consequence.
such.
No. No.
Yes.
It's not a
Where is that
consequence.
wrong?
You're not observing Mars go around the sun.
I don't. It's fine, but I believe that I'm seeing
Okay.
the consequence
So it's
of
not a
such.
quality of truth.
It is because
No, it's not. It's not a
what is
the
true
quality. What
enough.
qualifies? What? No, it's not. Not true enough. Enough is not true. So you need to either be true or not. It's binary. It's true or it's not true.
Although
So it's
that's
not true. It's not true. It's not a quality of reality that you see Mars go around the sun. It's not a quality of reality. You can't qualify it.
all right. So
Yeah.
if I
Yeah.
said a measurement,
No, we're
was
not going to
like,
go to another thing. We're going to stick to this one thing. You need to
I
realize it's not a
need to make an
quality.
analogy
No,
so
we're
that
not
we
going
can have
to.
an
You need to
understanding.
recognize it's not a
Being
quality
said.
of reality. I listen.
What do you mean it's not a quality of reality?
It's not a quality of. You didn't
What
qualify
is not a
Mars going around the
quality?
sun, did you?
Okay, so I've seen information that
What
people
Mars
have
go around the
put
sun?
together, of their
No. Did
observations
you see Mars
of
go around
Mars.
the sun?
I didn't. Okay,
Okay,
but what
then
I
how
have
is it a
seen,
quality of
I've already
reality?
said this like 5 times. Like, what do you
Which
mean
human can
quality?
you stand next to? When can I stand next to you and see Mars go around the sun? Which human can? So none?
0 people.
So what are you
It's not
talking
a
about?
It's not a quality of reality. Therefore, it's not truth. According to the definition you read that you agreed with,
What do you
you
mean
agreed
it's
with the
not a quality
definition
of
for truth.
reality?
Listen,
But
I
what do you
listened
mean
3.
it's not a quality of
You
reality?
agreed that the quality of reality would qualify something for it being true. That's what truth is, right?
I don't
Truth is
know
the
what you
quality
mean when you
of
say
reality.
quality of reality.
Something that qualifies,
Observable
yeah. When you
in
look
your
into,
reality.
you're asking me what is the quality of reality when you
No,
agreed
I'm
with.
not
Stop
asking you what it is.
talking.
I'm asking you what you mean by it. Because you're not
dude.
making sense right now. The way you
Shut up. You read the definition. You said, I agree with that. You agreed with the definition. You agreed with what you read. The quality of something being true. All right, go back to your definition, read it, agree with it, come back to this part of the conversation. Now we're going to address the quality of something being true in reality. It's an observation of you seeing something that's occurring, something that happens.
you're putting your own meaning into that.
Well,
So, for
do you think
example,
that when you
like
see something happen, it's reality? When you look at something upon the physical and natural world, right? Whatever it is, I see Mars. You look up at the sky, they're pointing at it, and you say, that's Mars over there. Okay. Do you see a quality of that thing going around the sun?
So I believe that the circle Mars is making
Why
is
is
far
belief
bigger
involved, sir?
than
We're not talking about belief.
all
There's
right.
no belief involved. No, zero belief. It's either it's observed or it's not. It's a quality of the reality that we
Okay,
all
what
exist in.
I observe is the consequence of something that would be going round in a circle
What does that
around
even mean? What
something
is a
as large as
consequence?
the Earth.
What's a consequence mean?
And what
What does
it
that
would
mean?
be.
If I had a t-shirt, all right, and I put it down somewhere, I put a dry t-shirt down somewhere, all right, and I come back and there's a wet patch on the t-shirt, like that's a consequence of something.
Yeah, but that's not witnessing
Cool
the thing
story.
that you think that needs to happen, which is something going around something else. We're talking about Mars going around the sun. You're evading, you're escaping, you're running away. You're not
No,
talking
I'm
about that you don't witness that.
trying to describe as best as I can, and
Yeah, but you don't have to. It's either you witness this truth, it's truth, right? When you see Mars going around the sun, it is true. If that happens, then it happens. If it doesn't happen, it's not true.
Then it's a story you're making up, right?
It's
You're just
not
making up.
true. I don't
you're
care
not.
what you infer.
You
Your
don't know
inference
what
is not
you're
going to
saying.
help. Inference is not going to help. Your consequences are not going to help. Nothing's going to help other than
I
you
don't
observing
care.
Mars
I
go
don't
around the
care.
sun.
This is
Bye bye.
He's going to look at Mars
Yeah.
right now.
Go around the sun. Yeah.
No, he's just looking at Mars. When you wish upon a star.
I'm telling you, his like reading of what he didn't even. He's like, I understand truth and I know truth, and then when he read it, he agrees with the terms that looking at something that qualifies something to be true would be the reason why he would say it's true. Well, he's never witnessed Mars go around the sun in a solar system, so he can't say that's true. Not true. So therefore, it invalidates what he said, what he thinks truth is in the form of thinking about a solar system and whatever model they show him, because he can never witness that Mars is going around the sun. So how is that true? Not.
Nuckin is back. If you guys want that information you requested.
Oh yeah, welcome back. Are you ready to substantiate the claim? Excellent. Now, what we're asking, let me just preface the conversation. We're asking Nucking Futz to give us a drop over distance measurement, which he's readily said that he would look for somebody. And go ahead with your. I'm gonna mute up. Just go ahead and do it presentation style. Do not ask any questions. What do you guys think? Do you agree with me? Just run through this like a presentation and show us the drop over distance measurement. That would be excellent. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I'll try to make this brief. In 1901, a man named Henry Ewell Oldham set up 3 poles in the Old Bedford River, which is a 6-mile stretch of flat water. The poles were each 6 feet high, and he spaced them equidistant apart 3 miles. So pole 1, pole 2 was 3 miles down the river, and then pole 3 was 3 miles down the river again. So the distance between the first and the third pole is 6 miles total. Each pole is 6 feet high above the water level. He then went to one of those outer poles and set up a theodolite on that pole and obtained a direct line of sight from the top of the leftmost pole to the top of the rightmost pole. Now, if Earth was flat, one would expect that the theodolite line of sight would go right across the top of the middle pole, which is also 6 feet high. However,
he was getting to the good part. He was getting to the good part.
No, actually, what he did was he did not follow what I asked him, and it's not about flat Earth. This is strictly about globe Earth and the evidence of the drop over distance. So anything that I told you that has to talk about flat Earth is irrelevant. We don't care about anything to do with flat Earth. This only has to deal with the verification of the Earth being a globe. So
Wait, if we verified that the Earth,
teach.
Sorry.
This has everything to do with him presenting, and I told him I wasn't going to interrupt him until he deviates from what he was asked about. So once again, erase your notes of anything flat Earth. The only thing I care about is globe Earth evidence. So please continue with globe Earth and nothing more.
But wait, if he
Go ahead.
demonstrates that the Earth is globe, that means it's not flat, right? So
Yeah, but we just want the evidence for what I asked for, simply, and nothing more. Go ahead.
okay, great. So, in order to establish a line of sight from the leftmost pole to the center pole, he had to raise the angle of the theodolite by 0.02 of a degree in order to establish that line of sight. And trigonometry, as long as that's accepted, tells us that that means that the perceived height of the center pole was 6 feet higher than the leftmost pole. And that is how he measured curvature.
Well, I'm convinced. I'm a globe earther now.
On flat water, you say?
A level river, the old Bedford River.
Smack yourself, Nuck and Futz.
All right, now some questions. It's time for questions. What's the observation height? What was it, guy standing above the water surface?
6 feet.
6 feet above the water. What is the distance to by which the curvature would be, or the consequent of Earth's curvature would be noticed?
Would be noticed, or
Yeah.
what
So
was done in the experiment?
the measurement for drop over distance. What does it conform to?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's Bob.
Thank you, Bob. So the idea that the Earth is of a specific geometric shape, size. So we're looking to validate whether or not this information lines up with the size of the Earth being what it is. So it isn't just any drop over distance. It's a drop over distance measurement that should verify the geometry of the Earth. So do you know how big the Earth is, Nucking Futz?
Not exactly, but I know that the curvature is roughly 6 feet for every 3 miles.
Yeah, but you said the water's flat.
The water is perceived level.
Perceived level.
No,
What is-
now, yeah.
No, but we gotta
now
ask
you're
him, though.
you're backtracking.
What's level, Nucking Futz? Just to be clear, what's level?
So in the experiment that was done, each pole was set 6 feet.
What a smarmy little shit.
What is level? I'm asking you a specific question. All you have to do is answer. What is level? Go ahead.
The same altitude.
The same altitude. Citation, please. Citation of what level is in the text chat. I don't want to hear what you think it is. I want to know what it is. Citation, please.
Well, I came to you with the information.
No, but now it's time for rigor, right? It's time for applying the method of how you think that you know you're right. So now we're going to scrutinize every little detail to know if you are correct or not. So it's up to us to actually investigate what you think is true and then either validate or invalidate by
What
way
authority?
of asking questions.
On what authority do you have?
Silence. All right, so if you're going to say that you know truth, I need you to go ahead and substantiate what level is. Go ahead, Nucking Futz. Citation of what level is, please.
So you asked me for when curvature was measured.
I need you to go ahead and provide a citation for what level means. The definition, sir.
I can.
This isn't where you put your tap shoes on, Nuckin' Futz.
Yeah, go ahead. Definition, please. What is level?
Want me to define it for you? I can do that.
No, we don't need anybody's help. It's just upon the gentleman. He's got this. Got this. Nucking Futz, what is the level?
So I did what I said I would do, and I'm done.
Nucking Futz, you're not done.
Oh.
And I told you we're gonna go through your information once you were done explaining, which is what we're doing. Do not be afraid of the method to scrutinize your method. Okay, do not be afraid of that. You should welcome all investigation. If you're speaking truth, there's nothing you need.
There really was no measurement.
All right. So what is
Right?
level?
There was no measurement here.
Wouldn't you judge the levelness of the lake by like literally every other lake?
Dude, teach. We don't need you in here, man. You're like a third wheel. I want him to answer for himself. Nucky, what is level?
I'm done here.
Thank you. Well, you didn't substantiate the claim, and I think if you're done here, that means that you're done being able to substantiate.
Oh, you know what that means? Put him on mute. Put him on mute.
Well, he's,
Yeah,
not
that's
on,
right.
he's not on the straight and level. That's what that means.
Yeah, it's easy, right? For someone who is ready to, and I told you, all you have to do is take your time, come prepared. You were going to be asked questions. You knew this, so you should have been more prepared. It's not upon me, it's upon you. You got to be able to substantiate the claim that you're making, and you weren't ready to do that. That's fine.
The only claim I made was that Earth's curvature.
I know it's a claim, but you weren't able to substantiate it. You weren't able to provide a definition for what level is. Maybe next time. All right, there's always next year. I don't know what you want to hear, but you don't have it now. Maybe do some more research. Come back. We're here 24/7. And then we'll welcome your next challenge. But at this attempt, it's an epic failure. Maybe next time.
Level is philosophy.
Well, I think the Earth is a globe now. So
Yeah, go ahead, teach.
Dude
Yeah,
went
now
to
you
equal planes of altitude for level, bro. I can't just slide past that.
Yeah, so
What if I just said, "Trust me, bro"? Would that change your
See,
thought?
that
Or
at
no?
least has a little bit of,
Weight to it. Yeah,
It's got effort.
gravity, if you will. All right.
Because I can trust you, but I can't trust some information he said that I have to when there's no information provided.
Alpha, I'm blushing right now. Please stop.
Didn't Wallace level his telescope?
Yeah. Anyway, I don't think he has it. That's the thing, though. When you shoot from the hip, or you think you have some information that's got the little bit of spicy gotcha to it, you come in here and you're so unprepared, and then when you're met with a question you can't answer, it's just like, well, I've done everything I could. No, you didn't. You barely scratched the surface.
He thinks that we don't know, Miggy, that Earth is curving under that polter train in Bedford Canal and in what is the third place? In Blackpool. That is the three places where Earth is curving: Blackpool, that Bedford Canal, and that bridge. There is no more examples. Only that three examples. That is three white swans.
All right, let me ask the room here. Does anybody else in here believe that the Earth is a globe? And can you substantiate that belief by saying, I know how they measure the curve of the Earth? If you are
Yes
brand new to
and
this,
yes and no.
put them on move.
Yes to your first question, no to the second.
That was yeah, but believing baltards are it's not the requirement here. It's having the information to substantiate whether or not the Earth is curving with a specific rate that it should be according to the geometry of the Earth being what it is. So,
Well, I'm SOL on that one.
well, we're looking for the next contestant. Come on down. I don't know if we have it. We got Groundless in here. Groundless, welcome to the chat.
Thanks for playing, but you're not smarter than a flat earther.
He's like, well, I just need to tell you about the Bedford level when I read from Wiki, and that's all she is. That's all they wrote. That's all she wrote.
Oh, that was his argument? Oh, God.
Bedford
Okay.
level. Yeah, and I asked for the measurement. He's like, well, I provided it for you. I'm like, dude, if
Yeah,
I
he
ask
found
you
it off
for
Reddit.
specifics,
Yeah.
and I have to for specifics, as in like, what does the term level mean? And he's like, well, I don't have. I've done all my could, so that's it. Really.
All right. That was easy.
Let me just read some Wiki. Old Haas, you're going through a dead zone, I think.
It's going through a globetard.
Miggy, I don't know how the hell you stay so calm with so many people interrupting you, bro. I can't do that no more. My hat is off to you, brother.
Yeah, I just well, with these guys, because I've heard of Nucking Futz before. We had an interaction with him saying that he did a skydive, and he put like a suit because they were doing some experimental jump with trying to get as many people as they could, to kind of interlock. And so he was saying when he jumped out of the plane, he saw Earth curve. So no, dude, you can open up.
Yeah,
your
he
mic and
tried
talk to
that
me.
on me at Geo's until I said, man, I was a Special Forces paratrooper, bro. I've never seen curve from any airborne vehicle I jumped from. Ever.
Well,
yeah.
And it goes back. It's interesting. Well, and by the way, this is still Alpha in relation to what you said. And I don't want to go down a philosophical rabbit hole that defeats the purpose of this room. But when you brought up the idea of skydiving, right, and saying, oh, okay, well, I skydove and did this experiment, and other people saw it too, so therefore it happened, right? It goes back to the conversation I had yesterday in another VC, which was really more politically based. And this gentleman was arguing about lies, right? And how a lie can be worse than the other. I said, well, isn't that up to individual interpretation? And he said, no. I said, well, why? And then he got all pissed off about it. I said, well, no. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, especially as we revert back to science, it ultimately comes down to the individual, right? Comes down to the individual. Even if you, me, Jedi, we all did an experiment, and we told on the other end, hey, we just did this experiment, what say you, right? You have to believe me. Well, that's just conformity at that point. It's just saying, okay, we'll just go with it because trust me, bro, I did it. That's Skydove. You didn't see it, but other people did. Right? So it's like,
What's interesting is that a lot of people don't know Brendan, and he's a meteorologist, and he does actually work with people in the field where they send a balloon up every morning, 7 a.m. I think you guys send a weather balloon up, Brendan, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't personally. That would be the National Weather Service does that, but I know people that do. Yeah.
So information like that, people I've heard it before. People in here would think that because of weather we can know the shape of the Earth. Now that's an argument I think just coming from their idea that because weather occurs is the reason why they think the Earth is a globe, or the physics work in a particular way because of it being a globe.
So yeah. So I'll and before I say this, this is not me making an argument nor a position, right? This is just trying to, I guess, derive what they're trying to say. So in meteorology, right? Let's take the concept of a hurricane. If we were to use a globetard, okay, and not even that, let's use a flat Earth model because we're already doing weather, right? So a hurricane, when it moves northward in latitude, it eventually curves off. Well, it does eventually veer off to the right because of westerlies, the prevailing westerlies in the northern hemisphere. But if you were to make a weather argument about the globetard, you would make it in a way that says, well, Coriolis force, quote unquote, increases with northerly latitude, so your storms, your hurricanes, actually grow bigger because of it, because of that factor, right? Now, of course, they weren't arguing that. I don't know to what position they were trying to say. I mean, I guess if I was playing devil's advocate, that would be my argument. But then, Alpha, what you would say to me on that would be, okay, so great, but how does that prove there's a globe, right? Because I'm ultimately using the Coriolis force, but it doesn't necessarily imply that we therefore have a globe Earth, right?
It's derivative to the fact that you think
It's derivative, right.
You're already
Right.
assuming that the Earth is a globe and it's in motion, which is spinning on its axis, which of course gives
Exactly.
you you're speaking like 2 degrees away from the premise, and I think that's giving you at least credence when somebody engages you to already like use that as a the ability to say, okay, let's just talk about Coriolis.
Well, Alpha,
What hap-
exactly. And here's and if I may, real quickly, but here's the other thing too, right? On top of that, you could also, like, if somebody came in here and made that exact argument that I did, I could counter that by saying, okay, that can happen in a flat Earth model too. And if they say no, I'll say why? Why not? Right? It could. If we want to just assume Coriolis force on a flat Earth model, you want to really go down that rabbit hole, not you, but them, you could. right? And they would have
you
no
could,
argument. with that.
you could argue the contributing factors for having weather from a standpoint of being a meteorologist too, like telling them like the
Sure.
reason why you have your education. Things are understood in your field to operate in a very specific way, like the way weather patterns happen. Like I don't know the intricate details that you do, but you could probably get more involved because you studied this, and you could tell
Sure.
them like it's got more to deal with the pressure and the temperature and the things that affect pressure, throughout the seasonal changes and
Yeah.
just different things, right? And then you could bring to mind that all of this is to deal with something separate from the idea that the Earth, is curving on its surface.
Well,
Like,
in Alpha, do you get kind of my premise though? I mean, aside from the weather's crap, right? At the end of the day, you can always counter my point by then throwing it back and
Yeah.
saying, well, can't that happen on a flat Earth? Because, like you and I are saying, I'm ultimately just deriving Coriolis force. I'm really not necessarily deriving a globe. I'm jumping to that conclusion based on a derivation.
which is why when we have conversations with like people in the fields that you and like other cosmology and such, when we talk to them, they're arguing from already a derivative position, so we can't get back to the premise because to them it's not needed. The idea that they just assume that it's already happening is good enough. So that's why it's like, I could agree that people in your field just think of it as a foregone conclusion. Like, why do I need to talk about if the Earth is a globe? It's already spinning. There's weather, and we're
Right.
seeing all these pressures in the upper atmosphere and such. And so, why do I need to think about it as a globe if it works just fine in my mind?
And so right? And this is something just again, basic conceptual weather. Just remember, if somebody throws the argument, I wish I was here. That would have been a good counter. But when somebody brings up the idea of pressure, right? A lot of our pressure and ultimately our wind is derived from thermal gradient, right? The difference, that thermal gradient between your cold and warm air mass. So again, we could even go down that rabbit hole, and you would still come to the same conclusion or question, which is okay. Well, how does
Now,
that
let me ask you a
therefore
question,
compute?
Brendan. Do you know
Yeah.
anything about electrical potential as you raise in altitude above the Earth's surface? I don't know if you have anything.
Electrical,
Yeah,
like
that
potential
there's
energy,
yeah
like
potential
energy.
energy. Because I was actually discussing with Jedi one day. We were just talking about the idea that there's a specific model that as you raise in elevation or altitude, depending on what
Mhm.
you're talking about, there's a lot more energy in the upper parts of our sky. So however you're parsing that out, whether
Sure.
to think in meters or feet, whatever it is, like
Yeah.
as you go up in elevation, there's going to be a change in the potential energy that's up in the
There you
sky.
go.
So
Yeah. So I know you're talking
it's a
about.
model. It's a model, is what I'm telling
Yeah.
you. It's like me and Jedi were talking about it, and this other guy came in here. He goes by MacGyver, his handle on here, but he's studied in what we've been saying, and he's like, it's just not true. That model has never been verified, and it kind of blew
Okay.
my mind because it blew my mind because I'm like, well, that's what we say. It's how we talk about it. Like this energy that exists, that's above us, that's uniform, that as you raise up in altitude, it's going to go from this particular, number, and it's going to jump to this next number. And it's like a layer cake, so have you
Okay.
heard of any model like that you
Well,
can?
yes. And by the way, the gentleman that came in there saying he's a scientist, bullshit. I'm going to tell you why. I know he's bullshitting. There is, in fact, a metric we measure. It's called CAPE. It's convective available potential energy. And it's exactly what you described. It's the amount of potential energy that exists for an air parcel as it rises to tap into. It's essentially potential, as we all know.
The voltage.
Basic concept. Well, hold on. So potential energy, we all know conceptually, we essentially are converting from potential to kinetic, right? Same thing applies in weather. You take an air parcel on a hot day, right? That parcel is going to want to rise. As it does so, there's this potential energy just above the surface as it's lifted aloft from the surface up to the tropopause that it can tap into. How CAPE is essentially calculated, Alpha, is it really is the temperature difference between that air parcel with respect to its environment as it's rising. So when you have really strong instability in the troposphere, it has a lot to do with the fact that the parcel temperature is very different than the environment, which causes that steepness, what we call lapse
Yeah.
rates. So change temperature
So
with height.
What
So you are correct.
Okay, so yes, so but this model that we've been gauging the information from, because it's would you say like it's a standard model? What you would consider a standard model?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
And
1000%.
it's applicable to different ranges of like elevation or altitude.
Yes, we measure it from 0 to 1 kilometers. We go all the way up to 12.
Interesting. And so, does that also have differing? Okay, is that expression meant to be the same as it would be always tomorrow, the next day, and so on, or does it change? Is what I'm asking.
Always
'cause, like,
changing. Yep.
so it's fluid. It's not something
Yep.
that's static. So we're saying
Correct.
that this. Okay, so it's not like, because the argument, I guess, lies within like the idea whether or not it's static or it's fluid. So the idea that it could be it could change, like within like a high variable. Like it's like one moment.
Highly,
It's like,
yeah, because really, I mean, in the simplest terms, Alpha, it's derived from diurnal heating, right? So in other words, daytime heating. So if we're talking, let's say, in the winter, right, in the northern hemisphere, the Cape is not going to be nearly as high as it would be in the summer in the Midwest. It's just not, because there's not enough heating throughout the day, and it also has to do with the angle of the sun. All that shit, right? But the point is, Cape is fluid. Yes, not static.
so what is the name of the model again, Brendan? Like, I don't know the names of these models.
So it's all caps CAPE, like Superman cape. CAPE. Convective, available, potential energy. Any one of you can type that in Google. It will come up with different models of it because it's projected out. It's not something that's, you can look back at previous forecasts, but there's
Is that
different.
how forecasts are made? Because that's interesting, dude. Like just weather
100%.
patterns.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. If we're trying to
You
forecast,
rely.
like, let's look. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm saying you rely on this information as a meteorologist to then be able to have like accurate forecasts of like with an extent of like a couple days to like within a week.
If I'm trying to forecast severe convective storms, so supercells, windstorms for your area, I want to know 4 things. We call it SLIM. That's the acronym. Wind shear, lift, instability, which is your CAPE, moisture. So CAPE is a huge component of that forecast. Yeah. And it is fluid.
Nice. Well, like I said, the argument lied within the realm of it being either static or fluid.
Was
So
he
it
arguing static?
Yeah, well, no. The guy who came in said it was fluid. Like he was correcting the idea that we thought it was. Me and Jedi thought it was
Oh.
static. So we were just like, well, they claim there's this, it depends where you look, right? But there's certain models that would declare that it's a specific, like these numeric values that are given to like as you increase in altitude, that it's going to be a specific range. Like, and it's like, well, I don't know. It doesn't seem right. Like every day that we have different like weather patterns, I think that would, vary
Pretty fluid.
drastically.
But
I don't
here's
know.
the
It's up
thing.
to you. But
Here's where you and Jedi are correct in that. I mean, you were technically incorrect on the weather part. However, where you are correct and where it is static, I would actually argue, if we're talking about the layers of our atmosphere, it's beyond the troposphere. The mesosphere, which by the way we can't actually measure. That was an argument I had with somebody here several days ago. Because somebody said we could and we couldn't. You literally can't actually. I can't. So context: when you launch a weather balloon, it is only taking into account tropospheric measurements. It doesn't just go up to the mesosphere, take a bunch of measurements. That whole block, that whole layer, if you will, hypothetically, we have no measurements. The only way that we can measure for that is derived from satellites, GOES-16. But it's not considered in situ. In situ meaning it's not derived. It is derived. That's how we get it. The other stuff like the troposphere, that is in situ, meaning we can observe that. But you can't in the mesosphere. We have no measurements at all. And this guy was like, oh, well, yeah. I'm like, no, you can't. Then do it. And you can't. You just can't.
So, and this is
So-
well known by people in meteorology, or is it something
yeah.
that you guys debate? Like, oh, we get our
Oh, it's not even a debate.
mesosphere. Like,
No, not at all. We that's a consensus. Yeah.
that's one for the books, man. Because people argue that you can know different pressures in the as you rise in altitude and you go to different layers. Of course, what is it? And I'm not sure.
That's the
Troposphere,
mesosphere. Nope.
thermosphere, right?
Thermosphere. So I believe mesosphere. I stand to be corrected, but mesosphere I think is the glaring one that you can't actually physically observe it. Thermosphere, I think you can. I don't have a reason why. Because really, I mean, if we think about it, you got the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, therm. And you're probably thinking, okay, well, if you can't measure the meso, how the hell can you measure the thermo? And there's a way they do it, and it's not derived. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Interesting.
It sounds really fucking bizarre. It
Yeah,
sounds
can you
weird.
can
But
you? I don't know by whatever you've studied though. Can you come back and just like hit us up with that? Because I would like to.
I sure can, because I don't have a good answer for you on that. But there's the mesosphere is a very difficult one to quantify.
Which you're saying there's no way to do it, right? Is that what you're saying?
Not without deriving it. I could derive it. We could do some good old mathematics. I could, but it's not. I can't physically observe it.
And there's no device that can actually go into that range of,
No.
altitude.
No. I mean, the highest I know that we go for weather observations, at least China does. China will go up to 60,000 feet. But remember, that's still within our troposphere for the most part. It's just right on the cusp.
Oh yeah,
But we
Jedi's
don't
in
go.
here.
I mean, oh, what's up, Jedi?
Yeah. Do you remember the conversation we had? And I think MacGyver came in on where we're talking about the electrical potential as you raise in altitude. Yeah, we had. I was saying the misconception of us having like this particular model, and I was telling Brendan about it, and because he's a meteorologist, so. And then MacGyver came in while we were talking, and then kind of was saying that it's more fluid than it is static to the idea of like what type of numeric values are given to like as you raise in specific, altitude above the surface. I don't know if you remember that. It's been a while ago.
Yeah, yeah, it was a while ago. I do vaguely remember it. Yeah.
And Alpha, just to clarify though, so I don't. I hope. I mean, and I hope we're talking about the same thing because you said electric potential. So are we quantifying that like in terms of joules? Are we talking like electricity or energy? Like,
I
what do you
think
mean?
he's talking about the voltage that was measured by Richard Feynman.
Okay, got it. Mm.
There's but I'm still interested in that. Maybe if we talk.
Yeah,
about
but okay.
too,
So
like,
here's
they're
the thing.
two different conversations that could be
They are.
probably thought of
Yeah.
as.
So the Cape part is fluid because that's talking in the realm of thermodynamics, right? So that would be fluid. But what you guys were actually talking about, I think that would be static. It wouldn't be fluid. Because that doesn't make sense.
That's what I'm at. That's what I was asking. That part right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. So in that case, you're right.
Because
You
we
would,
have
meter.
No, listen. Because we have thunderstorms that have this, kind of energy that can only exist in a specific region above us. Like there's a tolerance, if you will, I guess, of like where those thunderstorms can exist. Above us in altitude, like
Yeah,
they can't exist
yeah.
too high above that, like or below. Like, you get what I'm saying, Brendan? Like,
I do. And in that case, so that conversation is what I was talking about with CAPE, convective available potential energy. That is separate from what you were asking me. Now that I think of it, because you were talking about something that's more static. What you guys were talking about, you and Jedi, really doesn't have anything to do with thermodynamics. The CAPE conversation does. So in the case of what you were talking about, I now agree with you. I think that yes, that would be static. What I was talking about would 100% be fluid because that's highly derived from thermodynamics.
maybe he was because I guess we were talking about that, and then MacGyver came in and was saying that that's also incorrect to say that because of the fact that he's shown
he may
that-
have thought what I was thinking. Honestly, he may
Well,
have fucking yeah.
Maybe, and I think maybe there was a conflation at some point and confusion.
I got it. I can tell you what he was talking about.
Okay.
So
Go ahead,
he
Fletch.
was talking about because the claim out there is that there's an equipotential increase of voltage in the air, and we were talking to MacGyver about how you go about measuring voltage in the air, and the instrument that you use has to be grounded, and also as a consequence of the instrument that you use to
Yeah, that was a
measure it.
conversation. Sorry,
Yeah,
Fletch, that was it.
but the method that the instrument that you use has to be grounded, so it can't just be free floating in the air taking a reading. It has to be grounded first. So you can take multiple different measurements from any given distances and given other, like, you vary the distances, vary the altitude or elevation above the ground, but you'd have to rig the instrument to be able to go up in elevation by still having it grounded somewhere. So you get different readings. It's inconclusive, but the instrument itself has a curvature reading around it. So, like, the voltage will curve around the instrument. That means that your reading there is compromised. So, to extrapolate that the air does that is just a baseless assertion. So, there you
Yeah,
go.
that's what he said. Exactly that.
Yeah, I've got that argument down for the ether believers.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
So, Brendan, what do you think?
Yeah, well, from everything she just said, I would concur. I don't have any dispute on that. As a matter of fact, yeah, that's and I even assume that even without the explanation, which was very well detailed, it's still a static situation.
But you're adhering to this being static, even though there's no information to conclusively say it is. See, Brendan, that's the part where I'm saying maybe we could just rethink about how we go about thinking. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you on Kate, but I'm saying this information that she spoke of is exactly the conversation we had, and it made us stop and think, like, well, yeah, that's true. We're just really taking the information for granted. Like, I mean,
right?
Think about it. Like,
there's a lot of, and with that one, and like what you just said, I mean, I don't disagree with you at all. I think there's a lot of variability there, right? And a lot of points of contention with that experiment to even make a conclusion, right? So it's kind of
it's not really too contentious to say that people just believe the standard model, but like it is still put in, like, we can't just put a definitive, like, settled science stamp proof on it. Like, it's just not. You outlined it, so.
Yep. But yeah, I'll be sure to, at some point when I get around to it, I'll revisit the. As a matter of fact, well, since it's quiet here, let me actually look into that. Unless if a globe card comes in here and works.
Yeah, the best thing is that when we're equipped with the arguments to actually substantiate a claim, because it's one thing to say that it's true, but you work in this field, you're able to kind of detail whether or not you can interact with such devices and things that you can operate in a realm that some people believe it's already a foregone conclusion that you're taking measurements from. And so you've already, like, had arguments with people about having tested a device or something that can actually get a range from the mesosphere. So you've already said
okay. So here's I'll just read it. I can cite it if you want, but just take my word for it. So it says here that the mesosphere is this is from UCAR, by the way. This is actually a pretty reputable source. I use them quite a bit for weather content. The mesosphere is difficult to study, so less is known about the layer of the atmosphere than others. Weather balloons and other aircraft cannot fly high enough to reach the mesosphere, and also satellites that orbit above cannot directly measure the traits either. So I was incorrect on that part. There's just no very rare, very difficult to get a measurement in that layer. Thermosphere is measured from GOES 16 satellites, so it's really a derived. It's not an in situ. Troposphere is more of an in situ, and stratosphere, to where you can launch a balloon, you could or have an aircraft collect measurements, but you can't do it in the mesosphere. Pretty much can't.
Does everybody hear this? What he's saying, though, because, like, I don't know if a lot of FE people are here right now. Like, who's listening?
Yeah, Brendan, I'm
listening.
gonna debate that, actually.
Sure.
I got one thing for you. You said, "Oh, go ahead." I think someone.
No, I'm done. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Sure.
So earlier
I
you're talking
heard
about.
this.
Oh, go ahead.
If you want to talk, go ahead.
Yeah. So earlier you're talking about this weather system that tracks packets of through a dynamic system. Do these packets ever just dissipate and you lose track of them and pick up something new?
Oh, you mean like the weather balloons, like the radiosondes?
Yeah.
So typically, if it's a good day, you can recover them. So they will, and you know what? There are demonstrations of this on YouTube, but many times than not, they do not land back in the same spot. They're either, maybe 50 miles away in somebody's backyard, or they're just lost. So what happens though with those radiosondes? They will be launched, tied to a balloon, and they're going to collect your temperature, your dew point, your pressure change with height, other variables as well, such as CAPE and shear. And then that, as it's being lifted, as it's being released and lifted with height, those measurements are being essentially sent back to a computer. And then it's being transcribed out on what's called a SCU-T, which is basically just a chart. So I don't know. It's a great question. You'd be surprised. There's been quite a few times where they do recover them and they use the same one, but it doesn't always work out. not as much as you would think. So
I think the Mark G wanted to kind of debate you on a
yeah, go ahead.
specific thing you
Sure,
brought up.
sure.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
Mark, if you're there.
Oh, we're gonna have some hot Glober on Glober action.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, let's go for it.
I don't think it's Brendan a Glober. I thought he was a flat Earth
No,
guy.
dude, he's a Glober,
I'm
man.
technically, well, yeah, he's Alpha's trying to convince me. He's doing a tremendous job. He'll get me there one day. But
Okay, so we talked about this, I don't know, last week or whatever.
Okay.
And you claimed that there was no in situ or in at the place measurement of these upper layers of the atmosphere above the stratosphere.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Right. So actually not quite true, right?
Okay.
So while today there's no current effort to study it directly, it's mostly from satellites above or weather balloons below, right? The initial effort in the space program launched rockets that was specifically meant to, because they couldn't do this, they didn't have the satellites to do it, to actually measure these layers of the atmosphere. So they had specific missions in the 60s to do this. So that's where the initial measurements and data came from. There you go.
So if you heard my point before, I even had mentioned about 10 minutes ago that the thermosphere, much of it is derived from GOES 16, which is a satellite, right? In terms of all the different products, we use infrared, for example, to derive our temperature. We actually will use infrared even in the troposphere to look at cloud tops. It actually tells us how deep the convection is based on the cloud top temperature, along with various other products, right? So my argument had nothing to do with these satellites don't do what they're intended to do. My point I was trying to make is deriving the difference between in situ versus derived. In situ examples would be things like a radiosonde, right? Or things like a weather station that's in place, right?
Yes.
Satellites, yes, they are observing different products, but the GOES 16 is technically not in situ by technicality because it is using infrared satellite products to derive weather on the ground. Does that make sense? So it's not, it's an observational tool, but it's not technically in situ by definition. That was my whole point.
No, that's fine. But I'm saying there actually was, you've heard to pronounce it C2, but in situ, whatever I want to pronounce it.
Sure.
The actual measurements in the actual layers first hand or whatever you want to call it, at the actual spot of the data back in the 60s. Because they didn't have the satellites above to measure it or any other method of deriving the data. They had to measure it directly.
Sure. And that's in situ. Well, I don't think we disagree on that. I think, I think, believe it or not, we're agreeing on this. You think I'm going to disagree?
No, that's fine. But you'd made the claim. Maybe I didn't understand your claim. But you had said, "Hey, this has never been measured, or we don't measure it."
I was referring to the mesosphere. The mesosphere, we have a lot of difficulty to near impossible to measure, because how we measure things in the troposphere and the stratosphere is both through radiosonde observations as well as aircraft or reconnaissance. If we're talking about the thermosphere, which is essentially the last rung before the ionosphere, that is derived from our GOES 16 and our other satellite products. However, the mesosphere, what is well known in meteorology, is that the mesosphere is quite challenging to measure because it's not like you can launch a weather balloon. You cannot get to flight level in the mesosphere, right, and take accurate measurements unless if you launch a rocket. But at that point, you're moving so fast that you're not going to take accurate measurements, right? And not only that, but satellites have a difficult time penetrating that, clearly, right? So that's all I was trying to say. It wasn't the other layers. It was specifically talking about the mesosphere. And no, you really cannot get accurate measurements in the mesosphere.
Well, but they did do rocket measurements in the 60s of the mesosphere specifically, right?
Are you talking about like the NASA launches, like those first initial ones with the manned the manned rockets?
No, between 1960 and 1965,
sure.
right?
And again, sure, yes. So you can, if we were to, you and I sit on a rocket and we're punching through every layer of our atmosphere, sure, you could hypothetically get measurements of your temperature in the mesosphere. However, my friend Alpha here, if I came back to him and said, hey, I was just in this space rocket, I saw the globe tard, but before I did, I took measurements of temperature in the mesosphere, he's going to want to know, okay, at what time and what was the temperature and how fast were you moving? And I'm going to tell him I was moving fast as fuck, and these measurements are kind of wacky. And immediately he's going to throw it in the trash, smile, and say, have a nice day. And that's it. End of conversation.
I
Right?
don't know if you can explain it. How are you going to take it from a rocket? Well, the rocket's heating up due to thrust and
well, and you're moving really fucking fast.
Air resistance. Well, listen, before you escape the atmosphere, you're heating up from resistance of the atmosphere, air resistance. So you're heating up. There's panels for that. So you want to get a measurement of the overall temperature of this area, but the thing you're in is increasing in temperature as you rise.
Yeah, the conversation has to be a logically consistent one, and the way he was describing how measurements are taken from the troposphere, I think that's valid. I don't think anybody disputes that. I think we all agree. We're in agreement with that. And everything he's saying, lines up with how we understand. But when we talk about the mesosphere, and I think there was a little pushback by Mark G saying that it has been done, but you're not going to get to the level where you're going to have these readings where things are measured and you have a little bit more to work with than you do when you're dealing with something where it's really, like he said, it's really difficult to near impossible. You get? Did you guys get what's going on, or?
But that's why like while he's saying no, we've done it though because they told us they did it and that's what we know. Like that's going back to like, okay, now you're just believing the story and you're here push, you're like a pill pusher.
It's pushing back, but at the same time, Brendan he's in a field that deals with certain topics like these every day, or at least working with them, and he could know the information if he wanted to and probably investigate a little more. But that's what I'm saying. Wouldn't he have already came to that understanding and be like, we do measure in the mesosphere. Like,
not necessarily. Look, the techniques they used back in the 60s were something we don't do anymore, right? So, Brendan, are you familiar with the...
Whoa. Hold on, Mark.
Sorry.
Mark. You're saying that they're doing something better in the 60s than we have now? I think you're advocating for a better position to have technologically a better advantage in the 60s than we do today. I disagree with that. I mean, everybody
Hold on. Look, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that Brendan sees what we do today and knows the limitations of it. He assumes we've got rocket launches, and all he's doing is saying, okay, if I apply what I know about rockets and I know how we could measure it with rockets, from what he knows, it would be difficult, and it is, right? If you just accept those two things. But what they did was they used a thing we don't do anymore because it's not as accurate, but it was more accurate than just rockets for the time, right? They basically sent explosions in the atmosphere and analyzed the transmission of the sound waves to determine wind speed and temperature and different things. And I posted something about it. I can post more information about how they derived the measurements, but they launched them in
talk about
the mesosphere and then set up. Hold on, they set up both ground stations, but also high atmosphere balloons in the on the edge of the stratosphere to detect the sound waves, right? To determine things.
Yeah, like I said, like I said though, Mark, you're just going back to the story, like them telling you this is what we did and how we did it, and then you have a gentleman here like in today's world is like logical about it. Is like, no, you can't really do that up there at all. But I guess you're just not getting it, Mark. Like, and I wasn't earlier, Alpha, when I was talking, I wasn't talking about Brendan. Clearly, Brendan, like, he has a brain and can think logically. I'm talking about anybody that's going to be like, no, but back here in the 60s, we were doing it, and we did this and this and that and that. Like, that's, again, that's the story, what they told you they did to get these measurements.
Apocryphon, did you grow up with your mom and dad?
All right,
Yes,
we're not
why?
gonna do that. Yeah, no, we're not gonna do that.
Do you know that they were actually your parents?
Mark G.
Or is that just a story?
You were supposed to say no. I
It's a
grew up
story
with
they
your
told you.
mom and dad.
I grew up with your mom and your dad
let's
watched.
just
No,
Believe that they're your parents.
Yeah, let's just stick
No,
with
you
whatever
I said
information-
hi.
Yeah, let's
Because
just
you're
stick with-
pretending
Mark.
things don't exist that exist.
No, that's not what he's. Listen. So we're right now technologically more advanced. You do
He's saying
agree,
you
right?
don't verify
So whatever,
the story.
what, Mark? So whatever information you got from the past of how they did something, it has to agree with something sound that can be done today, or at least replicate it. Do you think if you approach Brendan with the idea that let's go ahead and do some, I guess, rocket explosions at certain levels like the mesosphere, and then try to get information from that, as in like measurements? But is that something viable, as in something you could depend on? Because the thing that he's talking about are applications that he depends on within the framework of meteorology. Now, what you're saying is something like it's like a one-off. It's like something they've done, and they came down with some readings. Whether or not the application was, evidentially something that was viable for a specific measurement in the mesosphere is something you don't know. Okay, you're just using an idea that you think they could have got accurate measurements, but there's not. Wasn't viable. If it was it was something that they could be using today, they would already still be using this way to gain the measurements from that. But because Brendan's coming back with this information in the field, saying that it's not damn near impossible, then how is it possible that you're coming up and saying, no, you're wrong? This is something that can be done. You just don't want to look at this information. Like, I get that you have a position for the Earth being a globe, but I think in the case for technology and its advancements, I think we have to disagree on that. You think that something in the 60s is better than what we have today. Like, there's just no way.
Okay.
Man. Like, you can't.
All
There's
right,
not a
Alpha,
position that you
Alpha,
can
I
have
get it.
that's going to make that better.
All right. Are you done? Because you've said a lot of things and they're all wrong. Okay, so let me correct you here.
We don't have technology that's advanced today versus
Let
60s.
him go. Let's hear this. No, let's hear this. This is good.
Number one, the stuff we have today is clearly better, right? The argument was there an in situ measurement, or in situ, how he's pronouncing it, in situ measurement? And I said, yes, there was, right? As a matter of fact, there was 56 of them done between 1960 and 1965. You can look at the links I posted, right? The reason we don't do them today is because they are not easy to do, because they require a lot of coordination, right? But they had no alternative. They didn't have satellites providing real-time, easy to produce frequent data. This was 56 individual rocket launches. That's a lot of money, right? So yes, they could do it. It was probably less accurate than we have today, and it was a hell of a lot more pain in the ass than we have today, right? But they did do it back in the 60s, and it was a true in situ measurement. Now, if the data we have today contradicted that data, right, we'd know those were inaccurate. But they generally don't contradict the data. They're probably more accurate, but they don't in general contradict what we found in the 60s.
Okay,
There you go.
So right. Okay, so here's the thing, right? And I feel like I'm repeating myself. As I said in the very beginning, before you even jumped in, we have the best technology today to where we can do a lot more in terms of measuring our atmosphere than we could 40, 50 years ago. I think you and I agree on that. However, even with the advancements of technology, tell me why we cannot measure 100% of the time, like other layers of the atmosphere, conditions in the mesosphere. Go. Why not?
Because it's expensive. We have to launch a rocket every time we want to do it and coordinate with.
So I have to launch a rocket to observe. Okay, so even if we did launch a rocket, all right, like NASA used to do back in the good old days, all right, as we've talked about, wouldn't you agree? What speed are we moving at?
Did you look at the measurements?
When I'm in the mesosphere, when I enter the mesosphere for that brief period of time,
did you look at the way they conduct the measurements? Your argument's a non sequitur. It's a moot point. It doesn't apply. Did you look at how they conduct the measurements?
Yes, I did. And it still goes back to how fast they are moving when
No,
those
it
measurements
doesn't.
are being
How
taken.
does
What are their conditions?
how does
Why
it
not?
how does an explosion depend on how fast the delivery system is taking?
I'm the one begging the question to you. How exactly are you even concluding that those measurements are let alone accurate?
Okay, so are you debating that the technique they used is inaccurate?
Based upon the speed of which the rocket is moving, yes, it's inadequate. That's a non sequitur.
Yeah.
No, they're not. The rocket is not taking the measurements. You understand this,
Okay,
right?
then what is? Please educate me.
Oh,
What
you
is?
said you said you understood the
Then
way they
educate
measured it.
me.
And I said
If I didn't read it, educate me. How are they taking the measurement?
they use explosions basically in the mesosphere, right? And they monitored the
Explosions?
propagation of those explosions. Yes, you can read about the technique. I'm new. I haven't really understood how they analyze the data, but I'm telling you the way they did it. Right? They use explosions in the mesosphere and high altitude balloons to measure the propagation of the sound waves from the explosion. Right?
How do balloons
That's
get up
how
to
they
the
did it.
mesosphere? Do you know how high that is? Did you realize how high that is?
The balloons that they measured were the height of the stratosphere. They did not go to the mesosphere. They went as high as they can get to measure the propagation of sound waves.
Bingo.
What do you mean, bingo?
Okay, so in other words, okay, those explosions, those sound waves, are we deriving things like temperature from those sound waves?
They may have been. I don't know. They are deriving
He
temperature from the
doesn't
sound
know.
waves. Yep.
That's admittance.
Okay.
Sorry, you just admitted
no,
it.
they're deriving.
So
they're
you would
deriving,
agree with
no, they
me.
did.
Go
You
ahead.
admitted it.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
They derived temperature, pressure, and wind direction from those sound waves, as far as I can tell.
That's. I don't think so. There's. Yeah.
Some results stand over the top.
Read the links I sent in the side chat if you want. If you disagree with them, if you don't think the reputable
Okay,
sources,
okay, I will read this portion of the abstract. Okay, so we are measuring from these explosions, quote unquote, pressure, density, temperature, and wind measurements in the upper stratosphere and partially in the mesosphere. However, seasonal and latitudinal variations in the structure and circulation of this region of the atmosphere were derived from the results. They are not observed, they are derived. That is not in situ, that is a derived thing. You understand? So that was originally my argument, was that we were talking about in situ observations. We cannot, with the technology that exists today or with this experiment, actually observe that condition. We have to derive it. Wouldn't you agree?
How do you? Excuse me. How do you derive?
Is it yes or no? Would you agree it's derived?
No, because I'm gonna argue. I'm gonna say what. How do you
You're
determine wind speed?
contradicting your research.
No,
That's
I'm
okay.
not.
Go ahead.
You're misconstruing the word derived. How do you derive wind
Maybe
speed?
you are, because you just
How
said
do you
no, it's
measure wind
not
speed?
derived, even though that's exactly what it says.
No. How do you measure wind speed, Brendan?
Well, if I'm on the ground level, I just take a weather station. I can take just a typical wind station, really, and measure the wind. I can measure wind, temperature.
How does a wind station measure wind?
By the spinning motion that it makes when the wind passes by, and then
You're deriving the wind speed from a spinning of another device.
that is observed. I'm not creating wind. You understand?
We're not
I'm
creating any.
manipulating. Yes.
No, this is not
No, I
manipulating
am
wind either.
observing. You see the difference? So I think we have a difference of opinion on derived, right? When I say derived, we're talking about the difference between derived and in situ. I understand your argument. You're trying to make the argument that, yes, you have to, quote unquote, derive the magnitude of the wind based on what's passing through your stationary weather station, right, at a particular point on the ground. My argument is about your research that you posted. In the context of derived, I have to manipulate, or in this case, do this experiment in order to derive these observations because I can't observe them in situ. Do you see what I'm saying?
Where is the explosion? Where is the explosion happening?
The explosion itself, if I read correctly, was in the upper stratosphere, mesosphere.
Yes, it was at least in the range of the mesosphere, right?
In the range,
So
right?
in the I have to look at the exact heights because I have to study the individual missions to see where they go.
Okay.
Right. Let's say it's at least in the range of the mesosphere. Right. Right. So you're doing something in the mesosphere and then measuring the result from the mesosphere.
By this research, you're doing it technically in the upper atmosphere on the threshold of the mesosphere. You are not fully in the mesosphere.
Well,
You are doing an experiment. Yes, that's what your research says. Right?
I'm gonna have to. That's this abstract. I'm gonna look at the height of these missions and see how high they
Go
actually
for it.
went. Right.
That's fine. You can.
Okay.
Either way,
But
as you're
the
reading through
explosions
that,
happening in the mesosphere, or at least would affect the mesosphere and pass through the mesosphere.
okay.
Right.
While you read through that, all right, I really want to, let's just think without getting too granular. Let's simplify this, right? You talked about the example, actually, I brought up the example of observing wind at the ground using a weather station, okay? Do I need to manipulate my environment to get that measurement, or does the measurement just get calculated from what we observe?
You put a device, and the device measures the wind.
Correct. Do I have to manipulate the wind to
Device
get the
measures-
wind measurement?
That's right. You're not manipulating the atmosphere to get the atmosphere measurement. You're sending sound through it.
In order to get what? Right?
No
I have to
manipulation of the.
You're telling
There's no
me as a
manipulation of the
meteorologist, I have to use sound waves to measure pressure, density, and temperature. Why is that? Maybe because I can't physically observe the conditions above the upper stratosphere, right? So I have to manipulate and derive those conditions, which is exactly what this research is saying. Wouldn't you agree?
You're not manipulating any of those variables. You're not manipulating pressure,
I'm
temperature,
not by
or
creating
wind
sound
direction.
waves. I'm not manipulating my environment in order to derive
You're not
density.
manipulating. Hold on. You're not manipulating the conditions of the mesosphere.
Well,
You're
then
creating
what's the
ripples
point of the
in
sound
the
waves then?
atmosphere.
Then why are we doing sound waves?
The sound waves
Why are we creating
will
these
be
ripples?
propagated. Hold on. If you're manipulating the actual mesosphere, you couldn't derive any data from it, right? The sound waves are affected by the mesosphere. You rely on the mesosphere not being disrupted by the sound waves, but the sound waves being disrupted by the mesosphere, right? That's what you
Correct.
rely on.
Yes, I have to derive that by using sound waves to extrapolate and calculate what the temperature may or may not be.
And the sound waves are originating in the mesosphere.
No, they're not.
I think they are.
No, they're
Sound
in the
waves pass
stratosphere.
through the mesosphere. Well, okay. We're gonna we'll table that point. But let's say if they were originating in the mesosphere, right?
Okay, now we're getting into hypotheticals, but okay, go ahead.
Well, I don't know if it's hypothetical or not. So we don't. Neither one of us knows the altitude exactly of these rockets, right? So we can table it until I know the exact altitude.
Yeah,
and
you
then
should
we
have
can
actually
pick it up.
never engaged. You shouldn't engage until you had all the information to solidify your point, Mark G. That's the whole. The essence of debate is to have your position or your premise already, lined up with all the facts that you need to go into it. I think you're half caught coming into this and finding out after the fact that you don't have all the information, which makes it look like you were ill-equipped, which is the reason why Brendan has been showing throughout this debate that you're not ready to have it. It sounds like you're ill-equipped to support the information. That's what it sounds like.
No. Let's get it straight, Alpha. Brendan did not know about these experiments that would contradict what he was saying, right? He had no idea that they were doing this in the 60s,
No,
right?
you made it sound like you made it. Go ahead.
That's all right, Alpha. You carry on, dude. I'll lay into him in a second.
No. I was just saying what Brendan's position was different from what you were claiming. That you were actually saying to Brendan that what he's getting incorrect is that they actually are getting measurements from the mesosphere, and he was like, "No, we're not." And you said, "Yes, they are," but in fact, they're derived. They're not measured, like as in you do in the troposphere. So that's what he was saying, and his argument was about that, and you were saying, "No, we actually are. They can be measured." And now that you figure out they're derived because you don't know the altitude of those rockets, you're ill-equipped to have the position to state that what you're saying is true. I don't know, Jedi wanted to.
Well, yeah, but the argument was about derived versus not derived, and I think the argument is if you go to the place, let's say if you go to the mesosphere and you do something in the mesosphere and then measure the result external to the mesosphere, from something you did to the mesosphere in the mesosphere, I consider that a direct observation.
They weren't in the mesosphere; they're in the stratosphere. You said you didn't know the altitude.
I thought that they were, but I don't have the actual altitude. Hold on. I thought
Hold
that
on,
they
you
were, but I don't have the altitudes in front of me.
Mark, you said that you wanted to table this point and move past it.
You just brought it up.
Yeah, but this is what you, in the conversation you had with Brandon. Now I'm bringing it back up again. You said you wanted to table this and move past it at the time whilst in conversation.
Well, yeah, I'm going to go look and verify. I thought they were in the mesosphere, but I don't have the actual altitudes in front of me to say, yes, here they are.
If they're not in the mesosphere, they're not in situ, are they?
I'd have to look at the way they conducted the experiments to see how they measured it.
He's not going to answer you, Jedi.
Well, and even and Jedi, if I may,
I don't know.
Here's the other thing, right? If we want to live in the world of hypotheticals, hypothetically, in a perfect world, in a perfect globetard, if I could take my weather balloon and have it go all the way up to the mesosphere and survive those conditions, survive the connectivity, say we have some good old Starlink that can keep it going, whatever, and I collect those measurements that I did in the troposphere, and then I go to my boy Alpha yet again and I say, hey, I got these measurements from that radio sonde that took measurements in the troposphere. He's going to look at that and go, oh, nice, in situ, good shit. No argument, right? I just proved it. But when you do something like create sound waves or a manipulation in order to derive something that you cannot in situ observe in situ, then you are deriving. Our argument at the end of the day comes down to what you believe to be in situ versus derived. And I'm telling you exactly how it is, right? You brought the weather station, or I did. We've already established that that's not, it's technically derived, but is an in situ observation because I can pull from that. I don't have to manipulate my environment at all. There's no derivation other than what's being collected from the device and translating it to wind magnitude. I don't know how that's so confusing to you, regardless of what this research says. I really don't know. You're confusing me. I guess we just have a difference of opinion on what the definition of the word is.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that's it.
I think it was like the premise of what I said. It was he was ill-equipped to have this conversation because he thought maybe he could, with this article, provide evidence that they are measuring in the mesosphere, which he found out when you read through it, because you didn't know either, like his information. But as he presented it to you, you looking through it, easily just shows that he didn't say what he thought it did, or at least have the measurements of how high the rocket went.
And here's, I'll say one more thing to that. Well, Alpha, one more thing to that. The gentleman brought up the fact that I was unaware of this research experiment that took place in November 1st of 1965. I hate to break it to you, but people that go and get degrees in STEM, just an FYI, we don't know every single publication that exists within our own academic journals. You're citing clearly the American Meteorological Society, which I happen to be a member of. And yeah, we don't have every article memorized, so that's a non-point. So next time you bring that up, it's a waste of your time.
This isn't an article, and I'm bringing up 56 launches
Journal
that were the
publication.
foundation.
My bad. Yes, journal publication.
It's a journal publication, but this is research that they conducted and was published many places. That's one example. I'm not saying you should know exactly what article, but it was 56 launches, as far as I can tell. That was the foundation.
Yes, and I'm telling you, as a scientist, we're not aware of every single publication under the sun.
No, it's fine. If
It's
you would have
not.
said, hey, I didn't know
Okay.
about this, whatever. But what I'm saying is that when you said, hey, we can launch rockets, but the rockets can't measure it because they go too fast. Well, yeah, you're working backwards from what you know about rockets and what you know about measuring stuff to say, okay, using what I know, it would be too fast, which I think is a legitimate conclusion. But there's other ways of measuring it, which they did in the 60s. As I'm saying, you didn't know that there's other ways of.
But what are the other ways?
Mesos. Well, it's
aside from this, what are the other ways? Explosion.
I don't know.
Okay, so what are the other ways?
I'm just telling you, this is what they did, right?
Wait, just for the
You
record,
just
I'm
said-
looking
you just
through it
said
right
what
now.
are the other ways? What are the other ways?
No, I said you were not aware of other ways. This is another way that you were not aware of.
Okay, this is one singular way. What are the other ways? You said plural. What are the
I don't
other
know.
ways?
I'm just saying they're
You got it.
This
Come prepared next
this
time.
is another way that they measured it that you were not aware of. That was my
I
point.
just posted in the side chat. It looks like they did go to the mesosphere.
That
They
wasn't
went
the
to the
argument.
It looks like the explosions are listed at above 80 kilometers, which I believe is the mesosphere, right?
Are you talking about? Okay, so this would be a SQT.
I just posted the picture.
I
I
see
don't
it.
know what I'm looking at. I'm just I'm assuming. I'm layman, but this is what I'm seeing in the document.
Well, we're not in the realm of assuming. We're trying to get down to the point here.
Well, so interpret it.
Okay, fine. Interpreted. Yeah, that is a skew T. That is representative of both height and temperature. There clearly is Wallop's winter. Well, this is actually referring to that journal publication in AMS Soch.
This is from the document, yeah.
Correct. But I really, there's not much I can go off this, right? I mean, contextually, yes, there's a skew T, but
are the points of measurement not like the wouldn't they top off at like where the explosions happened? Is that not accurate?
Well, the thing is, I'm not disputing this necessarily, and I have to look into the context of this measurement because it is essentially pulled from what we're talking about. The crux of the conversation, though, ultimately came down to in situ observations versus derived observations.
I don't understand what's the significance of the difference if I can't measure the in situ myself either way. Doesn't that have like essentially the same value as like a derived measurement if I'm just taking it as somebody's word, like either way? Like if you told me,
not in the case, in some cases, yes, but in this case, no, because these measurements we cannot truly verify to the nth degree with our technological advances today. So no.
Why can't you do that by deriving?
Oh, you can derive. We do derive it. And that was the whole point of the discussion,
why is that not verification?
Because it's derived?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't understand why that doesn't, like, why would that not be verification?
Because we're making a lot of assumptions about the mesosphere in terms of its temperature and pressure change with height.
Yeah, but if you can, like, make an assumption and then observe a consequence of the assumption, like, isn't that...
You can't observe it. How are you observing it?
Like a consequence of it?
How are you observing it?
I don't know. I'm saying, like, in other sciences, I know this is a thing you can do. I'm asking you, like, is there any way that you could observe the consequences of some claim? So, like, if you say in the mesosphere temperature is supposed to decrease as you increase in altitude, right? Is there any way you could observe a consequence of that?
No, it's assumed. Again, we can't use, because as I mentioned in the very beginning, our current satellites cannot penetrate the mesosphere to the point where we can get temperature change with height in the mesosphere. We are deriving it based on previous experiments that we have done in the past, such as the one in 1965, and we are therefore making quite a few assumptions about temperature and pressure change with respect in relation to the other layers of our atmosphere, such as the stratosphere. And
do we do anything with this information at all?
The mesosphere?
Like any of the information you're talking about recording, like the supposed temperature differences, like the density of the air,
or weather, the troposphere. We really give a shit about that.
No, I'm saying like on higher atmospheric levels, like beyond the troposphere.
Sure. Yeah, sure we do.
Are we making accurate assessments
on the thermosphere? Yeah, I would say so.
What about the mesosphere?
I hope so. No.
We don't have. No, I'm saying like assessments made off of data that we're supposed to have from these places, right?
Okay, don't think too hard. There's assumptions that are made in the mesosphere as opposed to the other three layers that I talked about. Really, don't like get too granular with this. Like you're actually hurting yourself. We just can't. We can't launch a weather balloon.
No, I'm not saying that's not. You're missing what I'm saying. I'm not asking you about like whether or not we can collect data from it. I'm saying that, like, what's the point of collecting data in science generally? It's not just to have data. We're not just like collecting and compiling data.
For Christ's sake, are you serious? Why? Why are we Why? Why are you doing this?
Well, I'm just wait. Why? Hold up.
Get granular.
Wait. No, I'm just asking.
You are getting granular. Yeah. Wait, why do we collect data in science? Why do you think? You tell me.
So that we can make like better guesses as to what's going to happen in the future. That's like the fundamental basis of science, right?
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm saying, like, if we were to collect data on something like the mesosphere, there would be a reason for that. We would hopefully be trying to apply it to some future hypothesis, and then we would be able to verify whether or not our information is correct by whether or not our hypothesis winds up being correct, right?
So what are you implying with the mesosphere?
What I'm asking you, is there like any type of hypothesis that we've attempted to construct off of data that we're supposed to have collected from the mesosphere, which you say is derived? and then whether or not that was correct, like whether or not that wound up being true. To confirm
Yes,
whether or not
in
those are
terms of
correct.
in terms of our temperature change beyond the troposphere, that really matters if we're talking in the context of not the flat Earth 24/7 VC, but if we were in the climate change VC, that would be a point of discussion where we really do care about all temperature change with height, regardless of just the troposphere. And because of that, those prior experiments were critical to understanding that layer of our atmosphere to which we really don't have good in situ observational capability, unlike the other three, right?
I think you're missing my question.
Yeah, either that or I'm stoned. Go ahead, try again.
Never mind. I don't care.
You don't care? All right, good.
I feel like you're being kind of rude, and I'm just trying to ask questions, and I just don't appreciate it. You've kind of sucked all of the energy for me to have this conversation out. I just don't appreciate that
I'm sorry to hear
energy.
that. I'm sorry to hear that. It sounds like you came unprepared too.
Vampire Brendan.
Well,
Vampire Brendan,
sucking all the fun out
I'm
of it.
trying to ask questions, and I feel like you're supposed to be a scientist. Like
You gotta, Brendan. You gotta.
Oh, I am. I have my degree, meteorologist. Yeah.
yeah, but like
As
as a scientist,
doesn't make
why
you a
are
scientist.
yeah, why are you getting
my God.
pissed off at me when I'm just trying to ask
degree
questions?
doesn't make me a scientist.
Yeah, just
Okay.
relax, guys.
Right.
No. So I
mean,
posted another link. So these
now,
these
hold on.
sounding
No, we're
missions
not
are
gonna.
actually ongoing.
You're gonna go on mute. You're gonna go on mute. Okay, first of all, he was in good faith. He's probably the most in good faith person that you want to have a conversation with, if you're being honest. And he was answering all the questions the gentleman had. But he didn't like what he was getting answered because it sounded to him like he wasn't agreeing with him. So now he's sucked all the fun out of it. Now Groundless is.
I wasn't even trying to make a point. I was literally just asking questions, and
he
I
responded to you,
and I was giving you answers.
He did. He never. He never answered the question I asked. Actually,
What questions did I? Well, hold on, Alpha. What question did I not answer?
Alpha or me?
I was talking to Alpha. I'm now talking to you. I said, hold on, Alpha. I'm asking you. What questions did I not directly answer? Go ahead.
So the question that I don't think you answered was, if we are gathering data from the mesosphere, it would be towards some end, right? And I'm asking you what that end would be if we answered questions to that end, right? So like
Climate change.
Right. Okay. So have we measured climate
That was
change?
my answer before, by the way.
No, but I don't. I think the way that you answered it was incorrect, because then you reverted it back to, but that's because we don't, like, this is supposed to affirm some in situ, and like the fact that we don't have that is like a hole in the argument. I'm saying if we have derived measurements and then we were able to measure consequences of that, which you gave climate change as an example, wouldn't that prove that the derivations were accurate? That was my question.
Okay, thank you. I'm not disputing what you just said at all. Like, to answer your question, if what we do right now with the layers of our atmosphere, especially the mesosphere, is we are deriving that value, but we're making a lot of assumptions. If, in terms of climate change, I'm not standing here and saying that, well, therefore there's holes in the argument of climate change because we cannot actually in situ observe the mesosphere. The crux of this whole argument, as you've already know and we've already established, is just the difference between the two. The other person that was arguing with me was trying to say that the experiment conducted in 1965 was essentially an in situ observation, which it's not. That was the crux of the
I
argument.
get that.
In terms of,
It sounds like it's derived. I'm with you there. I'm just saying, like, I was saying separately from that, like from an epistemic perspective, I don't understand what the significance of the difference is. Like, I was really more asking the flat earthers in the room,
okay,
like,
yeah,
what the
directly,
difference is.
Sure. So to me, if we're talking on the basis of climate change, because that's a big thing as to why we research the mesosphere, I would say it really doesn't. It really doesn't.
Okay. Well, that was really all I was trying to get at. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's all. So, but I was just essentially trying to steer us back to the main topic. That's all. But I understand your question. Yes. I don't believe that automatically says, well, therefore we can just throw out a bunch of shit because we can't actually observe it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All good?
Yeah, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
All right.
Yep.
So, to reach the end of I don't know, Mark G wasn't satisfied, but let's not throw people's credentials under the bus.
See,
They say who they
Alpha,
are.
I suck the blood out of individuals and then I give it right back, and now they're alive and whole again.
You put his blood right back where it belongs.
Right back into him.
Not a
Yep, he's all
vampire.
good.
But
all right. Yeah.
Yeah, just so we can just establish the fact that even if somebody is just talking, Brendan, like this is I guess something you can make it as an observation coming in here. Like even somebody who is like not saying the Earth is flat or a globe, like just definitively, but somebody who's just stating facts of like basically the field that you're in, you still get thrown under the bus. Like, and you don't find that like these staunch globers, like why did they do this? Like, and I'm just showing you just as an observation. It's kind of curious, right? It doesn't have to be that way. And people can actually just inquire about what you said and say, you know what, that's kind of cool. Let me look into it. What you said, just based off of that. Like, it doesn't need to be like, no, you're wrong and you're not a scientist, and you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, guys. Like, you're doing too much. Anyway, that's kind of those things that we have to deal with, anyways, in this call. We've had other people in different fields come in here. We had ITR, who's an astrophysicist, or at least training to be an astrophysicist. And he was talking to the Globers about what they think the arguments should be sounding like, and he disagreed with them. And it was Matt Nuclear saying about what the moon appears like and how it should look, and he was like, no, it actually is just like flat earthers are saying. If you look at the moon and you're in the southern hemisphere and you're looking at it, you guys are going to see it differently. Some see it one way, the others see it upside down, and and he couldn't stand it. He was like, you just siding with flat earthers, you're sucking up or whatever. I'm like, no, he's not. He's just basically telling you how it is. Like, there's really no, like, when people speak, if they're in a specific field, they're just speaking of like what they understand from information that they studied on. They're not putting more into it like you guys. You're making a really strong effort to make it sound like there's some sort of relevance to globe Earth. I don't know what it sounds like, though. Bada bing, bada boom.
Light work.
It's funny how Mark G didn't have all the information lined up to solidify his point. I mute him.
Of course not. He'd only just Googled it. I mean, he might have had this information for years, but I reckon he just Googled on the off chance that something had actually already been done to potentially throw some, I don't know, gas into the fire.
This came up last time Brendan was talking. He said it wasn't in C2, and I said, okay. This was like last week. And I went and looked at it, and I didn't realize he'd be in the room, and I guess I should have researched it, but they did go to the mesosphere. As a matter of fact, the X-15, I was Googling other research in the mesosphere. The X-15 plane actually went to the mesosphere, right? There's been a few of research, including a satellite launched 18 months ago to the mesosphere, right? So I don't expect Brendan to know everything about the history of his field, but there was a satellite launched, a rocket launched. It's not exactly a satellite. A rocket launched to the mesosphere 18 months ago, back in February 2023, to collect this data in situ or situ. Now that I will admit to Jedi, that was a Google, right? Those last two things I brought up were Googles in the last 10 minutes or so. But I did respect his opinion a couple weeks ago and went and looked it up, and no, I did not have the exact altitude of all of the rockets, and that some went to the upper end of the stratosphere, some went to the mesosphere. It turns out.
Yeah, I was kind of curious because I seen your avatar, Mark. Is that the Nathan Thompson kind of joke thing that they did with him? They invited him over to test the curvature of the Earth or something. They made fun of him by wearing duck suits.
That what you can't see in that picture is my daughter. I cropped her out.
Oh, because I don't know if remember that Nathan Thompson actually was supposedly called over to do like some kind of test, and they were wearing duck suits like that, like the one you were.
Oh, that's funny. It's just a coincidence. No, it's a picture I took from my daughter a few years ago, and I cropped her out because I don't want my daughter on the internet.
Right. No, I thought that's what that was.
No. It's good to know that there could be some triggering there. It has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. They invited him over to do this like flat Earth test, and they were wearing duck suits, and it was, I don't know.
I don't.
Most of the people were telling him as he was going to do it because he came and talked to us in 24/7. He's like, dude, I'm going to be invited to go test the curvature of the Earth with some machine or I don't know what, and they were wearing duck suits. And it was just we told him like it wasn't going to be what it said it was, but he was kind of excited about them flying him over and doing this whole thing, and it was just one of those.
Okay. I had no idea. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Good background.
Hey, Pac, do you want to go on tonight?
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I talked and I forgot I muted myself.
Yeah, Heretic, if you want to join us and Jedi and later on, not right now. I got some stuff to do, but if you want to go later to X.
Yeah, I'm down.
Oh, I do want to say one thing, and I'll mute up. I just want to say that my comment about him not being a scientist wasn't exactly an ad hom, right? I said credentials don't make you a scientist, which I think is true, right? There are lots of credentialed people like Bill Nye, for example, not a scientist, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson may or may not be a scientist.
Really?
Right? Yeah, he's a science communicator. He knows a lot about scientists, but I consider a scientist somebody who actually does science, right?
So your contention would be that those individuals you named never did science?
I don't. Neil deGrasse Tyson at some point in his career probably was. I'm not sure about whatever his name is, the other science guy. Yeah, Bill Nye. I don't know, but they're not currently scientists, or Anthony Fauci. I don't want to get medical. I know we can't do medical, but he's another guy,
Off topic.
Back in the day. No. I'm saying back in the day, he probably did research, but currently doesn't. So these people that are popular science communicators or politicians, But my point being but there are also scientists who are not credentialed, right? And doing science at all levels, even though they don't formally call themselves scientists. So I define a scientist by someone who does science, not associated with credentials.
Yeah, good to know. I listen 3 want to say something, or is Mike just showing green?
Yeah, he's been hot miking on and off. It's the technique that's the problem there.
Yeah, we appreciate Brendan every time he comes through, man. I mean, he's not self-admittedly like saying that the Earth is flat, but he knows the arguments we have are sound, so he's not like throwing anything against it. Kind of cool that he still keeps hanging out and still has the same, thinking behind it.
Yeah, I like Brendan. I don't actually think I've shouted at him before, so that's quite good.
QE has. But you know his style. Yeah, he's been through the QE buzzsaw, so.
I can imagine.
I think QE is a rite of passage through flat Earth.
The real ones have to actually talk to Uncle QE.
Yep. He's got a litmus test, you know.
We'll see if we can keep to the same format as we did the last episode on X. So this will be episode 10 that we'll be on, and we'll do a
Part 2.
kind of the same thing. Yeah, I want to say part 2, but maybe just to continue. Like, we don't know how good this is gonna be. What if this is the format we always? APOC, I figured a solution out. I was gonna tell you. We should just go through it after we talk to the individual, so that it won't pile up on us. Because there's a whole bunch of people we didn't get to, like through those
Yeah.
notes. So
Yeah.
I think once after they're
Yeah,
done,
sounds
we'll go
good.
through it as a panel, like everything that they talked about.
Oh, like story by story. Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
good.
so that it doesn't pile up on us and we have to go back to like pages of stuff.
Right. Yeah, 7 pages of notes I took. It's a lot of writing.
Yeah, it was.
It's worth it
That
though.
way it's
It was worth it
fresh.
because documented it.
Yeah, did we? And I think we had like 3 pages left that we didn't even get into. Like, of
Yeah.
those.
3 pages. Yeah. 3 pages and a lot of people. We had like 70 people that were like, gotta go. We've
Bro,
been already streaming for.
by my calculations, I'd say it was like 80 people. So we had like 80 at the end. There was so many listeners. Oh, and probably more than that because we had YouTube going.
Because YouTube, yeah, there's like 20 something people listening to YouTube.
So 80. Yeah, we had about 100 people altogether that were listening in.
Yeah, and I mean it'll build up slowly, but people were like, where you guys been? Like, I liked hearing that, bro. It's like they were waiting for, like, wait, what the hell? Where are they? Why aren't they streaming? That week that we didn't go on.
Are you guys talking about the live stream for here, or you got some other thing going on?
We're on X, so Twitter, or formerly known as Twitter. It's now known as X.
Yeah. So this live stream.
Not this one, but X.
Hey, Bellamod.
Drop me a link. What's up?
You gonna eat that cornbread?
No, but I'm gonna smoke this jar of weed.
Hey, do you have X, Mike?
Yeah.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, just they told me not to promote it. I'll DM you.
All right,
I'll DM you.
do that. You can't promote your shit.
And that's because we're getting people to come in here. So I don't know.
I know. Don't take away
Yeah, that
from
was
this
really
channel.
weird. No, but the thing is, though, that we were getting people to come from there to here. Like, we were getting politics server followers.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Just don't be
Yeah.
taking the people from here to yours. I'll follow you guys. So
Yeah, that's my handle on Twitter. I just sent you. I DM'd you.
I really enjoyed talking on Twitter. I did earlier today. I was on one of their. I've been talking to flat earthers on Twitter. Some of them are only on Twitter. Like, there's a whole area of people over there that's way different than over here.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It's so much different.
The flat earthers over there are like 2015 flat earthers.
Oh my gosh, I'm having to give them good arguments every day, and reiterating the already good arguments that I've given them. But they're catching on. They're not like they're catching on. So they're doing good.
But you still have to say bless their heart, right? Because it's like they're
Well,
trying.
I think that they're having their ideas challenged because almost all of them are ether believers. So
Yeah, the majority
it's
of them are. Yep.
and I'm like,
Have you
what
seen
are you even saying, dude? What do you say you believe in? You accept without evidence? Like, I want to know what is the basis of your belief in ether? Like, what is it? Somebody in somebody's head? Like, you can imagine it? That's not reality, dude.
It just popped up in my feed this morning, Alpha. Have you seen the conspiracy theorist on there?
Oh, with the mask avatar, that guy.
Yeah. He's got World War III, Red October, Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and he had 940 tuned into that.
Yep.
Wow.
Dude, it gets
It's in there today.
It
I
gets
was going to
magnificent.
go at Flatsy on the ether thing, but she sounds like she's ready for a fight, man.
Oh yeah, she is.
I'm
She
all
can-
right.
she can take down.
I'm
So-
going to shut down that belief in no time. You want me to
And that's
shut it
great.
down for you? That's great. I will.
I don't think that you could, but I'm open to the challenge.
All right. So in X, like what we do and like how it's approached, because we have like a range of flat Earth people, and so their arguments are really they're a hot mess. I'm just gonna say it, right? So they think that they can approach these archetypes of sophists in a specific way. No, we're gonna do it this way, and it's only applied like. And they think that because they're gonna kind of regulate how the debate happens, and it needs to be constructed in a specific way. And I'm like, guys, you have to know who you're speaking to, right? First of all, like once you do, you get the type of engagement that you want. When you don't realize who you're speaking to, you can't just like use a what can I say, like the method like modern day debate. Once you do that kind of style, and it performs well with a specific idea of how to do it, but if you think that's the way it's going to work, you can't, because these guys are going to be trying to cut you off or say that you're incorrect or do something where you're going to have to kind of clean up their mess every time you respond. So you're always going to be trying to be off kilter, on your heels, trying to make a point, and it's going to be more difficult for you to get your point out. So it's really not a debate. What it is an interrogation. So we're getting them to realize that they don't have an answer for the questions that we have to give them. So but you're dealing with those flat earthers who want to have that, kind of, so we changed the style a little bit. And the last episode, we allowed them to just, like, we gave them the floor. It was hard because a lot of 24/7 guys were coming in and were challenging them, including Flatsy and CB, and they didn't know the format that we were running. So we told them, no, we're just gonna give them the floor to actually tell us all the ways that they know that the Earth is a globe. And once they were done, APOC was taking notes. We're gonna review what they all of what they said, and then talk about it. And so we critiqued everything that they said, and of course it was off the wall, batshit crazy. But it was fun because like we didn't have to debate them. It was just us like critiquing the reason why they don't know what they know, what they think they know. So yeah.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, I was just sitting back here laughing my ass off at half the stuff that was said. It was good to actually let them get it all out. Yeah, it was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I think that I like that ideal, Miggy, because I've always said if you let them talk long enough, they'll defeat themselves.
Dude, it was like face to foot style the whole night. Like they were just clobbering themselves. It was funny.
It was so funny.
Well, trying to
Especially
remember
when we went to address them finally, which was driving me insane that we couldn't address them after each like story.
Each story, like each book.
Yeah, well,
it was pretty funny
because we allowed them to say what they were going to say, but the way we were doing it last time is that once after one globe guy said whatever he wanted to, we're just going to keep taking notes. And if another globe guy wanted to come in and tell us how the Earth is a globe, we were just taking down notes. And then after a while, we're going to review all of what they've all said from the beginning one to the end. But it was too much notes that we're taking, like Pac was taking. So it, we had the dynamic between the panel of flat earthers like critiquing versus the new people coming in. So it started to get kind of a little jumbled. So we have to get a little different format to where, like, as soon as they're done, we're gonna have to just critique that right away. We can't, like, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, you
So
can't
that
let it compile or you'll get redundant.
And it got like super hard
Repetitive.
for us to get back to, the first guy. So
You're just going to have to take their mic off them. That's all. Otherwise, they're not going to give you the same leadway that we gave to them. That's for sure. That was pretty obvious last week.
yeah, and I think Indio said he wanted to be a part of it. So as soon as I can, we'll DM him tonight and see if he wants to join us.
What
'Cause
time
he
you? Or
DM me.
how long until you start?
I ain't got to hear Indio in a while.
Well, I'm looking for probably like 10 o'clock or maybe a little bit sooner than that. I'm not really sure. I'm gauging more or less where
Talk to
everybody's at right
Indio a
now.
lot on X. He's on those flat Earth stages, and
I do like to listen to Indio. There's a lot of people.
he's on the conspiracy guys.
Yeah.
The stream that he does or space.
And
I get in there.
And the brother came into our channel and he really likes what we're doing. He's like, dude, you should keep me aware of when you're going live because he's like, I really like your style, I like what you're doing here.
I like the idea.
So he wanted to be known like when we're gonna go live again. So when we do go live, I mean, I was like, I want them to see 24/7. Like we stand out amongst the other groups that are trying to do something. I think there's
Well,
a group called Level Heads.
If you got enough people with you, you can like divvy up the topics or the points you want to make to each person who can articulate that point the best.
Exactly. So going over the like basically what we're doing with the format is just allowing them to say whatever they like. Just tell me how you think the Earth's a globe. Just go through it. Make sure when you're done, you just let us know. Like, okay, I'm done. And then you mute them, or I guess we're gonna not let them speak so that we can critique them. Then everybody who's heard the argument, maybe I don't know, somebody said ether or something, we'll give it to the appropriate individual. Like just kind of keep it at a free for all. But like if Latsy wants to talk about it, or Mike, if you heard a topic with theodolites or something that you can hone in on, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody can speak about something that's
Yeah, I'm digging it because that's what I'm noticing. You got so many different people. You can cover so many different areas.
hell yeah. And we have our strong suits and how we articulate our points. But it's been fun, man, because like doing it that way, I think the absurdity, like you said, just let them speak, dude. Like once you hear everything they got to say, it's face to foot style. I mean, they're just beating their own self. Like it sounds silly because AJ was listening to. It's like, dude, man, if you actually, because the guys that were actually speaking, they couldn't say anything as a presentation style for the Earth being a globe. They were doing it like, well, this is how the Earth isn't flat, and I'm like, oh, and I had to stop them. This guy had to stop him like 3 or 4 times. I'm like, listen, don't tell us how the Earth is not flat or anything to deal with flat Earth. I want you to present this information as if you were presenting to somebody that wanted to know how you know the Earth's a globe. And for certain individuals, because they want it to be like a fight or a debate, they're engaging it that way. They're like, so I want to know what you guys agree with, and I have to mute them. I'm like, so we're not asking how you're going to give us any questions. We just want you to present this like you know the Earth's a globe, and that way. So it kind of had to get people in the mindset of like, this is what we're doing. We're just asking for your evidence of how you know the Earth's a globe, and then just see where we go from there. And then afterwards, we started critiquing. I'm telling you, man, the stories we were hearing from these guys, it's man, I can't make it up. I mean, the one guy was saying that, he believes that the Earth is a globe because colonization is happening from different places, and I'm like, it is like insane, dude. The stuff that they say to justify the Earth being a globe, like colonization, like in the New World. Yeah, that's when I was telling you, Jedi. Like, he was like, he said, I'm so ashamed of someone who lives in Europe because of colonization and what's going on. I'm like, bro, what? Like, in my head.
God, I never knew that migration was only possible on a globe. That's fucking crazy.
Well, I mean, that's
Walk up the only hill that you could see curvature from. Only one, no other hill, just that one.
He did say that.
Was that the guy who was in Wales and said that you can go to a mountain in
Yes.
Wales?
Yes, that's the one. That's the guy. That's the guy.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's truly amazing, dude.
That's funny.
But just like knowing that they say these things, it's beyond belief, dude. I'm like, wow, this Twitter group, this crowd of Globers here are a bit more out of touch with reality than the Discord Globers, because the Discord Globers, they already know that our presence is here, so their arguments have to be kind of a little bit different than the way they used to be. But if unfiltered, like the Twitter Globers, they've never experienced like 24/7 like arguing, so they come in here and they're just a hot mess, bro. They're all over the place. They don't know how to formulate an argument. They're just speaking from whatever they think they to them, what makes it sound real, the globe sound real. So I would just wanted you guys to listen to them. Like we had a pretty good group. I was like I said before, like 80 people that were in there, only just on the group that we had there. And of course you had YouTube, and we were bringing live cast on Twitter as well. So we're gonna do that tonight. So if anybody wants to join us, it's up to you. I just can't put any links out because then it will be advertisement.
When are you going to go in?
I was thinking about maybe like 10 o'clock my time. It's like 7:40 at the moment.
Okay.
So it gives people time if they're gonna do something. Then we can. But we go like I go hard in the paint, probably to like about maybe 5 or 6. So we get usually the
I
Aussie
can't go
crowd and
that
the UK
long.
crowd.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Fletcher.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say I can't go that long, but I can get on for a little bit.
Yeah, just go as long as you want. But it really gets juicy around 3 o'clock in the morning my time. Like
Oh,
we
I
really
bet.
start getting a whole bunch of people come in. Like the morning crowd, like the Breakfast Club, the group of Americans that are waking up, they're coming in. There's a whole bunch. So if I was to do a longer one, let's say extend it further out than just the time period that we do it, we'd probably have a good 100 to past 100 people in there, just in the X.
That is nuts.
Yeah, what's even crazier is listening to them. So I think we're gonna have a good time tonight. Jedi will be in for a treat if their evidence will be colonization again. Proves the Earth's a globe.
I might have to stay up late just for the hope of that happening again, mate. Yeah?
Hold on, what?
Yeah.
I need some explanation.
No, God, dude.
So the British Empire, therefore.
Yeah, if Crypto was there, dude, his jaw would hit the floor. He said he was ashamed about being somebody that lives in Europe because of this.
All right.
But he
we can just fuck off, can't he? Like, go and live somewhere else.
And he's like, well, because of the fact that colonization happened, we know that they traveled from one place to another, and the Earth had to be a globe. I'm like, dude, that you said that is just so. I mean, you're so far in left field, man. Like, how can you dignify that with a response? Like, what can you say to that? Like, what can you tell somebody? Like, colonization, bro. Like, it's. Because of our landing party, we know that the Earth is a globe. The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. I mean, come on.
12 years a slave, therefore globe.
Yeah, the Twitter globies are something else, though. I think they're probably a delectable treat for you, Crypto. You'd be like having a field day. We'd probably just have to.
You should have heard this girl today that I questioned, because I mean, I started off just wanting to ask her if she agreed with the principles of logic, and she started like she would never answer a question directly, so she'd go, well, I believe this and I believe that, and everything that she said, I think she said, I believe two things can be true and false at the same time.
Oh, I hate people like that. So annoying.
It was so funny because I was like, okay, so you violated all three principles for the basis of logic because of the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction and the law of excluded middle. Like, she just started going off on all of these things that would violate every single one of those. So I was like, so it's clear that you don't agree with the principles of logic. And then later on, she tried to call out a fallacy on someone. I was like, the girl that doesn't even agree with the principles of logic called out a fallacy. The audacity. I was having a lot of fun. It's funny. Sorry, I kind of went off there.
I'm gonna go ahead and put the space down. So if you want to join it, you can later. Then I'll make a schedule for it to start it. I was thinking 10, maybe 10:30. I don't know what you guys feel like, and if you're feeling you want to go longer than that or later than that.
How
What
many
do you
hours
think,
is
AJ?
that, Elaine?
So it's like 7:40 right now. I'll give some people time
Yeah,
to
about
kind of make
two,
some
about,
drop
yeah,
some
about hour and
links
a
or
half,
whatever.
2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about fair. That way you can do what you're gonna do and then come back and bring your popcorn, I guess.
Yeah. I got to go to the gym, but that's about it.
Yeah. So APOC, if you wanna, I'm gonna go ahead and make the space, and
Dude,
then everybody that wants to just, I know, spread the link out too whenever you. Not in here, of course, but maybe on 24/7.
yeah. Sounds good.
Actually, I'll put the link in 24/7 just once I'm done.
Yeah, we just gotta start promoting it in the 24/7. Go from there.
It's opening.
Anticipated your backfeeding. You can hear your.
It's about to change.
It's not in for your eyes.
I muted him. I didn't want that to be personal.
Once.
I'm gonna drop the link and make it an at everyone on the live stream text. So
Hey, Flare first.
Hello, Glove.
So, the Earth do be spinning.
You sure about that?
Yeah,
How do you know?
it do be spinning.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because we have day and night.
Day and night.
I toss turn day and night.
Yeah, that's what's called an affirming the consequent fallacy.
I don't care about you.
For singing a song about day and night is a fallacy.
No, I didn't say that.
talking
Did I?
about?
Yeah,
Yes, you did.
that's because I didn't
Yes,
say
you
that.
did. You just did.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Yeah, you did.
Right. What do you think I was calling the fallacy?
When I was singing day and night.
Yeah, no. What do you think I was actually calling the fallacy? Obviously, not you singing a song.
Day and night.
Yeah.
Day and
I'm going to
night.
ask you one more time before I get rid of you.
Get rid of me.
Yeah. Answer the question. What do you actually? Because I've told you it's not the song. So, what do you think the fallacy was?
I don't know. You didn't tell me.
Yeah. You were affirming the consequent, but how?
You didn't tell me anything. You didn't tell me it was a fallacy.
You just complained that I was calling your singing a fallacy, and now you're saying I never mentioned fallacy. Can you make up your mind?
No, you said a fallacy, and then I was like, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I said affirming the consequent twice. This is the third time.
What does that mean?
Well, look it up. It's called affirming the consequent. You affirm
No,
the
tell us-
consequent in the argument.
But I want to hear from like your
I
definition. I wanna
just
hear
told
your-
you what it is. It's
No,
a
you didn't. You said.
Oh, are
you
you,
said-
are you incapable of listening?
You asked me how. I
You
know
just
the Earth is
said on
spinning.
Google. Look it up on Google. But like, I want to hear your
And then
definition.
what else did I say? What else did I say after that?
Look it up on Google.
You
That's
asked
all
me
you
No,
said.
what did I say after that? After I said look it up on Google, what else did I say?
You just said look it up on Google. That's
No,
all
I
you
said something
said.
else after. No, it wasn't. Because you're not
Yes, it
fucking
was.
listening. No, it wasn't.
was
What else did I say? No, clearly not. What else did I say?
Look it up on Google.
No, what else did I say?
Look it up on Google.
No, apart from that, what else did I say?
Look it up on
Yeah.
Google.
Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of you. You're dishonest. Bye.
Bye. Are you banning me?
Fuck you. Yep.
Are you banning me?
Yeah.
Yay! Get me
Day
out of
and
this
night.
bitch! Get me out of this bitch!
Yeah, give me a
Get
minute.
me out!
What a waste of time. What an idiot.
Day and night.
Are you gonna ban me?
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
Why aren't you banning me?
What's your name?
He's typing it in the chat right now.
What's my name?
Yeah.
Day and night.
Oh my god. So what have we got here? Oh, time travel. Yeah, you're gone.
The lonely seems to free his mind at night.
Has he left?
It's so quiet in here that old boy singing. Yup. He left.
No, I mean, has he left the server? Because I can't see him.
Who, Alpha?
There he is.
Yeah, I think he left.
Yeah, he's gone.
So Amish just sent me a message in regards to flight data. Where is it? So the NTSB have scrubbed the incident report for the pitch data that has been going around the debate circuit. So he has a PDF copy that he's dropped to me. If anyone wants it, I can drop it in the chat if you want to save it, because it doesn't seem it's any longer available. That was for United Airlines N773UA.
I already have it downloaded to my PC.
Well, somebody contacted them, huh? Let them know.
What's that? Sorry.
I said, so somebody contacted them, huh? And let them know.
Yeah, by the looks of it, something's going on.
It's funny.
I'll see if I can drop it in the chat.
Someone did do that. You're out there and you're listening. You're a pathetic human being. What would you?
Well, if they scrubbed that, obviously we're over the target.
Another critical miss. Fuck off. Oh, sorry. I just got really
Crypto, my fucking boy, bro.
Am I?
Crypto. It's your boy Fiddlebone.
Oh, sweet. How you doing?
Doing absolutely fantastic. How are you doing?
Fucking amazing.
Ooh, we got a fucking amazing here. Anyone?
How?
Can anyone one up him? What else we got? Wow. Nobody else here, huh? Everyone's too busy playing with their model globe or something.
Exactly. The thing that doesn't exist.
Yeah. They're spinning
So, the Fiddlebone, how can we welcome you to the flat side?
it. No need. I feel welcome already.
Oh, lovely.
I feel like my presence here is appreciated.
Certainly is.
We just got to get Old Man Haas on board. He's still a skeptic.
Of you or?
Of me, of course. Now, we all know he's a glober in disguise, though. Have you guys figured that part out?
I think you might be fibbing.
He's playing, he's wearing a disguise.
Oh. Sure he is.
Now tell me, Crypto, tell me a little bit about your background. When did you become a flurfer?
About 10 years ago now.
10 years ago. 2014, the start of it all.
Yeah, something like that. I wasn't there right at the start, but pretty close.
Now let me ask you this. Why do you think most people became flat earthers in 2014 in that area? If it's so obvious, why didn't we hear about it too much before?
Yeah, I think there were before, but I think it was kind of. I mean, bear in mind, YouTube only started in 2005, right? So the ability to share information outside of the mainstream media was very restricted before then, anyway. Obviously, there were internet forums in the sort of 90s and early noughties, but the ability to actually put together that kind of information in like a video package was restricted heavily until then. So if you put it in that context, it's only really 9 years between kind of the start of video sharing en masse easily and that kind of information being popular.
So you think there were the same amount of flat earthers in the year 1990 as there are now?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh. So my question was, why do you think so many became flat earthers in 2014? It's the videos? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, the information was much more. It was much more easy to spread the videos, right? So YouTube started in 2009.
I
but
thought
it
the
took a
whole
little while.
argument, though, was it was so self-evident. It was so obvious. You see it flat.
Yeah, but I spent 20 odd years as a glober, so I mean, it's.
So you're saying
So
you
I
were
was
just
thinking-
brainwashed? You never thought of it as flat until you saw YouTube videos?
Well, it's just an idea I hadn't considered. I mean, there's lots of ideas that you probably wouldn't have considered that you found out to be true later, right?
Absolutely. No, I'm not even critiquing it. I'm just wondering. Because a lot of the
that's what I'm
arguments I
saying.
hear is, oh, you always knew it was flat. You were just told that it was a globe. As if it never made sense that it was a globe. Well, I disagree with that, right? You never actually thought it was a globe because it made sense.
I didn't think of it either way, really. I was never particularly wed to the globe. I didn't really give a shit. Being real.
I gotcha.
But then when I thought about it, I was like, oh, that's interesting idea. I'll look into that. And here we are.
There you go. So wait, so you were never actually a glober. You never actually thought it made sense. You just didn't pay attention.
Oh, I wouldn't say I cared either way.
Well, what do you mean by care?
Like
Like
if
you
someone
did-
said to me, if someone said to me, oh, by the way, bro, Earth's a globe, I'd be like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like I had no pride towards it. It wasn't like a thing that I felt like I had to defend. I just didn't care.
No, but not defend. But did you know the facts and did you believe them?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay.
Like I knew how far the sun was meant to be away, and I knew how far the moon was meant to be away, and all these kind of basic things. Because, I mean, I'm a quiz master, right? So I ask these sorts of basic questions on quizzes all the time, or what you would call. So I know in America, pop quiz has a different meaning, but what I mean by that is like a trivia night.
I gotcha. Oh, bro, I love trivia. I go every Tuesday night.
Oh, really? Yeah. It's one of
That's
my
your
businesses.
job?
Well, it's one of my businesses is a trivia company. Yeah.
What the hell? It's actually pretty sick.
Um,
It's big business, actually. At least in New York.
Can be. Yeah, if you get the right venue and you get the right management, then yeah, it can be. But a lot of people have no idea how to run a trivia night, so that can be quite frustrating.
Yeah. No, but I mean, what I'm saying though is did you ever go in your life oh shit, yeah, no, that makes total sense. Yeah, the Earth is a globe. That's why we have sunsets. That's why, this, that, right? All the
Yeah, like I
things
said,
that
I never really
globers-
thought about it before. Yeah, I never really thought about it before.
I
So,
gotcha.
I just kind of went along with it because it was what people thought, right? But
Yeah.
just didn't matter to me either way.
Yeah. Interesting stuff, man. The brain of a flat earther. It's interesting to hear. Now, in all honesty, I don't give a shit what you guys believe. But it is fun to watch you guys fight about it. I gotta admit.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think, generally speaking, you should start from the point of view of who gives a shit, really. Because if you're starting from the point of view of I'm going to prove them wrong or I'm going to prove them right, then you're already emotionally invested. So you can't really rely on your own, yourself, to not be already looking for a result.
Right.
So.
Yeah, for sure. People get worked up over this. It's pretty funny. It's good background noise.
Oh, is that me?
Huh?
Is that me?
Was that you? No. Wait, what? Was what you?
Thought you said good background noise.
No. I'm just saying this channel makes for good background noise. Like when you're doing other shit, watching people yell about the globe. It's like
Yeah.
what is going on?
Yeah, I got you.
The Earth is round.
See,
There you go. Exhibit A.
it's triggered about.
But it's a good way to just laugh as I'm doing the dishes or whatever. Just to hear people get so worked up over this. But speaking of big business, flat Earth seems to be big business. No, I saw some
Well,
people
makes-
like
yeah.
selling. Like I think he was selling like a course or something. Was it David Weiss? He's like,
Yeah, possibly.
it's like, who the hell is buying that stuff?
Yeah, I don't know. He's got an app and stuff. Like I don't mind if people want. I mean, people make money selling all sorts of.
I don't mind
Shit,
either. I'm just questioning the market. I'm a businessman. I want to know why people are buying stuff.
Well, how much money has Tony Robbins got?
Billions.
Well,
Or maybe
probably,
not.
yeah.
Actually, no, probably about $1 billion.
He's hundreds of millions. I think, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Who is
Like,
that?
what actual value has Tony Robbins ever provided anyone?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not a Tony Robbins fan, but I could definitely justify his value.
What, spending $3,000 for a weekend just listening to positive messages? Like, nah.
Yeah, I mean, like it's advice, I guess. I mean, people hire life coaches for whatever reason. Like, I don't know. Like, obviously, they have value though to people.
Well, yeah, but then it's no more or less valuable than other sort of information products, right?
Well, I mean, I don't agree with that because Tony is like general life advice that there's clearly a market for. He has hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah,
the
no,
flat
I'm not
Earth
arguing.
people. I'm just wondering what the market is. Is it people like who are flat earthers? People who want to be flat earthers? Like, I'm just trying to figure out who's buying this stuff. You know?
Oh yeah, no, I mean I don't know. It's not really like
I don't know
it wouldn't
either.
be me buying that stuff, right?
Yeah,
But
I don't think it is.
but like when you go back to Tony Robbins, right? That guy just like I don't know if you ever listened to any of his stuff, but I remember listening to something called the Power of Now a while ago.
That's his
And
most
literally-
famous thing.
Oh, there we are. But it's just like he's not saying anything that Eckhart Tolle or others haven't said. He just repackaged it and sold it as a new idea when it isn't, right?
Yeah, but it's also like the way he delivers it. Like he himself is a brand. You know?
Sure. So then David Weiss is a brand as well, right?
Yeah. No, for sure. But
There we are.
I'm just saying I don't know who the market is. Like I know who the market is for a Tony Robbins person. I don't know who the market is for David Weiss selling courses. Is it
Yeah, no, I get you.
hard flat Earth people? Like, because you're not the market.
Maybe you're the market.
Maybe that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's people like me who are like, "What the hell is this guy selling? I got to check it out."
You want to be a flat earther, but you can't.
Yeah. Or you just want a comedy book to read.
Yeah, why not? If you think it's funny, why not? I mean, I don't think it's funny, but maybe you do.
I do.
Friends, why are we so quiet in here? Friends? No friends? Is this the no friend zone? No friend zone? No friend zone? Habla español? No way. Are you serious, Stacy? Are you serious? Are you serious? Where is it? Where is it? What that motherfucker thing? Think that New Jersey. Okay. That's right. Oh. Oh, look, it's Ildiko. That's been a while.
That you, Vlad?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh goodness, how are you?
Oh, I'm fantastic. How are you?
You are? You had an
Oh, fuck.
operation.
Yeah, my surgery went well. Don't worry.
Oh,
I'm
good,
like
good.
I'm like a Superman now. Everything is great.
You're out of pain.
Well, more than out of pain, but yeah, it's really good. Everything is good.
Good, good, good. Everything good with in the crypto world?
Always, yeah. Always.
Yeah,
Can't wait till the bull run's coming like really soon. Like it's
coming.
crazy.
It
It's crazy.
got a little held up by the war.
No, but it's what everybody knew it was gonna be 2025. Like that's the thing. Everybody knows it.
Yeah.
It was just on the charts, and everybody wants it earlier, and everybody thought, but no, it's 2025 is
Well,
sure.
it's always scheduled, at the same time that the elections are held, so it's not something new. It's always at the same time.
Yeah, that's another one. And if Trump gets in, he's gonna push crypto up. It's gonna be great.
I know, I can hardly wait. I hope he gets in and they don't cheat again.
Oh yeah,
Be so
exactly.
bad. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
fingers crossed. 'Cause then
fingers
we'll both be
crossed.
rich.
Oh, we're gonna be filthy rich. You'll look all filthy.
Filthy rich, yeah.
That's right. I
Then,
won't have to
yeah,
work ever again in my life.
then I can move to El Salvador.
Why would you want? Oh, well, yeah, but they take crypto there. Yeah, you're right. That's a good spot to go. But I mean, hey, listen, did you hear the new Apple Pays are gonna start using Bitcoin, right? You're able to process Bitcoin through Apple Pay.
Yeah,
Did you hear
yeah.
that?
PayPal also, I thought, is going to do
PayPal
that.
was an old, yeah, but now the Apple it's a huge one for Apple though. Like they're using Apple Pay, right? You know how people pay with their phones
And
and
just
shit?
crypto, is it just Bitcoin or crypto?
I think it's
General.
Bitcoin. I think it's general. It starts off with Bitcoin. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah.
But that doesn't really
Right.
matter because you're going to be able to convert on an exchange, and
Yeah,
then you can use. You know what I mean? It doesn't really matter, right? As long as somebody like listen, if a major corporation like Apple takes Bitcoin, it's golden. Like there's nothing, like you know what I mean? Like it doesn't really matter anything else.
Yeah, this is the year that it's going to be socially accepted and
Yes.
kind of integrated into the financial infrastructure.
Yes.
Then it'll take over.
And then it'll take over. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. So awesome. We just lived through a hurricane here.
Oh yeah. You did. How was that? Was that crazy?
Well, in Sarasota, at the beach where I teach yoga, it got pretty bad. It was flooded. Siesta Key was flooded. But I live off Siesta Key, about 5 miles, and the water came up about 4 feet, which was enough to destroy the air conditioning on my side. So I don't have any air conditioning still.
Oh
The temperature is getting better. So There's another one coming. You know, a lot of people say they're manufactured. These
Well, I mean, hurricanes were there for a long time, you know, but they can, like, I wouldn't be surprised. They can cloud seed, right? They can create high pressures and low pressures, and then they can.
from what I understand, they
Yeah.
can also direct them. Though I don't understand the mechanism for it, but it seems
Well, I would
that
assume like cloud seeding in a certain area would force it to go another way.
there's
Like,
some kind of, you know, some bioelectrics, not bioelectric, but electric
magnetic
processes.
fields.
Yeah, that they can
the
direct it.
harp.
I mean, I don't know if it's
The
true,
harp.
but it seems odd that in the last 25 years, the storms have always been just major.
Well, that's what I'm saying. 25 years of the same stuff. Like, maybe it's
Yeah.
always been like that. I think it was always hurricane season, no?
Well, yeah, but the they never really were that. Not for my childhood memories, they weren't that bad. I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm
Just
saying. This is like
odd.
speculation, right?
Yeah,
Just
speculation,
speculation.
all right. Because how are you going to ever know?
Right.
I know that the Maui fires were really suspect as well.
Oh. Yeah, Oprah owns more land now in Maui. She bought a whole bunch of it. No, she does. Like, she
Oh,
owns
yeah,
so
she
much
was-
of it. It's crazy.
She's persona non grata there right now. Nobody really likes her.
Well, after the PDD party, too, nobody's gonna like her after that either.
Yeah. So how's it living in Canada?
I think she.
You enjoy it? You like it there? Yeah. See, I'm Canadian. I left a long time ago. But I was raised there in Toronto, all the way across to Vancouver. So I know it well.
Hold on, I'm gonna be in the elevator for a second.
Are you going home?
No. I'm going outside with my dog.
I saw a picture of your dog.
Yeah, I got it all over on Instagram.
Yeah, it's cute.
Well,
It's
I love my dog.
hound dog, right?
Dachshund.
Dachshund. It's nice to chat with you again. Glad you're well.
Of course. Well, I just got out of the elevator. All right, I'm good now. Well, I just.
Hey Vlad, you're hot Mikey.
I know. I'm just.
I listened to your last song, Vlad. I heard it 3 times already. So thank you for sharing it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you liked it?
I like it. I was watching
What's
something.
on?
And I was playing a game and listening to it.
Oh, you didn't watch the video of it? Because I'm
It's
playing the
always
game
like
in the
you
video.
shooting people falling from the sky.
Well, that's like the best fucking thing. Do you know how hard that is?
I did watch it.
Okay, but I'm just saying, you're like, oh, there's only people falling from the sky and getting shot. Yeah, buddy, do you know how hard that is to shoot a motherfucker going terminal velocity and you're trying to fucking land a bullet in his head? Do you know how hard that is? Crazy.
Do you took into account the curvature and the rotation of the ground?
Like the Coriolis? Yeah. I know. Obviously not, bro. The bullet trajectory, it's all about the velocity and the drop of the bullet, my guy. The bullet drop.
Yeah, but if you don't adjust for the Coriolis and the curvature, then you won't hit target.
Well, I don't know. If you watch my videos, I'm hitting them pretty fucking straight.
Yeah, because you were born with all that stuff in you, so you take it into account even though you don't know.
Internally, yeah. Internal Coriolis fucking machine, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
he said you were born with the ability to calculate Coriolis for the purpose of long distance shooting.
Is that the bottom one?
Mike, did you watch the video or not, Mike? You cannot be in this conversation until you watch the video, because the video is what we're talking about, Mike. Can't just
Oh,
budge
okay.
in here and fucking talking
Give
shit
me the
about
video.
not watching the video.
I'll say this.
I sent it to you.
can say this. I'll shoot you on any day at any distance.
Well, I mean, you think
I
so,
think-
but hey.
I think Michael can speak on it because he has real life experience about the topic.
Buddy, I mean, shooting a gun in real life is not that hard. You're just pulling a fucking trigger.
Oh,
Hey,
hey,
listen.
hey. Oh, hold on, Russian Canadian. Hey, have you ever even shot a moose, eh?
Hey, I've shot enough. Don't worry. Listen,
no,
go watch
I'm
the video.
asking for an example, eh? Like a rabbit, a jackrabbit. You ever shoot
But,
duck
yeah,
flying? I eat all these things.
I
I
will-
shoot them in a snowstorm.
Oh my fucking god! It's not hard to shoot. I'm telling you, it's not fucking hard. Fucking
Well, you
go
know,
to
a lot of
Chicago. You
people
see all the
say
shootings,
that.
man. Nobody. Go to Chicago. Any fucking body's shooting. Everybody's fucking shooting. What are you
Listen,
talking about?
how come Trump only got his ear pierced then?
Well, because of the chart. He loves that chart. Remember that chart. That man is the luckiest motherfucker in the world. Because 150 yard shot with an AR-15 like that, bro. This guy, it's insane how he's so lucky. Luck doesn't fucking. It doesn't. It's crazy. If he was just one fucking millimeter off, it was
Isn't the
nuts.
bullet? Isn't the bullet like even doing damage like away from the metal itself? Isn't like some type of I don't know pressure that is going with it?
No. They tried that. No. If it hit, it hit. It wasn't because it zoomed by and because the wind shear. No, it actually hit. That's the only way it can bleed.
If
It
it
has
had
to
been
be a
me,
hit.
man, oh boy, would it? Well, no, not true. It doesn't have to be a full contact hit for you to bleed. It could be a graze. You could
Well, no, a
graze 'em.
graze is still full contact, but he's talking about wind shear. He's talking
It's
about
not
literally the
full,
velocity of
because
the
only
wind.
Only a part of the projectile grazes you, not the full. You don't get
Right.
the full
We're not talking about contact. We're not talking about contact here. He's talking about just the wind velocity of the wind, the spinning of the wind under the bullet. He's talking about that. That won't happen. They tried it. They've tried.
Wait, so maybe it was the wind that hit his ear? Is that what you're saying, Jim?
Oh.
No, just asking.
Yeah, that's-
Not saying, just asking.
Oh, what?
No, it's the
Oh,
it's a bullet.
I don't think the wind from the projectile would slice him. But
I mean, it's an error. My bad. Go ahead.
I can't. I mean, I wouldn't be too
They
certain.
tested this. No, listen. They've tested this. Listen, they tested this on every kind of caliber bullet, even a 50 cal, right next to let's say a jelly. You know that ballistics jelly, and the bullet. They literally were flying millimeters next to the ballistics jelly. The jelly didn't even feel didn't even move a second.
If it didn't move at all, then
Didn't move at all.
no, I don't think the wind. Yeah, I'm with you.
No,
That's
the
what
wind.
I'm
No,
saying.
I'm telling you, they won't do that.
That's what I was gonna say. I don't know. There's sheer velocity there, so I'd feel safer saying a test.
No, it's a hit. It was a 100% hit.
I ain't never, took down no animal from the wind. I've
Hey,
always
Mike,
been able to
watch the video.
retrieve.
I sent
retrieve the
I sent
lead.
you a message. I sent you in the
alright.
messages, Mike.
That's that video.
What the fuck is this?
What the fuck was that, man?
What the fuck was that?
Dre.
Your competition.
That was Drelo, man. Draco.
Listen, Mike.
Is there like a
I hope
Puff Daddy?
I hope you have a good sound system to listen to my songs.
Okay, I do have that.
Oh, okay, good.
I was wanting to wait to see if this guy comes in, because if there's any opportunity to just get on platters and off of this topic, I'm going to jump on it.
Whatever you want, my guy. But listen, serious. Check your messages. I think it's in there. I sent everybody the new songs, so I have a whole bunch of
Yeah,
people
I
on my
got that
list.
message from you. I listened to it. I sampled it. I didn't listen to the whole thing. But yeah, I like
Oh
to
my
be
fucking god!
right
You gotta
up.
listen to the whole goddamn thing.
Well, I gotta do the work for the day before I sit down, Vlad, and do
Bro,
for
you're
me.
already sitting.
You know, I am now, and I'm doing for me now. Now I'm in that area, in that zone. Yeah, I'll get to it now.
What's
From
the
now on,
song's
you can do
name?
work while listening to Vlad's music.
Yeah. It's
I'm
F sharp
just
major,
saying, I
H
got
14.
responsibilities, bro. That come first. That's all.
Oh
That's
my
all.
god, bro. Whatever, bro.
You wouldn't. Well, you don't have a woman or children, or so yeah. I'm sure you
I
don't
love my
understand.
bachelor love. I mean, I love my bachelor life. I love having zero
Oh,
responsibilities. I love waking up and smoking all
Hold
my
up.
life.
Hold up, let me
Love it.
ask you a question. If it was
Go
between
ahead.
feeding your dog or listen to a fucking video I sent you right fucking now, which would you do? Would you feed the dog?
I would do both at the same time.
No, you better feed that fucking dog.
I multitask. I put in the fucking video and I feed the dog.
Because
I
I
feed the
want your
dog
full
and
goddamn attention on my video. You just feed the
no.
dog
What do you
and
mean?
get back to me.
Same shit, bro. I have full attention on the fucking video while I'm feeding the dog. It's not hard. I mean,
I
I don't know
guess
how
it
you.
wasn't a good
You guys are making it complicated. I'm not making it complicated. You guys are making. I'm just sending out my music to people.
Well,
You
here,
want
let
to
me
listen to
put
it?
it
Listen to
this
it. Don't
way.
listen to it.
I can't listen to it while I'm feeding the children because they're already playing their music in the kitchen while they're telling me what to do in my own damn kitchen, okay?
Right. Well, you should be like, yo, friends, I got this. You should be like, yo, children, yo, kids, listen up. I have this friend on the internet that sends me music sometimes. I got to listen to it right now. Let's put it on. Let's all have a listen. You know what I mean? And then all the kids would
I
turn
do
off their
that.
phones, and then you turn on my music.
Listen, Vlad, my daughter's heard your music. Taylor likes your boom bap beats. Taylor's the youngest; she's 19, but the 36-year-old is more of a punk rocker. More of a death rocker.
What?
The youngest.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What you're not understanding is, Mike, like it's. I'm trying to show, right, my progression, right, as a music producer. So when I
know that's
started,
why
when I
you
was
share it with
nothing,
me. Yeah, I know
I
that's
share
why.
with, and what you need to do is listen to the fucking progress and be like, oh shit, listen to his songs. They're becoming way better. They're like actually sounding like music
listen,
now.
I
Holy
didn't
fuck!
listen. I didn't listen to the last one, but the three before that, yeah, you are getting better if that's what you're looking for. But I didn't listen to your last song. I'm sorry, but yeah, I thought it was better composed.
It's not the composition. It's the loudness of the song. See, the thing is speakers, right? They function in a certain way, right? So they send certain ranges
Yeah,
of
I know what.
frequencies. All speakers have different
Yeah,
frequency ranges, right?
yeah.
So
They all
when
listen.
you're
They all work together to form total harmonic balance. You're not going to drop 2 ohms, a quarter ohm, and a half ohm on me. I already know all this. Okay.
no, that's not even.
I'm fully hip to sound separation and full sound through
That's
total harmonic balance.
that's not where I was going with it, Mike. What I was talking about more is the amplitude, the loudness, the perceived loudness of the track. Because you can build a track, sure,
I'm with
whatever.
that.
But the drums have to sound at a certain decibel level. They have to hit, right? Your kick has to be at a certain decibel level. Your fucking hi-hats, all that shit. It's all on certain decibel levels because they could be loud. Like on the metering, they're loud, but perceived when somebody's listening to these fucking things,
They'll
you
sound
barely hear this
distant.
shit.
Yeah.
But you
I
don't.
know.
Well, there you go. So this is the problem we come in, right? When it comes
That's
to
part of
making
total
music.
harmonic balance, bro. I'm with it. Listen, it's full sound. Without it, you don't have full sound. You have distant sound. Yeah, I just build systems that if you're capable of putting it in your music, I'm gonna hear it at the other end. Cause
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. See, listen to my next track.
my Chevelle is like 5,000 watts, dude.
Bella, can you stop? Let's go.
I do stereo competitions with minivans.
Great. So now, put on a Wicked system or your headset, and then listen to my latest track, and then tell me what you think. Bella, can you stop snitching the fucking garbage?
I'm confused. I don't know who the hell he's talking to, his dog or me.
I'm talking to my dog. I'm talking to my dog. Are you sniffing garbage?
What's up with your boy, Jemsy? He's tripping out, man. I think he needs a Addy or something.
I thought his dog spoke Russian, not English.
How you been, Jemsy?
I've been alright.
Haven't
Yeah,
heard you.
getting better. I was in the hospital for some time.
Is it related to your diabetes?
Yeah, ketoacidosis.
Ketoacidosis. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, but I'm
I had
better
a
now.
uncle and a grandmother that were both diabetic. So yeah, one was hyper something, and the other was
Hypoglycemic.
hyperglycemic, and the other one was the other side of the spectrum. Hypo. I don't know.
Yeah, one going low and the other one going high.
Yeah, so we had to. So you had to know how to balance them. If you don't know how to keep somebody from going in diabetic coma, you got to call EMTs every time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, but we kept glucose. You know, so
I got the one that I can sniff it through the nose.
yeah. Well, another good thing is honey because it's all
Honey.
natural. Yeah, honey.
Yeah.
If you don't have, you can use maple syrup, and that's if somebody's sugar is bottomed out and they're going in towards a diabetic coma or sugar level is 0. You can bring it up by just putting honey right in their mouth. Not a
My
whole
brother
lot.
was giving me honey the other day because I was going low.
Yeah, that'll give you a boost and get you to eat that peanut butter jelly sandwich so we can get that long lasting in you, right?
Yeah.
See, Mike knows. I know, but I loved my grandmother. So it paid to read books. But it's been a while since I had to keep it in the forefront. You know what I mean? It's kind of in the, it's not in my recent histories anymore, so the terminology gets touchy.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's a lot of different terms. Even medications have changed a little bit. There's different names for
Yeah,
that stuff.
yeah, I bet. Like, yeah, I know there's multiple kinds of insulin, long lasting and immediate. One for the here and now, one for the over the long haul.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
I don't.
eating the other medicine, the ground beef with cheese, avocado, and bread. That's the medicine.
He had a buddy who was diabetic, man, and he wasn't the brightest guy. So he would take his insulin at the same time every day, like it was a time thing, and it didn't matter whether he ate, and he wouldn't check his blood sugar, man. I swear, I saved that guy's life quite a few times.
Yeah. He will take it at the same time, even if he had no food or something.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, it's 7 o'clock. I got to take my shot," and I'm like, "Bro, you ain't ate. Don't you need a burger and then to do a blood sample?" Oh, shit, I don't like that shit. My fingers are sore. I'm like, dude, well, if you ain't ate none, you don't need no insulin. I know that's a fact. You know, you ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing to break down, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So if you didn't eat, you never take that shit. My grandmother lived to be as a diabetic, 99 years old, and she did it because she did do what other people got tired of doing, and she would put up with the sore hip and the sore fingertips, but she was constantly balancing her sugar levels. So, and that's how, you know, that you can live 90 to 100 years with diabetes. It's a lot of work, and I'm sure you can appreciate that.
Hopefully, I can do that. It takes a lot of effort, definitely, because like a type 1, it's like constant insulin shots, like 4 times a day, checking the sugar multiple times a day. But
Yeah,
now I have a
you still gotta do that with the pen. You still gotta jab your fingertip to do that. They come up with a new way for that.
yeah. There is the one that goes on your arm and it's connected to the phone.
Mm.
an app, but it needs prescription and it costs money too. So it's all expensive, and the good insulin is expensive too.
I bet. My grandmother always hated her fingertips being sore. So did my friend Larry. See, Larry didn't make it though. Larry didn't like maintaining his diabetes, so Larry died young. He also drank. He was a drinker. But we shouldn't talk about the health, you know. Is there any new Globers in here? What's up? Is it all OGs? Where's the
What's
Great
up?
Globe?
The sky and the heavens above.
Well, there is no up on a globe, right?
Well, we ain't no one. That's the thing.
When there's no up on a globe, that's a pretty low horizon, you know. Can't move up on a globe. You're stuck at that level you're at.
Since things are quieting down, man, you know, Mike, you could just take that 5 minutes, and go
Here,
listen to
motherfucker.
that
Keep
track,
talking, and I'll use your
then-
track to drown out your ass.
Oh, that'd be sick. There you go. Just mute me though. Like, mute it or
I
definitely
ain't gonna
talk.
mute you.
Now that we're talking about Ryan.
Why?
Ooh.
Why not, man? Come on. Wait, hold on. You guys want us to see my dog, you know? Or Ildiko already left. Is Ildiko gone? No, Ildiko left. Oh no, she's still here. Yeah. No, replace. Mas nakalibay. Balaka. Dala. Malakas malaka.
Man, I could rap with the game and this beat. I'm the sniper, got the scope. My bars are fucking dope. Every time I rack the rifle, your shit is getting broke.
Oh, Mike, you can't do what I do in that game. Get out of here.
No,
Yeah,
but I
that was
could lay a
rough,
rhyme.
actually.
I could lay a rhyme over that video game. Ruthless as hell on that. That's gangster. You was doing pretty good.
See, if you watched all my videos, Mike,
Listen,
if you watched all my videos, you would see that like a
hold
long
on.
time ago, Mike. That's the thing. So that's why I know you never
give
watched
you a-
any of my videos. That's
I'll
crazy.
give you a little
bro.
advice. So I think the intro's just a little bit too long. I find
Whatever, that's
myself in a hurry to drop those bars. You know what I mean?
That's
'Cause
okay.
nobody's
that's fine.
really gonna be in love with your music unless I put bars over it.
Oh my God, Mike. Whatever, Mike. Listen, Mike.
Oh, every MC knows they need a motherfucking rapper.
Buddy, I can rap my own fucking shit. Don't worry, bro. I can talk shit better than anybody.
Oh, you're a DJ. Don't play.
I
Your
can
weak
fucking do
bars will
everything.
get blowed away like that scope I seen on your video
Buddy,
today.
you take that shit back to the 80s, my friend. Those rhymes are weak as fuck,
Capping you
bro.
left, capping you
Buddy,
right.
Bro,
your style
me
has not
down on the
evolved.
mic
You're
like
stuck in
you.
the 80s, 1980 rhymes, Mike. They're not
Listen,
fucking fresh anymore. You know what I'm
your
saying?
rhymes are basic. It's time to face it.
I'm not
You
even
couldn't
trying
see
to
my
rhyme.
rhymes if you got LASIK because your mind is vacant.
Buddy, I can just flow, you know, without even the
I ain't
fucking
hearing it.
whatever, you know. Well, I'm not trying to, right? What do
I'm a
you think? We're in
mad Michigan
competition right now?
motherfucker.
Take that shit back to the 80s, my old dude.
Oh, you don't want to get McVade, man. Don't talk that shit to a Michigander. I
I
came here to drop bombs, motherfucker.
Okay, so see, Mike, I know you haven't watched any of my other videos. No, but what I'm trying to say is, no, but listen, Mike.
Help me out, Jimsy. Vlad's gonna get me muted.
Listen,
Come
Mike.
on, Vlad.
Listen.
He's giving you
What? What?
good bars. You better listen before you don't lie.
Listen to me very carefully, Mike. See, you just watched the video carefully, and you just saw some gameplay, right? But if you watch my other videos that I made,
gave you
right,
that.
like careful.
You can
No, but
make
listen,
you can make beats and
you're
play
not listening.
games, but your
Let
bars
me
aren't
finish what I'm trying to
on
say.
Vlad, you're not
Can I
listening.
finish what I'm saying? No, I'm talking, and this guy just fucking interrupts me right away. Like it's crazy.
Well, I'm a
This
soldier.
guy,
I'm just
fuck
hunting in
me.
my army
Listen.
fatigues.
Okay, listen again. So, Mike, you just watched that one video and then you're like, oh shit, Vlad, you can snipe for real. Mike, if you watched my other videos for real and sat down, you would already have known that.
Well, that
Because
was
all
a
my other videos, Mike, all my other videos are gameplay footage of me, all my clips, right? I have an AI clipper that clips all the crazy shit that I do in these games, right? And then I start making music videos of them, right? So this is the first one you
Well,
watch.
that's your
I swear to
problem.
God. What do you
Yeah,
mean that's a
listen.
problem?
It is the first one I watched. That's the
Well, yeah,
problem.
because that's crazy. You should have watched
Listen,
the other ones. The other ones are crazy too.
Vlad, don't you know I got YouTube busting in the background all the time when I'm in here, but I'm not watching the fucking video because it's about the music. I didn't know you were making videos with them too. I was just listening to the music. I just hit play and listen to that shit while people are talking. I spend my times in BCs. How many beats I done told you I like? A couple of them I could go
But
off on.
all the old shit is not even good, man. It's all the fucking new shit that I'm coming up with is better. I'm actually I'm taking my old shit and
Well,
remaking
that's
them.
your
But yeah,
opinion, but you could get.
I know it's my
I've
knowledge. I
seen,
know, man.
yeah, even like cars, you get raped by classics. Gotta have it. It's a bad habit. You gotta wreck you and your shit on the mic.
Vlad, if you add some of the bars that Battermo gives you he's been telling you this for years. I remember.
Oh my
You
god,
would have
hell the fuck.
your music will be evolving.
No, my god. Yeah, James,
Well,
suck my
listen,
shit, please.
I'm
God
gonna tell
damn.
you what. In my state, we had Motown. What you got over there in motherfucking Canada, man? What you got over there? I know what you
Care
got
what we
over there.
have.
'Cause you got my grandpa. He's all,
I don't care about what we have up here, guys. Whatever, bro.
Anin, Makwa,
Has
Dodem,
nothing to do with me,
Nindao.
man. You know?
You got
Has
to play
nothing
to
to
your
do with
crowd,
me.
bro. I'm saying the difference between my beats or my raps and your beats are, I go to a Motown flavor and you're on whatever.
I'm on whatever. Buddy.
Whatever the hell you call that.
Bro. Mine are called originals, 100% originals. No fucking sample stolen. 100% me. That's what you call these. God
Yeah, I
damn.
could go into BandLab, steal your shit, put a
No, you can't.
track over that
No.
shit and be known, and they'd be like,
No, you
"Damn,
can't.
you're rapping," and then wouldn't nobody say who made the music.
You can try, but no, man, you can't. It's easily because now AI
Maybe
can
MIDI,
like fucking find
maybe
shit out.
MIDI or
Anyways.
Witsit. They'd be like, "Who made that beat?" Only certain people ask about the beat.
Mike, you should hear the other shit because you haven't really heard it. You should like literally go into my channel.
I don't watch
right?
them.
And press the
Just
video.
listen to 'em.
Well, yeah. What did you listen? What's the other one that you listened to? Like the preview. What's the previous one?
What do I gotta go copy them and send them back to you?
No, I'm not saying sending me back. I'm saying it's in the chat. It's in the messages. You should be like, oh, I remember this track. It's like it goes like this. Bap, 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 bap.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah. Some of them are a little too techno for me, or bit bap.
Oh, yeah. No, there's a
You know
couple
I
of
don't like
EDM
that.
tracks.
You know I don't
Well,
like
you
that
don't like the
bit bap.
thumping. You don't
I
like
need
the bip bap thing.
melody and a drop.
Oh, buddy. Yo, bro, that stuff is flat. Okay, how is it flat? Did you hear that one?
No, this one's not flat. That's what I said. This one got a
No.
drop. You actually
No,
got
the
a
other
drop.
one, the other
sound
song,
change.
buddy. Listen, there's a fucking the song
You get
before that
stuck
one.
in them long ass intros.
Oh, Jesus Christ. There's a song I sent you before this one. It's named How Is It Flat? Listen to it. In your messages.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
How is
so you
it
did not
flat?
listen to this.
Well,
Yeah,
I didn't
to that
listen
one.
to the last two, but I did listen to the one above that.
You didn't listen to this one. You didn't listen
C
to this
major.
one.
The C major,
Okay.
H
Okay. Listen.
string.
Listen. Listen. Listen.
to that.
Listen to the
I
how
didn't
is it
realize
flat.
you sent me two. My bad.
Right, oh, buddy. Anyways, listen to the how is it flat right now as
How
we're
is it flat?
speaking.
This shit
Yeah,
is whack.
and then
Flat on the
try.
attack. I got a cat back.
Fuck. Listen to me, bro.
Nah,
Okay.
I
While
want
you're
to rap.
listening,
You talk too much.
fuck, man. There's no. We're not we're talking. Fucking. This is the most ironic statement, Mike, you've ever fucking said. I talk too much. That's crazy, bro. Look in the mirror. Look in the fucking mirror. Motherfucker, that's crazy.
Hey, do I gotta watch this video too, or can I just listen to it?
I mean, like, whatever floats your boat, but I'm telling you, the video's sick, too. All my videos are sick. Like, you know, the shit that I do in the game is insane.
You're so listen. I just can't help myself. You're so easy to troll. I'm sorry.
Bro, I mean,
apologize.
listen, Mike. Listen. No, stop. What's wrong with you? Stop.
Okay.
Now,
I'm
while you're
digging it.
listening to this, try and make a lead vocal. Because the back vocals are Elijah's vocals right now. And he's Elijah, that's back vocal right now.
Wait, what?
Just keep listening.
I got that high. I'm listening. I'm listening to your CD. What do you want me to do? Rap over it?
Well, make the lead vocal. Yeah, make the lead rap over that.
I'd like
Lead. You know
this.
what a lead is? Lead is the main vocal, right? So you got like back vocals, right? And you got the lead vocals. So you're gonna do the lead right now, okay? So you listen to this fucking track and then make a lead.
Make the rhyme.
Or make the lead, yeah. While you're listening to the freestyle, go ahead.
Make the rhymes in got some spine. Listen to bottom up so you can make the music. All right.
Oh, sounds like shit, James. I'm sorry. We got to be honest here, you know. We're trying to make good music here. We're not
That's why
trying to
I
make
said
like
listen to bottom up.
kindergarten shit. Well, yeah, but Battle Mod is like, I'm telling you, stuck in the
He's
80s,
good,
man.
man. I gotta tell you, he's good.
Yeah. If you want to make 80s shit, you know, if you want to sound like fucking, what do you call him?
Not the 80s, blood. It's 2024.
Well, I'm just saying, this flow stuck in the 80s, man. Like fucking.
No, I'm not stuck in the 80s. I do like this, but listen, hold up. The beat changes some, so I want to listen to this a couple times. I'll write a rap for this, Vlad.
Oh, look at that! He's gonna make the lead vocal for this now. Oh, look at that! Oh my god!
Well, the other ones, I like the one after that too. I do. I only listen to fuck half of it, dude. And I like that, but it takes a little bit too long to get to the hard part. This jumps right into it after a little bit of, you know, like an intro. Give me time to hear it and catch my breath.
You know what ad libs are? You know what ad libs are?
Ad libs, no, hit me.
Fucking just fucking words, like, you know, filler words throughout the song. Like, so if you think the intro, listen,
yeah,
that's it. That's it. Just fucking, you can ad lib all the extra filler shit just to make the sound more interesting, right? Because what you're trying to do is get out of the monotonous loop that you've created.
Press that. It's applied in navigation and used as if it's flat. Yeah, that's a fact. I'm not spitting that. Let me go right this motherfucking
less complicated
track.
words, but more impactful, right? Like, so
yeah,
you're
well,
trying
I don't have the beat in my. That's what I want to get used to the beat, Vlad. Fuck, I'll come up with a chorus, a bass line, and a lead. Come on, I'll get you singing with me. I'll lead it off to you and I, and you can cut in the background.
Never hear Vlad
Just
singing.
the two of us building castles in the sky. Just the
Vlad talks to you about that like this because he's
you
insecure
and
about
I.
singing.
Me and my homie, we're busting out the facts. I'm about to tell you how the world's fucking flat.
Vlad, I dare you to sing some
He said I'm
lyrics
stuck
that
in the
Bottom wrote.
Yeah. I can sing. Don't worry. Trust me. I can sing. I'm 6'5". My lungs are huge.
Eminem, a rap
My
god
diaphragm's insane.
with bars he stole from the
sing, don't worry.
80s. What are
I
you
just
talking
don't want
about?
to.
Right now,
Don't worry, you
Eminem's
don't have to write the
a rap
lyrics.
god.
Bottom's gonna do it.
He stole his style from the 80s.
Yeah, no, it's just he's unique as fuck. It's like different.
Yeah, when you were taking SATs, I was making babies.
Well, but you gotta like put more fucking,
Well, yeah, I'll get
whatever.
an insult to lead up to that, though. Don't worry about that. Sit back, relax, grab a 6-pack, and watch while I do lines off your mom's ass crack.
Oh, there you go. See that's now we're talking. Now we're talking, Mike. See, write that shit down. Don't forget it. Write that shit down. Don't fuck up here, Mike. See, I like that one. So if I like that one, Mike, you better fucking write that shit down.
I'm a professional. This is my confessional.
Buddy, you're gonna forget it like in the five minutes. You're gonna forget what you just said, bro. That's crazy.
Listen, no, I won't.
Well, what did you just say? Do that line again. Do that line again.
What line?
Exactly.
Oh, hold on. Grab a 6-pack. Grab a 6-pack. Sit back, Jack, and relax. Watch while I do lines off your mom's motherfucking ass crack. You okay with that, Jack?
Well, it's okay.
Now I'm
there you
on
go.
the attack. You
Make
want to
it better.
rap?
Now
Can you get back?
It was better the first time. Now it's whack as fuck, man. See, that's what I'm saying. You fucked it up, guy. There's something you said that was way better the first time.
Down already, Blad. That's what you don't.
Oh, because this is all the shit. This is all your old material. Oh my god.
Hey,
You already know this
better
shit.
relax. Let's
I
go
can just
back
make
to the
a
topic of the chat. If you don't bring it back, I'm gonna have to put you in the mute.
We're on YouTube
The
trying to
back.
rap. It's
What are you
supposed to
talking
be
about?
flat Earth. What you think about that?
Jamesy, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm putting the rhymes with the server topic.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Jamesy.
It's English. You don't speak English?
No, yo trata de aprender a hablar español. Yo no comprendo.
It might
Yo
be
no
a
hablo
language
español.
Madre.
I was saying, Vlad, bring it back to the topic of the chat. If you don't wanna get a mute, how you like that?
Well, fuck, bring a Glober in, bro. Yo, I work with a Glober. Fucking sponge Glober. Can't fucking, buddy, it's insane.
A
This little
mute?
kid's an
Hell, that
engineer.
sounds cute.
Fucking, buddy.
He talks
nuts.
so much,
And-
makes me want to
And
puke.
this kid was so confident. He's like, "Give me a week, I come back and I'll prove it." Right? I'm like, "Okay." In 1 week,
The thing
I
about
come to him, "Yo, did you find out?"
Michael's lyrics
Listen,
are
are you-
hilarious.
Are you listening to me? What the fuck, man? Listen. So this guy at work, he told me, "Oh my god, listen." So this guy at work, like he told me that he was gonna prove it's a fucking ball in a week. He said he's such a super smart genius, whatever. I'm like, okay, cool, because he knows how to fucking build AI chatbots. I'm like, okay, whatever, buddy. So go do your research. I told him. Right. 1 week later, I asked him, "Yo, did you find curvature yet?" "Oh no, I need another fucking week. I'm like, "Okay, buddy, you can take all your time." But I said, fair warning, the first time I said this already. There's motherfuckers on this platform that have been doing this shit for fucking years, like Matthew goddamn fucking Learns, right? You fucking will keep coming in here for years on end, right? You'll never fucking stop. And this guy's an educated fucking, quote unquote, supposed to be a professor, right? And he still hasn't proven shit. So I told him, "What the fuck are you gonna do in 2 weeks?" Right? So he pretty much gave up by the third week. What? And so there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Hey, this is a
Motherfuckers.
remix. This is a remix of one of your old songs. What's Data talking about?
Yeah.
His book.
Come on, guys.
Listen,
They're
I'm
not
gonna buy his
remixes,
book.
they're remasters, they're full
'Cause Data got
remasters.
me shook in the
And
VC.
mixes.
Going off the hook.
Because I had to fucking redo all of it because the audio was, like I said, all my old shit is not the same.
It
It's
took me a
not.
minute. I was like, man, I've heard this, but then
I know
could
you
hear
have.
what Data
Because
talking
I redid it. No, I had to redo it because the old one sucked. This one's way better. I create more stereo, more wide stereo, right? More bass, more thump. You know what I mean? Everything's fucking way better on this track. The other one's more flat, less
Can I give
fucking
you a
dynamics.
compliment? I would have said
No.
it has a fuller sound. Yeah, it's
Well,
it's
no.
It's
fuller.
flat. It's kind of whack. You better bring it back.
Well,
If you don't want to mute.
that's what I'm trying to always go for, bro. Obviously, that's the whole point of this fucking trying to create music, right? Yeah, that's the whole
You're
point.
starting to get it because the first shit was too sympathized, too raw computer. You know what I mean? Is that you playing music?
No. I'm just walking by. I'm just walking by people. I'm downtown. Well, downtown.
I'm sure the voice chat is tired of us by now, though. and I wouldn't blame him.
Nah,
Oh,
it's been
Glover, come
fun,
on.
guys. I'm listening, and it's been fun. We also tried to bring him back to the topic, but the green one. We tried to bring it back to the topic, but nobody's replying, so we gotta keep it going somehow.
Gotta keep
Can
the
I get an
channel going
amen?
somehow.
Amen.
Goddamn, man.
You know the difference between flat earthers and Glovers? I told them to make a Glover rap. They said, yeah, we'll do that. I said, somebody should make a flat earth rap. 2 days later, there were like 4 flat earth raps. And then them Glovers were still like, man, we trying to put it together.
Because the globe is kind of whack.
Yeah, Jemsy remembers me and Choco saying they used to mute us for rapping in the VC nonstop. We're like, hey man, we're just collecting bars, we get a catchy one and write it down off something somebody said. We're trying to take the debate and turn it into a rap, pretty much.
Game chest.
You know what I mean? Just cover all the topics that people cover in the VC. In your rap. Elijah did that pretty well too. I thought Elijah did that real well. When he's like, way too many reifications of privation, second law of thermodynamics violations. Where the fuck's all these fake ass apparent deviations. Glover's always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. Like that's a power bomb, and ain't nobody.
That was chocolate. Chocolate.
Yeah, that
pretty
was
good.
chocolate, and nobody's rebutted that though. They ain't cap back. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Michigan. When somebody rap on you, you don't cap back, then you're a bitch. So
Yeah, you gotta reply back
when
to
you
it.
get so when you get treated like a bitch, that's because you ain't capping. You know what I'm saying? You know what's up, player? No, seriously though, man. You don't let a motherfucker rap on you in Michigan. You do one of two things. You either re-rap on his ass and cap back, or you go up and make his mouth taste blood. Michigan, we still got mutual combat. It's lawful.
Oh yeah, for real?
Yeah, not as a legal defense, but yeah, 2 willing participants can fight, engage in a fight, so long as there's certain rules to it. You can't kick nobody or hit nobody when they're down or in a position where they can't defend themselves.
Me voy pa' otro lado antes que me maten.
You do that, you kick a guy when he's down, that's assault. So you're getting charged. But a friendly fight is pretty much until an opponent is downed. Once you've downed an opponent, you're not supposed to continue. Because that's just a beating, which becomes assault. It makes sense. You're supposed to knock him down and just wait. Wait to see if he's talking the same stuff when he gets back up. If not, then you just tell him good day. Good day, sir. Man, Miggy,
All right, Mike.
Miggy done used up all the Glovers for the day, man. Fucking got me itching earlier wanting to do debate with people, and then now they're all gone.
Okay, so now that you heard, how is it flat? Did you listen to C sharp major HH3?
Yeah, that one wasn't flat.
Yeah.
No, the recent ones, I think the last 4 that I've listened to, 4 or 5, are decent. They're good. They sound like music now. But I said that before. I just don't like that computery synthesized sound. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, the stuff that Vlad produces?
Well, it's just not like a full range sound where you're hearing all the frequencies.
No, man. The thing is when you start building sounds that are like unique, right? Because guitars are overplayed, pianos are overplayed. All that classic instrument shit is overplayed, right? So now what you're trying to do is you're trying to create a sound that sounds really fucking good, right?
Keyword,
but it's unique as fuck. Hey, listen, my shit's amazing, bro.
Well, Well,
There's some sounds in there that sound so fucking good. It's just I can make I can make a different type of track out of these sounds, right? Maybe in the track itself, there's certain sounds like I know that may not be part of but I mean, listen, when I listen to all my music, buddy, I fucking jam to my music. So if I'm jamming,
I bet you do.
I love my fucking beats. Like, you don't understand. Like, I put them fucking together, right, for a reason. Because when I'm fucking listening to these sounds as I'm building, I'm like, oh, I like this, right? So if I like this in that moment, what fucking makes it? I like it. I'll always like it. Fuck, shit. You know what I mean?
I like a beat. I listen to a lot of samplers because some shit that people do make me want to rap. You know what I mean?
I know, because nothing
It's like
makes me
that
really
beat
want to
that
rap.
plays in my mind, kind of like a heartbeat. I got a beat that I can rap.
Yeah,
to
I
in
think the
my
beat
mind.
must go with some lyrics, just like when some people know how to play instruments and they can make music and they can be a master of the instrument, the master of, whatever song they're making. So the beat that you're producing, Vlad, with some vocals, well plays, it's gonna be upgraded like to the next level.
I know that, Jemsy. I know that. Like,
I don't think you do.
Like, no,
no, he knows
Jemsy,
that.
I
He
know
does.
that.
He knows
Jemsy.
that.
Every time I put a vocal or anything on a fucking track, it always makes the track better sounding. But anyways, because vocals vocals are, what do you call it? The sound of a vocal, a human vocal, is pleasant to another human's ear, right? So, like, listening to instruments is one thing. Like, you can listen to instrumentals, but it's not like as unique as a human vocal, right? The human vocals are way more pleasant than anything to listen to. It's just natural.
You get people that master instruments and they can make music with them, like an actual master of the instruments, and put them together and make music, bro. Like, for real.
Jemsy. A real music master, all he needs to know is its scales. That's fucking it. Once you know your scales, once you know which fucking frequency, right? Let's say a lot of people love B flat for some fucking reason, right? B flat, and then when people play B flat pentatonic or whatever, it's just people love that fucking sound, It's more than other frequencies. So, like, people know this shit, right? So when real musicians know their scales, they can just freestyle on any instrument because they know what fucking keys to hit and what keys not to hit. You know what I mean? That's it. Once you know your layout, it's just fucking tapping. Well, you freestyle. That's it. It's that fucking easy. You know what I'm saying? Scales are the most important. Instrument mastering is another thing. Like, yeah, like I can play the guitar. Like, if I sit down in one day, I'll be able to learn because I already know how to hold it properly and shit, right? All you gotta understand is what your E standard tuning is, right? So your E standard is pretty much what most guitars are tuned to. But if you're trying to play in another, scale, right? You gotta retune your fucking guitar. You know what I mean?
Or
That's
or
it.
have a pedal for that.
Whatever, yeah. And that's it, yeah. Pitch shifter.
Well, I play
whatever.
I know, but yeah, and I'm not real professional, but I can cut some riffs.
Well, that's what I'm saying. All you need to know is as long as you know the scale and you know which fucking chords to fucking hold.
Yeah, I won't
it's
argue with
over.
that. But you also got to make your beat to a scale that somebody can match in vocals.
Whatever, but that's what autotune comes in and all that shit. It doesn't really matter how you sing. It's just you shift the fucking pitch of the vocals to the key that you're playing the music in, and that's it.
Yeah. So you could improve my vocals. Okay, all right.
Not even that. I can improve them so much that
MIDI was
it will
selling
not.
a lot of this too.
Right,
MIDI
the next
HD.
upgrade for.
Remember
I know.
MIDI?
Yeah. The new upgrade for Ableton and the 12.1 update that's coming out right now, they're gonna add this pitch shifter that is so fucking. It's like way better than Autotune. It's so easy to
I'm playing
use.
with BandLabs right now. I can
Listen carefully.
I'm about to sample it. I ain't gonna lie.
Listen carefully. Listen. So the shifter, you can set it to a key or any fucking scale, right? And if you're singing through a microphone into that shifter, let's say your part of the word is just a little bit off pitch, it automatically shifts it and shifts it into the pitch, right? And what's crazy is you
Oh, that
can
makes it easier
adjust,
to hold it
and you
tone.
can adjust how fast it shifts, right? The angle of the shift, it's fucking nuts. So you can really make like the vocal sound more
I'm
natural
with you. Yeah.
and in tune with the fucking beat, like always. And we're talking about the whole scale, like your whole fucking vocal is in scale.
Synthesizer.
And then on top of that, what you're adding is you're adding harmonics on top of that. You can harmonize your own vocals by duplicating the track, triplicating the track, right? And at the same time, using that same fucking shifter and like an LFO to modulate that pitch fucking a little bit off, to wobble it like a little off, and then you can right, left pan both tracks, and then you can like really create this fucking crazy harmonic stereo fucking
Black, you
sound of
speak
just the
English?
vocal.
Stop with the Russian.
It's not Russian, man. I'm just, if anybody that understands music and how to produce it in any fucking in any DAW, they understand exactly what the fuck I'm
Well, I
talking
caught
about.
some of it, so I understand some of it.
That's what I'm
Just
saying.
some.
I'm
just
getting into
saying
like
that you've
very
been
complicated shit.
Michael's
Yeah, it's
Michael's lyrics
basically
have
a
been underrated,
processor.
and you should add it to your music.
It's basically a processor.
Not really, but like what I'm talking about the
Synthesizer.
actual. I'm talking about just how
Syncs
to like
everything up.
create your vocal sounding like there's a fucking choir behind you, but you're still alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's
And
not,
you're the choir, right?
it's the technique to make it, right? It's not fucking. But the shifter is one thing, but it's just the technique in order to make it sound like that. It's different. It's a little bit different. But anyways, the problem with my
That's
old
'cause you have
tracks,
to keep
I'm having a hard
recording
time
the
with.
track, and you're recording the track while you're using it, right?
No. You can record raw vocal and then modulate the vocals after.
Okay.
There's no point. Like, I mean, you can go like straight into it, but you can't hear your you'll need a really good sampling rate and a really, really fast PC in order to have like zero lag. Because what you're trying to do is fucking push your live vocals through a process, right? So you're trying, and each node that you add on, for example, each filter, each fucking modulator, whatever, it will add a delay, right, to the feedback to your headset. So when you're singing, you're not singing with yourself. You're going to be hearing yourself delayed, so it'll fuck up your singing, right? You have to have like the perfect, like insta feedback into your headset in order for you to make like that. But you don't need to do
Join
that.
that rap server? You could get you
No.
some bars over there, man.
No, fuck that. Listen, what I'm trying to do, do you know Bong is there or no? That motherfucker I haven't seen in a long goddamn time.
I don't know. I ain't talked to Bong
Bong son.
in a while.
Well, you guys, this rap servers thing that you guys were doing, or this music creating thing that you guys were doing.
Yeah, I didn't know Bong was on
Bong was
BandLab.
part.
He was on
Was he not?
Band
Is he still-
Lab.
Is he there now?
Look, I think he unfriended me on Band Labs. I'm not sure, bro.
I could delete his fucking accounts on everything. That's crazy. Like he
Yeah.
just disappears. It's like, what the
Yeah.
fuck, Bong?
Well, that's all
What the
good.
fuck, Bong? Whatever.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I mean,
Don't worry, after I remaster all my shit, I have like 25 more tracks to remaster and remix to make them sound better, right? To make them sound like they are right now, or like at least better than what they are right now. And then I'm gonna start making fresh, new shit on a clean slate, and it's gonna be like every fucking piece, one step at a time, and I'm gonna make it sound so fucking good. And I'm gonna reference a track that I'm gonna have to that I want to make like.
And you're gonna add Michael's vocals to it. I mean,
No.
lyrics.
Definitely. Definitely not
your
adding Michael.
vocals, his
Michael
lyrics.
already has.
known
Michael
as
already
Mike.
has fucking shit. Michael already has my
Michigan hard
instrumentals.
motherfucker with the bombs that go
He already has a
boom,
project.
Listen, Vlad,
Michael can.
I trust your
boom, boom.
vocals, but not your lyrics. I trust Michael's lyrics. So you
Listen,
take his
listen.
lyrics and
I'll
put your
drop the
vocal.
beat, they'll cheer it. Drop bars, make motherfuckers want to hear it.
Listen. I can write lyrics too. It's not that hard. Shut the fuck up.
Nah, I don't believe
Yes,
it.
I can.
You ain't hard enough.
Not like Michael.
Mine
You don't
are
write
crazier.
tough.
Better.
You write that
Better.
weak stuff.
Nah,
No, my shit's
Showing
better.
up.
No, my shit's way better. I
you haven't
promise.
proved it. Michael has a
Well,
proven,
yeah,
proven record.
because you know the secrets I keep inside. You know, I can't fucking. I don't like to
That's a
see all
song.
this
You're gonna
other
keep
shit
them
is
forever?
whatever.
In my mind, I
No,
keep
maybe
tight
I'll
the secrets.
maybe maybe not. Maybe not. We'll see.
So it's like a master lyric thing that you have in your brain, but you're
Hey,
never gonna
that's
show
a
it to the
song we
world.
can rap to. I
Well, that's what I'm saying.
see
With
the secrets that you
with
keep.
time, Jamsey, everything's gonna come. Don't worry, Jamsey.
And
Have you been writing
tight.
Michael's lyrics in the background,
No.
taking notes?
You know I'm walking my dog. You know I'm walking my dog. You hear all the background noise? I have no time fucking listening to fucking Mike's lyrics.
I'm gonna drop bombs.
His
You're dropping
80-year-old
bulldozer.
lyrics fucking
If you don't know
give
what that
fucking
is, it's a bull stool, doofus. Show me
give
where
public.
the roof is,
Hey,
so I
listen,
can render this
Mike,
motherfucker roofless.
Mike. Give Public Enemy and the Beastie Boys their fucking flow back, please, Mike. Give them back their flow, please.
It ain't the Beastie Boys. I ain't even got a
Buddy,
beat behind me. It ain't a flow.
the way you rhyming
Don't get
is
mad
like
'cause you can't rap,
them.
ho.
What are you talking about? You
Don't start
exactly
talking
like
shit
them,
and I
bro.
won't cap back, but it'll happen real
Hey.
fast when you're on the
Hey.
attack.
Hey, give the Beastie Boys their fucking flow back, Mike.
That ain't what your mom said last night when I was waxing.
Mike got upset. You guys see, I touched Mike and it's so. He got
Actually, you
upset. He went straight for my mom. He went
Listen,
straight-
the
well, why'd
Beastie
you go
Boys
straight for my mom?
Beastie Boys are like boom, 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 boom. Or
No,
brass
man, they're
Vlad,
different.
you
They're this.
better bring it black. Oh
I'm
my
not
bad.
doing no brass monkey.
Bring it back to
Fucking
the.
chunky brass monkey.
Dun, 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 dun,
Rhymes
dun,
are
dun,
chunky
dun, dun.
brass monkey.
What do you mean? No, that's
Then
Beastie Boys.
I'd be biting Beastie Boys if I twisted their music to make fun of you. You know.
I
Kick it
think
over
Michael's
here,
lyrics are good and hilarious.
Pop, cause Vlad's beats sure aren't hot.
And he uses
okay.
like proper
It's okay,
context and
James.
proper like cohesive English when he's saying the stuff. Like even though he uses like street terms, he kind of put it
James.
together, well delivered.
James, your opinion here in this specific case does not matter. Do you know why? You know why?
I know why you're
because
doesn't
you're
matter
Mexican.
right now.
Listen. Because you're Mexican and and English is your second language.
Bars earlier,
But
so
that's the
he
thing
got a
though.
right
That
to
Mike's
talk.
English.
I heard music
It's
in
not-
multiple languages, and I can comprehend that in
Every
multiple
man got a right
languages, and
to a
his
verse.
lyrics are good. Like you can translate his stuff, and he's still gonna kind of pump some people in multiple languages. When he said, "When I get a rifle, I shoot new stuff and make it so." Can you say that again? Every time I get a rifle.
Oh, every time I rack the rifle, I fuck shit up. Showing up, got my scope, gonna bust you up.
See, like, what, that's no, it sucks, man. What are you talking
Playing
about?
games,
No,
dropping
horrible.
motherfuckers from the high spot.
Relax, Vlad.
Terrible.
Running,
Terrible.
won't do shit for you.
I mean, I can't. Mike, come on, man. That's too much.
When I get a rifle,
and a kiss for you. 7.26 on that 50 cal shit. Come and get some, and you end up in a ditch. I seen you parachute like a motherfucking bitch, break out the snope, and then shoot him in his lip.
off rhyme.
Vlad, you're a harsh critic.
Hey, listen, I want people to criticize me the way I criticize them. You know what I mean?
No,
I'm not a
he's doing good lyrics, and you always say it's
Quick,
bad, bro.
I'll
Come
send
on.
you to a respawn. Anytime you want, we can motherfucking get it on.
I'm not. Hey, listen, Jamesy, I'm not. Listen, this guy, like, I mean, like, with compared to a whole bunch of other shit that I listen to, come on, man. Listen, if I'm comparing him, I'm comparing to like the top notch shit here, right? So, like, I'm not like comparing him,
Oh
oh,
yeah,
just
I
an
don't
amateur
compare
shit, right?
myself to Eminem
I
or
compare him to,
Old
you know what I
Dirty or
mean? And that's
Eshon.
what I want me to be compared to. Like, I want, if you're comparing my shit, right?
I
I
met
want you to
Ice
compare
Cube though.
me to the top notch shit. And I would appreciate you telling me that it's shit. You know what I mean? That's it. I like honesty like that,
Actually,
you
I
know?
complimented it. I even
Well,
had to
hey,
bust
listen,
a bar
I
to go
know.
with it. That the last one, dude, motivated me to rap. I seen you with a rifle and I started cap. Rat tat tat tat. Drop bars like that. Rack that bitch and send another back. It just this beat. That's I gave you a compliment. This beat makes me want to rap. That's the best compliment I can give you.
Well, thank you, I guess. I mean, it is what it is, you know? I mean, like, I'm gonna go
Well,
make another
listen,
song
man. If a
tomorrow.
Michigan
Hell yeah.
motherfucker listens to your shit and they're like, "Yeah, I couldn't rap to that if your mama sucked me off while I was doing it," then you know your shit sucks. Everybody in Michigan can rap. Even the white nerdy kids can rap. It's just a nerdy rap, you know?
Okay, I guess you guys are Michiganders, rapping
You
Hey,
got
hey,
Michiganders.
raps
Vlad,
full of
your name
beacons and
rhymes with
bubbling Bunsen
whack.
burners. You know what I'm saying? Did you get
Yeah.
that? The nerd rap?
No, because I overspoke you, Michael.
Yes.
Oh,
You overspoke.
labs full of beacons and bubbling Bunsen burners. It's kind of a tongue twister there.
Yeah. Meth labs.
Boy.
No, nerd labs, man. We were talking about nerds. Not Meth Americans. They got a
Yeah,
whole
yeah,
nother
yeah.
rap. They be rapping like this.
Breaking
I'm
Bad.
chasing dragon. That dragon got my hand. Sugar boom boom. I'm chasing dragon. But I'm an honest man.
Hey,
That's
Vlad, your name rims
Yeah.
with whack.
you know, you get it?
No, it
Meth.
doesn't.
Chasing dragons, meth. Did
It's-
you catch that pun?
Yeah. Dragon chasing, heroin chasing.
Chasing the
Heroin,
dragon
meth,
is smoking
whatever.
meth.
No, I thought it was heroin too. I thought chasing the dragon is drugs in
Smoke a
general.
little
Chasing the
Escott.
high.
My girlie's got that hurt. I robbed
Chasing
your
that high,
mama,
you know?
then I ran to the church,
Talking about the 80s.
begging God for some forgiveness. Gotta have that dope, so I'm gonna rob and keep my business. I'm
I like
chasing
it.
dragons.
Friends, I think I'm getting stronger by the day. Isn't that crazy?
No. Are you doing
No,
more
I'm
work?
I'm training. I'm training, but I also, you know what I'm taking? I'm
When you
taking
work out
fucking.
longer, you tend to get stronger. What's wrong with your
No,
brain? You push for the gain.
no. I ordered. I was like, fuck it, you know, because I usually don't fall for like random shit online, right? But there's this jelly gummies that I bought, and they come with ashwagandha, shilajit, fucking manuka honey,
Ashwagandha.
and sea moss combination,
Moss, yeah.
right?
That's supposed to
Yeah.
be a super combo, the
So like
ashwagandha
I
and the
eat
sea
one of the
moss.
gummies. I've been taking this jelly, right? So it's like a
Does it
three
work?
three one
Just
third
get to the
one third
point.
mix.
I'm with
Well,
you
that's what
already.
that's what I'm trying to tell you, my guy. The fucking point. You're interrupting me as I'm speaking. Holy fuck.
Well, you kind of sound
Anyways,
like you're roid
so I've
raging.
been
That's why I'm asking you.
no, it's not roid. Oh my god, Jesus Christ, Mike. Listen, buddy.
I'm fucking with you.
I've been
Listen,
taking this shit.
I've heard of it. Is it?
I've already taken one whole fucking thing. Well, I'm trying to explain to you because I'm not gonna say yes or no until I explain to you how I do it. Because I don't want to overdo it because you can
Hey,
build tolerances
Vlad, your
to this shit.
connection
Right?
is
So I'm like,
whack.
you know
You
what?
better bring
Let's just
it
do it at
back
the
before
most
I mute you.
minimum dose.
How you like that?
Oh,
He said you're.
man,
I'll
bro,
translate
Jesus
that.
Christ.
You're Mr.
Your connection is
Roboto.
whack.
He said your internet
Oh
is
my God,
jacked. Quit
did I
stealing that
connect back
Taco
or
Bell
no?
shit. It's whacked.
Bro,
Get your own internet. Quit stealing it
Jesus
from
Christ, I'm walking and it's a cell phone network, bro. This whole time it was cell phone
There
network,
you go.
guys. See how good
You're
my
back.
internet is? It's just my cell phone.
Listen, you're back.
Listen. Oh my God.
Finish your sentence. You're back.
Okay, good. So listen. So after like maybe I think I did a full jar already, like because I bought like 6 jars. So 1 jar I already did, and that's what I'm saying. And all I do is like calisthenics in the morning when I wake up, and then just regular what I do. I go to the restaurant, I fucking eat a lot, I fucking do my work, my hand and my arms are just so vascular and fucking big, like it's insane. Like they're getting bigger, and then stronger too. Like the shit I can do, fucking on the bars and stuff, like it's getting stronger, it's getting crazy. And it's I think because of this gummy shit, you know, it helps out. It's crazy. I'm thinking, I you know, it's causation correlation type of shit, but I don't know because ever since I started doing this one, I feel like I have more energy to do this shit better. You know what I mean? Because I'm hitting records with like my pushing and pulling. I'm hitting records.
No, I'm with you. That's all I'm wondering. Are you seeing results?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm hitting records, though.
CMOS. I already do the CMOS.
Oh yeah, the ashwagandha and the fucking shilajit. And it's all mixed in manuka honey. Bella, are you ready? Jesus Christ, this tax. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then I look, people are complimenting me on how I look and shit. Like it's crazy.
You know
They
that
get
pure
compliments.
honey, if you don't get the shit from the grocery store and you go get it from a beekeeper, that's really good for you and it gives you a lot of energy. Honey.
Yes.
Pure honey and honey.
Yes. That's what, manuka honey's better though. But manuka honey's
I get it from the
exotic
Amish
honey
lady
with
next door.
extra shit in it.
I trade apples for
No.
honey. And
That's
honeycomb.
Yeah.
though.
Manuka
how
honey
I
is
know
different. Manuka honey comes from
they did something to me that it broke something
something
in my
else.
system because if I eat honey, I don't get energy. I get sleepy, and my sugar goes through the roof.
Does it?
Yeah, it's something in the metabolism. Something it's broken.
Yeah, that sucks, dude, because natural honey is really good. So is the honeycomb.
So you
Yeah.
don't eat honey?
I do, but it, puts me in a bad spot. But where's the Globers? Where's the Globers?
Have you tried getting the most natural, the purest honey you can?
The one that gets you high?
No, just honey from a dispenser who's actually doing their own beehives and not mixing
Yeah.
sugar with it.
Bottom what?
But I do like
Vlad.
that honey. Listen, my neighbor's honey, those bees are getting pollen from my pot plants. I know they are. My fucking pot fields are always full of their damn bees. So honey's honey, bub. One year, I grew some shit that was so stinky that they started building a nest out here by the damn field, and so she just moved the nest that was now empty out to the hive, out to my weed, because she's my neighbor and I don't care, but she can have access to my property whenever. She's an old Amish woman, But she's like, she asked, can I put 4 or 5 hives out there? I'm like, shit, I don't care. They'll pollinate my marijuana, though. Don't do that. I don't want that.
Friends, I'm finally home. I can't believe it.
Man, you
Make
didn't
some
get jumped
food.
by one of them Canadian crackheads. I'm amazed. I
That
heard it's
is
worse in America up there now.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But if they fucking when they look at me, they kind of go the other way right away. You know, they're like, I don't fuck with this guy.
In the 80s, the Canadians were the nicest people in the world. They're now like, oh, hey, what are you looking at, eh?
Well, this guy's home basing it. No way. Hold on.
Oh, fuck you, eh?
What's this get fodder, dude? Hold on.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, eh? You're not my fucking buddy, eh? That's how they are now. Oh, he got home and he fell out. Look at that, Jimsy. He's going to come back on his computer with a better mic. We better run and hide.
Vlad is about to get a better mic. Oh no. We won't be able to talk anymore.
Wandering Wojak.
Michael, do you said that your bees around you are getting the cannabis flowers and making honey? I've heard people doing that before, but I never.
Actually, yeah, I let the Amish woman next door put 3 of her hives back by the fields before, but that's because all the bees were starting to build a hive back by my pot field. So they selected that area themselves, you know? So I was like, well, I mean, if you want to put the hive there, I don't trip out when a bee lands on me. I'm not that guy. I normally don't.
Trip out either.
Yeah, I don't get stung. Now the motherfucker stings me, I'll squish it, but until it stings me, I won't react, you know?
Yeah. They barely ever attack anyone. Sting
Right,
anyone,
it's
yeah.
only people who get real scared and their adrenaline spikes. In the animal kingdom, adrenaline means anger. Attack. So, if you get real scared, you around a bee, they'll sting you. Same way with dogs. If you're really scared of a dog, you shouldn't even touch it, because he's going to smell the adrenaline and think you're going to do something aggressive. So he's going to attack. You'll get bit.
I want to try honey from cannabis flowers.
Yeah, it just tastes like normal honey, bro. But I mean, you don't get high from it, but who knows? There might be some metabolic properties to it that might be good for healing. I don't know. I mean, a lot of flowers. That's a funny thing. The bees get their pollen from the flowers. The Native Americans use a lot of the flowers for things like headaches and disease stuff. So a lot of elixirs can be made out of flowers for health. And the bees are already getting that natural stuff. That's why the honey is so nutritious.
Detrás de mí. Oh, missed.
You guys got an event going on at 24/7 or something?
I was there earlier, but there was no one. I mean, only like a new guy.
Like 2 weeks ago, Brad said, "Come on, Mike, we're gonna watch WWF," and I was like, "What? Who's we? Where at? I'll watch." And he said, "At 24/7, man, come on." I was like, "Brad, where the hell you been for?" It's like, bro, I can't go to 24/7. You know what I mean? Like, where the hell's Brad been for 3-4 years, eh? He felt bummed. He said, "Well, I'll come watch it with you." I was like, "Dude, it's cool, Brad. Not like you're my brother, you know, my cousin."
Such a long time you can't go to 24/7?
No, I'm banned here, Jimsy.
Damn.
It's cool. We don't even gotta talk about it, man.
Yeah.
You know, I don't hold no hard feelings. It's all good. I'll admit it. I wasn't gonna quit till me more being me. So there you go. You know, he only did what I wanted him to do. It's all good. Nope.
People with disagreements in a group always gonna get some friction, some conflict. Yep.
Yeah, you know. I sleep good. I don't hate nobody. I don't hold grudges. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Fuck it.
Yeah, we've been pretty chill. Even when you were modding, I remember you were pretty chill and
I like
how to
not
say
mod. I like that. But people still think I'm muting them and banning them, Gen Z. Every server I go, they're like, Battle Mod, get me on mute. And I'm like, dude, I'm not mod here. What do you mean?
yeah.
Dude, you banned me from Geo server, Mike. I'm like, dude, I'm not mod at Geo server. Like, literally, you don't know me at all. Geo ain't giving me mod.
You were laying down some arguments here some time ago, and you were like, kind of like defeating the other people in the arguments, and then they got muted for some reason, and they thought you were muting them. I remember. No, I'm not muting you.
Yeah, I was like, no, dude. They was like, oh, is that how you win? And I'm like, no, dude, I ain't got mute. They said, well, you said we're trying not to mute you. I was like, man, I just say that shit to try to get people to act cool, you know. People don't look. They don't look at your name to see if you're a mod. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta check in the profile, not just by name. Battle mod.
Hey guys.
Right. What's
Hi.
up, bro? Oh, it's Twonger. We got a Glober.
Yeah. I like hanging out here.
You sound enthused.
It's a cool place to hang out.
Did you just get done smoking marijuana?
No, I didn't.
That's a personal question. Just kidding.
No, it's not. Listen,
No, it's not. I'm just.
well, it might be in your state. You know, it might be a crime if you are. It's legal in my state, so I guess it could. Yeah, I hear you. I don't know.
No,
in
not really.
China, they put you in prison for that shit.
Do they really?
I don't know. I'm asking. Wasn't it Snoop Dogg that got arrested over in Europe for some
Super Círculo.
marijuana?
Oh no, but the Queen released him. That man did no wrong. I watched a video or something. He's saying that. I don't know if he was making
It
stuff
was
up.
the Queen then, huh?
The Queen said that man did no wrong.
Yeah, but he had a bunch of marijuana.
He brought some good stuff to me. So you think the Queen never tried some?
Why the Queen got a beard? I gotta ask.
They actually did. In history, there's one of the queens that used to use marijuana for her menstrual cramps.
That's my brother.
Really?
Baramo, you met him before.
Yeah, for a minute there, I thought, damn, Gemsy got 2 motherfucking profiles. He said for the menstrual cramps. What do they call that? Premenstrual syndrome.
Like
PMS.
PMS, yeah.
Smoke weed for PMS. Not bad.
But do you want the cure for most females for their menstrual cramps? And it's like $5 at the grocery store.
What's that?
Blackstrap molasses.
There you go, women. Yeah, some things you don't miss in life, you know what I mean? Like PMS. But when your old lady starts going through that other shit, menopause, you long for PMS to come back. Because that goes away, you know.
Did the
Man,
Glover went away?
no,
No,
Twanger, man,
I'm here.
he's just happy to be here, man.
Yeah, he's happy to be here, and he has some Mary Jane with him. That's awesome. Mary
Mickey didn't
Jane.
put his head on the chopping block.
I got the Jane, but I didn't smoke it.
Did my boy Mickey hit you with that 3-point bomb? You ever heard that rap? You want to see some talented flat earthers, man? Listen to some raps they made.
You heard that rap? Once you go flat, you never go back.
Twanger.
Which one?
Globe tarts, why would they lie? Anyone?
That's funny, actually. Like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, I asked like, why would they lie? And then they put that in the top of the thing.
Yeah, I posted that.
Yeah.
Look, well, we got a song for that. I like that K Reno Flat versus Globe too. He kind of raps about the debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
His rap, he's basically telling the story of a VC debate on the flat Earth. He's not taking a side. He's just rapping about the globe side and then the flat side. There's that song. Why would they lie? I got a whole flat
Oh
Earth
yeah,
playlist.
I'll listen right now.
I got a whole playlist, but these dudes are just dudes that were on Discord and went to Band Labs and said, "Here, let me drop a track." And came
Why will
back.
they not?
Flat Earthers are pretty talented. Well, I won't say that generally. Some Flat Earthers are talented. Not all of them. You know, there's a jackass and an idiot in every group, right?
Yeah. I'm like one of those non-talented.
This one I'm posting now is one of my faves. I like the beat, but it's Globe Tarts by Chocolate Sand. See, Witsit's on that Why Would They Lie rap. That's why all them Glovers be hating on Witsit. He can rap, he's articulate. He admits he doesn't even have a college education, but he articulates better than some people who claim they do. I mean, I have a college degree, but I don't use the King's English, and I'm not worried about it. I worked on a construction crew my whole life. Why would they lie? Why would they not? Give that one a try. I know Mitty even got in there. If you heard him, he just sounds like an everyday white boy. You'd be like, how's this dude rap? And it sounds alright. Yeah.
From New York.
Hmm?
I remember Mitty.
Oh, yeah. Mitty and Elijah both are from New York, aren't they? Elijah F.
Believe so.
Yeah, that Mitty did the
Voy a brincar.
process. Mitty HC processed all the music on that Why Would They Lie? And that's pretty professional. I can put that in. I got a system in a car that I take to car shows, a couple cars, but that bumps. It doesn't get all distorted when I turn it up. If there's any defect when you're pushing 3,000 watts, I'll hear it. People will hear it, you know. I can put that in the car and it makes the system sound good, you know what I mean? people get like, hey, imagine going up to a car show and you get into a 63 split window Corvette. And you're like, man, this is a bad motherfucker. You build this? You're like, yeah. And you're like, you're smart. And you're already telling this guy how bad he is. And then you get in the car and you're a globe guy. You debate on the internet. And you hear a flat earth rap the minute you get in the car. And then you just look at him. And you're like, hey, you know MIDI and all them? And the dude instantly knows who you are. He's like, you're Battle Mod. Yep, this is my classic car too, Punk. Don't smudge up the interior just because I'm a flurf. Imagine that. I get a lot of questions about that music when I play it at car shows. Like that K Reno one, that hits pretty hard too on Poor Subs.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
https://discord.gg/flatearth.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence though.
Enemy spotted.
AI enters the VC.